This is also stupid. Yo, I spent I spent the last hour and a half trying to get my capture card to work. It stopped working. It randomly stopped working. Like it was crazy. It was like it just became a uh I don't even know what the hell to call it. Like it was just disabled. I'm trying to calm down. I'm I don't look it, but I'm like really, really upset that I lost an hour and a half. An hour and a half is a long time to spend on a hardware issue that where you changed absolutely nothing. You installed nothing, you moved nothing, you did nothing. You just turned your PC on and the shit just stopped working. So then I'm just sitting there, I'm going through, and crazy thing is that I go to the documentation. So I remember distinctively when I first got the device and I had an issue with it. It said that you could not have the two USB cords plugged up to it together. Uh, you can't have the two USB cords because it has two USB ports, right? One for strictly power and one for the USB connection to the PC. It said explicitly. I remember this because I kept having a weird issue where it just wouldn't work, or it would I think like one would prioritize over the other, or it just wouldn't just actually just operate to begin with. And it was that if you have both of those plugs plugged up, right, it wouldn't work. So you needed to pick one. If you was doing standalone mode, which is just regular like wall outlet power, then you plug that up. You don't plug USB the other USB. If you're going to use it like this, well, not this, but you know what I'm saying, like with my stuff here, you would only have just a USB cord plugged up to it. So I changed nothing. I updated nothing unless like there's some shadow some shadow installations going on with like changes. But I've been using that for as long as I've had the card. Okay. Today, right, in my journey of trying to figure out why this is not working, I go through, went through the help documentation and stuff, and the documentation says that, oh yeah, you need to have both plugs plugged up to it. And so I plugged up both plugs to it. I didn't even bother using the regular Elgato software to test the test. I just went straight to OBS because I was like, I just didn't want to mess with it because even the Elgato software is just absolute trash. It's just absolute trash. But I looked it up in OBS and it worked. And then I sat there and I just wondered to myself, because remember, since I've had the card, I've only had it plugged up to my computer as I was originally told by the original documentation. I'm officially going crazy. The next time I go to my I go to do I have a psychiatrist? I need to get a psychiatrist. I need to go to some like mental health doctor because I think I'm fine. I think I'm officially losing it. I gotta be losing it. I must be losing it. They don't even update the product no more. I know what I read when I originally got the damn capture card, and it's just and it was working for the last couple of months, however long I had it. I changed nothing. I didn't move no USB ports. I didn't touch a cord. Right? Oh, Jesus Christ, breath. And there we go. An hour and a half of my life gone. I am incredibly thirsty. I'm not even hungry no more. I just don't even want to eat no more. I just want to drink something. Thirsty as hell. I'm not drinking an energy drink. I don't want to do that. I don't have much to drink. I need to get me some more like I'm gonna start doing. I think I'm gonna start buying me some Pepsis. I'm gonna buy me a case of Pepsi and Coke so I could just have them both right here next to me so I could just finally decide to myself in my mind which one is better. One day I'm gonna sit here with both a Pepsi and Coke right here, right? And then I'm gonna just drink them both. And then I'm gonna finally tell myself which one is a better product, right? While I'm thinking about this right now, it's because I'm thirsty, but you know, my brain hurts, bruv. I'm just so upset. It's just an hour and a half. I lost an hour and a half of my life, just like that. Like it's just, ah, man. But okay, let's go ahead, and I don't even have anything else ready, right? I was sitting there originally. I was trying to get my supermarket together game up. I was trying to get the mods going here. Actually, let me switch it over so you guys can actually see. All right. I was sitting here trying to figure this out, right? Because I used to use the Thunderstorm, and I saw that Nexus mods have. I'm trying not to get angry. Okay, I'm trying not to get angry. Okay, I noticed that Nexus mods had some really cool mods that Thunderstorm doesn't have, and I was like, oh, cool, yeah. It's just, I'll just start using Nexus mod, right? Then I download their their mod manager. I download their mod manager. You're looking right now at Supermarket Together. You're looking like you see it with your eyes right now. Okay? I just installed it. I'm convinced God hates me. I'm so convinced at this point of my life that I know God hates me. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do to get messed up like this? The only thing I haven't just tried is closing it, right? And then it's installed and opening it back up. Because sometimes these things kind of happen, man. You know, sometimes these things happen. You have to give it the benefit of a doubt. You gotta give it a benefit of a doubt. Did he even ask for any firewall? Well, no, but then I wouldn't have been able to log in if it couldn't get into the internet. You know? You know? I want to like the game. You know something? Can I go backwards? Can't go back. 400. This never changed. It's still 427. So this tells me this probably never go hitting games. Are we still? Oh no, we're still at 427. Still at 427. Scroll down. Okay. Okay. I understand. I understand so much about what I have to look forward to in my life. Bet you this is gonna be a lot of work. Um. Mm, okay. Okay. Just be cool. Just be cool. Just be cool. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. I just gotta tell myself I'm all right. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's fine. Oh, you know something? I never even put my chat stuff up. I never even. Hold on. I gotta get my chat stuff up. I'm sitting here. I'm doing this, and didn't even realize I was so busy trying to fix the other stuff. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to just put anything set back up. I just gotta wait for it to now load up on my tablet. So I'm sorry if anybody was messaging me. Okay, I'm just really going through it. Really going through it right now. Custom products. Download and create your own products. This would be interesting. Currency changer. Change the currency so we use in the game to anything you want. Let's see. And let me just fix up the chat thing now. Someday I'm gonna update. But okay, here we go. What's up now? You know what? This one's good here. Their whole 37 megabytes, man. This mod report, okay. This mod requires one or more additional files in order to work. Oh yeah, because I was contemplating about. I was, I've never done any of this before. Just close this. Why do I feel like that's a very specific version? Let me leave you there for a second, because I feel like I just get the latest one. Vortex. Five 5.4.22. 5. God. How is the other one even newer? There's no way. Yo, is everything just out there like hate me right now? Like there's no way. 5.4.15. 5.4.22. Oh no. No no no. No 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 no. No no no. Oh no. No no. If I go to manual download. Why is this a 6.0? Pre one? Why is it so old? 2023. Did they give up? But they just like fuck it? Like it's just, why are these even older? Why is this one even older? I don't I don't understand. I don't understand how I'm about to sit here and download a 5.4.23.2. And you know something? I don't even care no more. I don't care no more. I don't care no more. The texture. Okay. Let's get the texture pack. I wanted to see American products, you know? Oh man. How do I was gonna say where's the okay. Crazy. This is really crazy. If I wanted to learn how to install. Oh, he does Subnautica. That's cool. It's a track with source code. I wonder. Would you look at that? This one's even newer. And it was updated last week. 23.2. Man. Um Looky, looky. I can't believe. I can't believe. So I guess is this like? Would this be like OBS plugins are like kind of operating that same kind of behavior. Did I cancel that by mistake by chance? I'm gonna open that one more time just to make sure. I don't know, because that was a little suspicious what I just did there. So now we're gonna close that, open it up one more time. All right. How to install latest release. Blah blah blah. Download the correct version. Blah blah blah. 64. Wait, for games with 32-bit executables, how the God's name would I know? Oh no. All right, well. The game root folder is where the game executable is located. Do a first run to generate configuration file. Simply run the game executable. This should generate file bep in X. Okay, so yeah, I wasn't really planning on doing this much, but now I just need to get my mind off of things here. Oh, because I'm just like I'm scarred right now. All right, browse local files. Mono bleeding edge. Supermarket together data. Hmm. Simply run the game execute. This should generate into folder in the initial log file. Open in the text editor of your choice. Additionally, oh, it's saying to just go ahead and just copy it here and then run the game, and then it should just, I guess, start automatically. Gotcha. Okay. So I don't need this one. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Stop it, you. Mm-mm. Um, run the game. You should see a config folder, right? Okay, well, let me try to run the game executable. Is there a way to like for you to tell if this is like a 64-bit details? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I feel like I feel like it could be. Then again, it's a game made by one person. Do you think one person, like if I was developing a game, like I was just starting off, I wouldn't even bother building a 32-bit. I just would go straight to, building a 64. And I see my chat things crashed. Oh, and sure enough, it did do its thing. Cool. Let me close that. I'm sure that was probably loud. Hold on. My whatever this is called stopped. I don't know. I'm just waiting for it to close. I don't know what happened. I mean, even my chat thing isn't going to work anymore. Doesn't have a copy of this running. Okay, now it's starting to load up. Okay, so I did that. What's next? Config. Open this with I'm opening up with my favorite Sublime Text. Okay, cool. There we go. Now we are talking. I might have maybe I should just properly update it. I think I'll update it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna update it. I'm not gonna do it today. Mhm. Okay. Okay, cool. So at least we can confirm that this is. Didn't mean to close that because I'm probably gonna need it again. But at least that's working. Close this. Close this. Texture replacer. Oh yeah, now we can do the textures, right? Or the texture replacer. And do you have a GitHub? Let me see. Does not unlock anything in game. If you don't own the DLC, you cannot change the flow while texture support the developers. Stuck in textures. Start. Open file. Select the game data and browse. Export all files. This takes a very long time, but console will know you can use extraction object. Choose the folder to extract. This takes a while after you have the mesh folder. Open there any mesh file with your 3D program, edit it, and save it into the folder. Oh, this is if you wanted to create it, I guess. I'm a bit I'm a bit confused, but okay. I'm just hope that it's not as complicated as it seems. All right, so I'm gonna copy this, and I'm gonna go to cool. Oh, ooh, I almost removed it from the. I almost removed it from the thing there. That would have been terrible. I feel like it probably goes in this plugin folder. Folders, scene texture replacer, that thing. So if I look at this, right, I'm sure this has, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I was right. So copy this, and this just, they go right in here. Okay. Next. Now we're going to actually get this. Are you enjoying the Monster Dollar endorsing a mod that shows your support? Right now, I'm not even really right now. I'm really not feeling that I'm having to go through all of this, but I'm gonna just ooh, and it's a raw file. Okay, it's great. This is really great. I'm only gonna do this one mod and try it, and if it works, cool. Then I can go to just watching some videos for the limited amount of hours I have to think about my life. Uh, mm, does it? Oh, cool. Windows has built-in RAW support. I where's the where's the extracting? Does it not? Is it just something from something else I installed like the power tools? That's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is. It's got to be. It can't be anything else, you know. It can't be anything else. New folder. I'm gonna say US I'm just say US products for right now. Okay. Let's come back here now. This mod is nowhere near finished, but I'm not taking credit entirely because I use blah 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 mod for the supermarket simulator. For most of the icons and names and brands and object textures, so give them credit. Giving the most credit. I just put them to the right names of the products and fixed the pick blah 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 blah. I'm sorry I removed the deal and message me if any other stuff you don't want me to do. Fill out the fine print. are used for entertainment purposes and are not endorsed by the manufacturers. Stream appropriate with respective companies. Record files. Main mod. Texture. Replace this. Install. Uh, graphics go here. Texture place go here. Texture place on main mod goes here. Okay. So it sounds like okay. So now it sounds like all I have to do, and I'm nearing the end now. I'm nearing the end. I think. I'm nearing the end. I just simply now like this and copy into here. Man, look, Honey Nut Cheerios. Okay. Man, that is a fat thing of olive oil. Yeah, I'll take it. Hey, look, I love that people like added time to just the little things that matter, you know? Add their time to the to making cool stuff. But okay. I probably need to run it again one more time. Yeah, I probably need to run the game one more time, so that's what we'll do. Oh, is it already? Did it already do it? Oh, it looks like it. Yeah, I think I recognize some of those. Fritos. Okay, yeah, it did do it. Wow, I didn't have to do anything. Okay, well, that was fast and easy. I love it. I love it. I really love it. Okay, I'm starting to feel better now. Now we can get our life back to it. Hold on. I know I need to do this. Okay. Okay. I just have one more. So I just have one more important mod to install then, which was like the main reason why I had even came all the way over here for this, and it was that was just like all that just to test to make sure this issue even worked. I need the one that just auto buys when I'm going low, because right now there's a bug where like when I have it in portrait mode like this, I can't use it, or I can't purchase stuff because it just wasn't it just the menu thing is just out of order. So then I have to go landscape and then put it back in portrait, and I just don't want to do that. Let me just do that real quick. Let's see. I got start restocks your supermarket for you. Yeah, here we go. This bad boy. Boxes will automatically be ordered. Download, launch to generate new files. Add this mod to the plugins folder and relaunch. So just go straight in the plugin folder. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Extract this. And I just need to place it. Plugins folder. Let me read this one more time. So, plugins. Add this mod to the GitHub link. This is what I really wanted. Anyway, just 1.0. Okay. I'm going to assume I could just name it, I guess, whatever it is I want. So we'll just do stock plus, I guess. Yes. Um And now we're officially done. I hope. Right. We'll find out in a second. How do I auto stocking enabled? Min stock when there are fewer of each item available, they will be added to the shopping list and purchased. Yeah, I guess 16's fine. Yeah, auto stocking. Any available items when they are few will be purchased automatically. Yeah. Yeah. Is that already how it's configured? Let me find out. I'd imagine I probably just need to actually edit this file, right? Pretty sure there's probably no. We don't. Yeah, God, bro, Windows sucks. Not Windows, but I don't even have it open. Okay. Oh, I guess it's not in here. Let's read the README. At least it was good enough to put a README in here. Boolean. Unless turned off in the config, StarPlus may upload small amounts of mod game data. This helps me understand what features are used the most and what can improve. This README tells me absolutely nothing. Do you think maybe it like it just generates itself inside of like maybe the other things mod? Maybe. You know, that could be. I mean that could be. That could be a thing. All right. I promise I'm almost done. I promise I'm almost done. I promise. I promise. I'm just slowly losing my mind here. So let me open the file location here. Oh yeah, see, and okay. So maybe it does. Okay. So we're gonna assume that it will, as long as it has that default config. Then I mean, shit, it seems fine to me. So let's close that. I might have to actually close my windows soon. You think it'll freeze? Yeah, probably have an issue if I don't. So let's do that. Let me check and see is my laptop is doing good. It's not too hot. And let's get Firefox. And we can get some gaming. We can get some vids going. I'm not even gonna go on my list, right? I'm gonna just see what's just trending. Let's just see what's just trending. You know? You're smarter than a streamer. Any country that can't function without American aid has no right to exist. Full interview of President Trump's 100 days in office. You know something? Let's look at this.
This is an ABC News special from inside the White House.
When you stepped back in the Oval Office after you were reelected,
right,
what went through your mind? Triumphant when you walked back?
Yes, there's a feeling of triumph.
President Donald J. Trump on his 100th day in office, from the #1 issue, the economy.
People are worried, even some people who voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, they did sign up for it, actually.
To immigration.
It is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods.
To Elon Musk.
Did DOGE go too far, too fast, too reckless?
And the concerns from many Americans about the impact of tariffs.
Everything's going to be just fine.
President Trump, the first 100 days, the interview in the Oval Office with ABC News anchor and senior national correspondent Terry Moran.
Earlier Earlier today, I sat down with President Trump in the Oval Office for an exclusive interview on his 100th day of his second term. It was a great opportunity to ask him some wide-ranging questions about the issues that most concern so many Americans. We talked about the economy and his tariffs. We talked about immigration and those deportations. And you can see here the White House has put up some posters that they say show some of the violent criminals that have so far been deported. We talked about a lot more as well. The president's answers were provocative, at times combative, and always he was strong in his convictions about his policies. But before we get to the interview, we begin tonight with a look inside the Oval Office Donald Trump has transformed.
Hello, everybody. How are you? This is the Oval Office. This is the Resolute desk, which is really something very spectacular. There's nothing quite like it. And they give you a choice of about 7 different desks, but this is the one I chose. Ronald Reagan had it. FDR had it. A few people had it, but I found it to be the most beautiful.
It is amazing.
This is an amazing space, and amazing maybe architecturally, wonderful, but amazing for what it represents. It represents the U.S., and if properly used, a lot of good things can happen.
I see Ronald Reagan over there.
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Right to your left.
Being in the Oval Office is very important. Save Ronald Reagan here and put him a little bit larger. It sort of seemed to fit very nicely. You have Democrats a little bit. You have
Franklin Roosevelt.
Franklin Roosevelt. So you look at that picture and people say, well, what's he doing up there? But look, he was a serious president, whether we like it or not. He was a 4-termer and went through a war. You have Lincoln, you have Washington, but you look over here, that's Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine.
Why is he up there?
I think the Monroe Doctrine was pretty important. That was his claim to fame. Over here you have the original of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, and of course you have the Declaration of Independence.
What does it mean to you?
Well, it means exactly what it says. It's a declaration of unity and love and respect, and it means a lot, and it's something very special to our country.
Lincoln's portrait up there. I'm not familiar with that one, but I think when I'm looking at that famous line in the second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity toward all.
Well, he was a great president. He went through a lot.
And the Oval Office is always changing between presidents. And
It changes,
that says
yeah,
something.
it does.
What does this say about how you feel about the country and the office?
Well, I think it says I love the country. I mean, I'm putting pictures of presidents up that have never been up, pictures that weren't largely used, and in many cases, great men, in this case men, but great men, of great achievement.
And your every detail, it seems.
Yeah.
This is your office.
I'm a very detailed person. I'm a very clean person. I like cleanliness. I like to see the space be treated properly. I've added a lot to the space in terms of beautification, in terms of modernization. That's
a gallery of presidents.
It really is. It really is. So, and it's an honor to have you people with us.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much.
Here in the Oval Office, it's special. 100 days into your second term. So, what's the one thing that you think is the most significant thing you've done so far in these 100 days?
Well, I think maybe the border is the most significant because our country was really going bad. They were allowing people to come in from prisons, as you know, and you've heard me say it, but you've heard a lot of people say it. Prisons, mental institutions, gang members, murderers. We had many murderers, 11,888, they think. Some murdered more than one person. So you had murderers coming in, you had everybody coming in, and not just South America, from all over the world. They were emptying their prisons into our country. And now it's totally closed down. And you've seen just yesterday, they announced 99.9%. Nobody thought that could happen. And it happened quickly, very quickly. And I think that's very significant. But we're doing other things that are very significant. The results will take a little bit longer because it's one of those, it's complicated. It's many years of trading abuse. We've been abused by other countries for years and years. They laughed at us. They thought we were stupid people. And we're fixing it. And I think that's going to be very, very important. But I
have a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, I would really say that the border is so important.
And we'll get there. Immigration, huge. Yeah. And we're going to get there. But I want to start with the economy, the number one issue for so many people, for just about everybody. It's one of the main reasons that you're back in this office. And now we have this trade war with China that Moody's and other analysts say is going to cost American families thousands of more dollars per year. And there is a lot of concern out there. People are worried, even some people who voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, they did sign up for it, actually, and this is what I campaigned on. I said that we've been abused by other countries at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We were losing $3 to $5 billion a day on trade. We were losing $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion a year, not sustainable. They were taking advantage of us like they've never. I could have left it that way, and at some point there would have been an implosion like nobody's ever seen. But I said, no, we have to fix it. I've wanted to do this for many years. I had the best economy during my first term. We had a tremendous economy, tremendous success, and we did tremendous numbers of tariffs on. We took in a lot of money from tariffs, China in particular, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. We had no inflation, as you know. We had an incredible economy. We're given credit for a great economy, but I said we have to fix this. Otherwise, it's just not self-sustaining.
Well, one of the things you ran on was you said you'd bring prices down on day one, and that it would happen fast, and that it would happen fast. Most economists will tell you that tariffs will raise prices. So don't your tariffs cut against that promise you made to bring prices down?
No, because I had massive tariffs on China, if you remember, in my first term, and we had essentially no inflation, like around 1% inflation, which is like a perfect number. And then when Biden took over, it went through the roof. It went to probably the worst inflation we've ever had. I mean, we had an inflation nightmare. Now, if you look at what's happening now, we're only there for 100 days, as you say. And in 100 days, we took over. We had bad inflation for 4 years, for 2 years of, especially 2 years of his.
I don't know if I can do this. Man, this is gonna be a tough one. So, to be clear, right? The tariffs he put on China were for very, very specific things. It wasn't a broad 10% across the board to every single thing we're importing. So like he's just outright lying. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to change this. I'm gonna have to change this in because I don't remember if these people are first off, how do you drop items? No, man. I don't get it. Oh man, I should be careful about. Do I just, can I, holding something? Is it a right click? Do I, bro, what was the button that you used to press in order to like drop an item? I say it like I can't just look at the controls. Customize controls. I know. You can use a controller. Man, my life just really wants to just hate me. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change my display. This is gonna look sideways for a moment until I could just. The last thing I need to do is just make sure that my employees are assigned how they are assigned. You know, I've told this. I've had this complaint with the developer. And he told me there was going to be a fix coming out. I remember him saying that it's not really like the primary focus, but it was coming, you know. How do you current sales maximum? How do you, yeah, it still didn't change that I need to drop this item. No. Customize controls, mouse. Oh, there we go. We can do that. Drop. How the fuck do you drop the item? Okay, so all those dancing, snap, crouch, menu, previous, menu next, open builder, drop item, F. Boy, I swear to God, I pressed that. Promise you, I pressed it. Okay. Well. While we're here, okay, hold on. What I need to do is, okay, I need this to be set up. Hold on. What is this? What was it? Isn't it, what is it? 1280? Like 1280 by like 720, I think is the thing. Let's go like this, right? It's gonna look a little blurry, but I just need it to be I just need the employees to just be set. Yeah, see? No task. That's what I was worried about. Who was my strong cashier? Then it was these two. Right? Yes. Okay. So let's do a strong cashier. I needed this one as security. Stalker. Or the restocker. Alright, and then I had somebody that was really strong in storage. You was also security? Yeah, I think. Did I really have two in security? No, there's no way. I had to have one on. Yeah, I don't think it was that many people like stealing. So maybe I just put you as restocker because like they're gonna be buying a lot of stuff. No. Yes. No. Yes. Right? Right. Man, my boy is like maxed out cashier, maxed out. I'm sorry, security and storage. But you're like my strongest cashier, so I just need to keep you. Do I hire more? Can I hire more? Max employee 7. Hired employee. What the hell is that? Oh, is that, are they? Did it work? Or am I crouching right now? Oh, no, they're recycling. They're recycling. Okay. Bro, I was worried for a second. I was like, hold on. I didn't even. Which is not. I don't have anything. I can get one more person. 152 an hour is crazy. I could do 79 an hour for a level 8. Yeah. Okay. What you got? Cashier, restocker. Oh, yeah, you're hurt. Yeah, you're hired. Let me get you. Let's go to assignment. Okay, so I have 2 cashiers. I do need a third one. I really do need a third one. And you're the strongest cashier I have. So there we go. 3 cashiers, 2 restockers, 1 storage person, and then 1 security. And then hopefully there's not too many people stealing all in one go. Okay. Now the last thing I just need to do. Oh, that's to get loans. Daily payment, pay this invoice, issue date, due date. 417,000. Much money? Much money do I have? I might change that. Instead of 16, maybe I might have to do like 20. Something. Yeah, I want to say, I think we're probably good. I could have sworn like I already had bought a lot of this stuff at a time before. Yeah, I think we're good. I just don't understand how the invoices and that thing works. Issue date, due date. Can I look at my money? How much money do I have? Oh, at the top. $26,000. Okay. Let me just pay my $26,000. Okay, so I guess I can pay this. But salary. 417,000 to who? Or is it just that stupid like comma thing? Oh, okay, no, $417. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. So it's not as bad. So you know something, I think we are gonna go a little crazy. We're just gonna go ahead and just order some stuff. And then after the day, then we'll just unlock some stuff. Yeah. Because damn thing doesn't want to work. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Starbucks coffee. I love these texture packs, man. This is cool. Wait, 2,000. No, I think I still got money. I need to find that comma converter thing so this doesn't like that. Why did he even design it like that? Like, I'm really curious. What was the purpose behind making it a comma instead of a period? What happened? What happened? What happened? Did I lose my money somehow? There's no way. Oh, no, I see them. I see them in yellow. Okay. So we're good. Oh, I guess after a while, it just auto buys them, I guess. Then I gotta go through the cashier. Not cashier. The damn price adjustment. I gotta get a mod for that. I can't do it normal. Oh yeah, I guess after a while it does make you. Yeah, I guess after a while it does make you. Let me get the ones that I know like tend to also run out a lot, which is like the beers. I say that as there's like quite a lot of them. Alright, I only got it for a little bit more. Yeah, you for sure. 9-2. Oh, see, 9-2. Let's just drop that last one, and then we can open up the doors and we can get started. There we go. Okay, now we can go ahead and we can start, get this back how we had it. All right, let's fix the display and then we're good to go. That was painful, yes, but I'm going to message that dev again and say, fam, I need this portrait fix. Okay, and there we go. All right, let's go back to listening to this guy.
His administration, I would say record-setting like we've never seen. They say 48 years, the worst in 48 years. I say it was much worse than that. Yeah. Right. So now if you look at what's happened, energy is down. Gasoline hit $1.98 in a few states during the last couple of days. It was $3.50 and $4 and $4.50. But gasoline is way down. When I took over, you remember the big thing with eggs. They hit me the first week. Eggs, like it was my fault. I said, I didn't cause this problem. This problem was caused by Biden. What's the problem with eggs? And they said, they've doubled. Well, eggs are down 87% since I got involved. A lot of that is bird flu, and there were plenty of eggs for Easter, which we just went through. There were plenty of eggs for Easter. They were saying you won't have enough eggs for Easter. My secretary did a fantastic job on eggs. Groceries are down. Everything's down. Okay. Interest rates are the same. Interest rates should be down, but we have a Federal Reserve that wants to be stubborn. They want to be cute.
We'll get to that. You said something a couple weeks ago that struck me. You said concerning the tariffs, which economists say are going to raise prices. You said, quote, hang tough. It won't be easy. You said that to the American people. Is that what Americans should expect? Some hard times?
I've said that during my campaign. Look, we won a campaign by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by a lot. You know, we had a tremendous campaign. I said during my campaign, I said, you're going to have a transition period. We've been ripped off by every country all over the world. They're laughing at us, I thought people, and we were. And I said, that's not going to happen. We're not
hard times? Hard times are ahead?
I don't think so. I think great times are ahead. Look, since I came in, gasoline is down, groceries are down, egg prices are down, many things are down, just about everything. You know, you don't have the drop in fuel and energy and oil like we did. I took it from maybe $3.20, maybe more than that, down into a much lower number. When you have that kind of a drop, you're not going to have inflation.
Not now, but it's the tariffs, right? We still have 145% tariffs on China. Your Treasury Secretary said we basically have an embargo on China.
Look, you're trying.
So gas is down, right? Gas prices is down. I think as a matter of fact, I just filled up, and I was right at $2 where I am, right? But there's a caveat to all of that though. Can I? Oh yeah, I guess I can't hit people. Okay. All right, there's a caveat to that, and that right, gas prices are dropping because like there's an expectation that the ban is about to drop significantly. Like you guys don't remember. Y'all don't remember like during COVID. Remember like gas prices the gas thing was so bad that like for a short period in time, like the oil companies or whoever it was that did the commodities were paying you to take to take the oil, to take the gas, right? Whatever the hell they come out of, I think it is just the oil, right? And so like and they don't want to have to be in that position again where like they have so much stock on hand that they're about to like be in a situation where like the stuff that they already had on its way that's been ordered, right? They're not going to physically have a place to put it, and so like they need to pay you in order to buy the oil, like which is crazy, right? That's what happened during COVID. So what they're doing right now is they're sitting there dropping prices to try and get their stock down by as much as possible to prevent that, because they are expecting, rightfully so, that demand is about to like drop a lot, right? So that means like, you know, less demand for gas because there's, you know, less things being ordered, so less delivery, less what's the word I'm looking for? Less traveling, right? All that stuff is going to contribute to reduce demand for gas.
To say something's going to happen.
No, okay, well,
nothing's going to happen.
You know business. I want to ask you.
I do know business.
Yeah, so 145% tariffs on China, and that is
good.
Basically an embargo.
They deserve it.
It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing to building houses.
You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's
That's
going to eat it.
mathematics.
China probably will eat those tariffs, but at 145 too much business with the United States, and they were making from us $1 trillion a year. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off. And by the way, we have other countries that were just as bad. If you look at the European Union, it was terrible what they've done to us. Every country, almost every country in the world,
China's
was
not
ripping
about
us
to
off.
eat those,
They're not doing that
I
anymore.
want you to think about the boom that this country's had in small businesses, mom and pop, Etsy stores, small businesses.
Well, because of inflation.
Well,
the
no,
boom,
what
the
they've
boom
done-
was inflationary boom. The people were wiped out with inflation. I mean,
Yes.
you read the news, you do the business
Now
stuff,
they
I assume.
face, now a lot of them built those businesses on the trading model.
Yeah, and they're gonna
before
make
you.
more money
They
now.
sourced their products overseas, and now they're looking at an extinction
I've been
event.
here.
There's disaster for them.
I've been here for 3 months. I've taken a trade down to a number that's very, very starting to get really good. I just got here. We had a country that it was not sustainable. What Biden did to this country between the open borders where criminals poured into our country, every country in the world ripping us off on trade, it was not sustainable.
So your message to those small businesses who are saying, we can't live a month, 2 months with these tariffs. Apple got a big deal.
Shit
Is there
out of
something for
luck.
them?
No, not only Apple. We've got $7 to $8 trillion being invested in our country in 2 months. Biden didn't have over a year. I mean, if you look at Biden,
businesses
nobody
about
was
to go
really
bankrupt,
investing in
baby.
this country. Everybody was ripping off our country. Apple's putting up $500 billion, but that's only one of many companies. Companies are flooding into our country right now.
So your answer to the concern about the tariffs is everything's going to be hunky-dory.
Everything's going to be just fine. It wouldn't have been if I didn't do this. I had a
Remember,
choice. I could leave it,
especially
have a
those
nice,
small
easy time,
businesses
but I
that
think
voted
ultimately
for
we
him.
would have had an implosion.
Hey, I
Our
understand you about
country
to go bankrupt in
had
2
inflation
months.
that was worse.
It's
than
gonna
they've
be
ever had
okay.
before. You don't
Okay,
mention
it's
that.
gonna
Why
be
don't you
all
mention
right.
that? We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. People say 48 years. Probably in the history of our country, we had the worst inflation. And people were dying over the inflation. You know that. Now the grocery prices are coming down. The energy prices are coming down. Gasoline's coming down. It's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, let's move on to immigration.
Coming up,
It is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods.
President Trump, the first 100 days, continues.
Let's move on to immigration. As you said, it is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods. And so I want to ask you
About my message?
methods, about your methods, how you're
They
accomplishing
seem to
this.
work.
Do you acknowledge that under our law, every single person who gets deported gets a hearing first to make their case?
Well, are we talking about people that are citizens of our country or not?
No, you're not deporting citizens at this point.
Well, let me ask you, did they get hearings when Biden allowed 21 million, because I think the number's 20 million people to flow into 1 million people that came into our country through a stupid open border, and they were prisoners, and they were people that you don't want
So
in many
basically, no,
cases in
we're
our
going to
country,
violate
right?
the Constitution.
They came from all over
because,
the world.
you know,
They
that's
came
just
from
how
the
it
Congo.
is.
They came from South.
That's crazy.
All over the world. We're talking about some of the roughest
What kind of
countries
question
in
is
the
that?
world.
Did they get a
had-
hearing when they
had
came
including
into the
terrorists,
country?
by the way.
Like, what-
Now,
But the
did we
law-
give them a hearing when
What
they
does
came
that
in?
mean?
Well, the law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this: if you're going to have 21 million people, and we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think we can give 21 million trials? Let's say each trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to
The
do?
law
Give
is the
21
law,
million?
sir. The law is the law,
No,
and you are
the law
sworn
doesn't say
to
anything
it.
about trials.
No, not trials, hearings. I said
These
hearings.
people came in, they're not citizens. They came in illegally. They came into our country illegally. We have to get them out.
There's a legal process for that.
I can't be sure, and we follow the legal process. I can't have a trial, a major trial for
saying
every
that.
person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered people in our country.
Right, so
we have to get them out.
They're
And we have to
bad
get them
guys,
out fast.
really bad guys. But in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans.
They get whatever my lawyers say.
Right. All right, let's talk about the Venezuelans. You
my
deported
God,
more than 200
that's crazy.
Venezuelans to that prison in El Salvador. You say they're violent, they're gang members, they're terrorists. Many of them don't have a criminal
They are.
record at all.
Well,
But I want to...
I'm
No
not so
criminal
sure about
record
that.
for a lot of
I want
them.
to read you something.
Excuse me, when you look at those people, they were violent people. They were violent people.
But many of them don't have a criminal record
Go
at this
ahead.
point. So I want
That's
to read
what
you
you say.
something.
You're violent. You don't have a criminal record, but you're a violent person. No criminal record, no
Joe
arrest
Rogan,
history,
one of the
but you're
leading
a violent
podcasters, Trump
person, right?
supporter, about the deportation of Venezuelans. He said, quote, rounding up gang members and shipping them to El Salvador with no due process, he said, was dangerous, and added, quote, we got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. Is Joe Rogan right?
Oh, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, we want to be careful, and we are careful. We're doing something that has to be done. We have a country that's very sick. Joe Biden, and it's not him because I don't even think he knew what the hell was happening, but the people around him are vicious, and what they've done to the country is unbelievable. They've allowed 21 million people to pour into our country. Many of these people are criminals. They've allowed you mentioned Venezuela, the jails of Venezuela to be emptied into the United States. Do you know Venezuela crime is way down? Way, way down. You know why? Because their criminals are now living
Yeah, it's
happily
the
in the
same
United States of
arguments over
America.
and over.
And we're
Jesus.
I was elected to get them out, and we're getting them
Under
out,
the law.
and we're getting them out fast, and we're getting them out legally. Now, in some cases, we have judges. In some cases, they're radical left judges. What happened the other day, where a judge protecting a criminal, was horrible, and I think she's got big problems, frankly. And there are a couple of them like that.
I want to talk about one.
Wait a minute. We have to be treated fairly by judges, and we're not being treated fairly by all judges.
Oh, that's a subject. So you're saying that you don't like some of the ruling?
Well, I think the rulings will be overturned, yeah.
Well, let me ask you about one man and one court order. Kilmer Abrego Garcia. He's the Salvadoran man who crossed into this country illegally, but who is under a protective order that he not be sent back to El Salvador. Your government sent him back to El Salvador and acknowledged in court that was a mistake. And now the Supreme Court has upheld an order that you must return him to facilitate his return to the United States. What are you doing to comply?
Well, the lawyer that said it was a mistake was not appointed by us. Should not have said that. Should not have said that. And just so you understand, the person that you're talking about, you're making this person sound, this is a MS-13 gang member, a tough cookie, been in lots of skirmishes, beat the hell out of his wife, and the wife was petrified to even talk about him, okay? This is not an innocent, wonderful gentleman from
It's about the rule of law. The order from the Supreme Court stands,
sir.
sir.
Into our country illegally.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and like all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and send him back. Right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate
Did
that.
he say
I'm
that?
not the one making this decision.
Bro.
We have lawyers that don't.
Did he just say that? Did he just say that? Oh, that's it. It's a wrap, bro. Yo, that judge is about to go in like something crazy. He just said, he said, there's a phone on your desk. You could get him back. I could get him back. Bro, we gotta read. I cannot believe he just said that. That's crazy.
Salvador. Your government sent him back to El Salvador and acknowledged in court that was a mistake. And now the Supreme Court has upheld an order that you must return him to facilitate his return to the United States. What are you doing to comply?
Facilitate his
Well, the lawyer that said
return.
it was a mistake, was here a long time, was not appointed by us, should not have said that, should not have said that. And just so
Said
you
it in court.
understand,
Said it
the
in
person
court.
that you're talking about, you're making this person sound, this is a MS-13 gang member, a tough cookie, been in lots of skirmishes, beat the hell out of his wife, and the wife was petrified to even talk about him, okay? This is not an innocent, wonderful gentleman from
I'm
Maryland.
not saying he's a good guy. It's about the rule of law. The order from the Supreme Court stands,
Came
sir.
into our country illegally.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and like all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the
You know it's so crazy too. So because I looked that up as far as the Garcia guy. So there was a restraining order that his wife had placed. I think this is a couple of years back. But I believe it was like a super short turnaround because like she initially placed it and then like rescinded it. I think like within like a day or so because they were like they could just like work it out or whatever. So like, I mean, like there's probably, I mean, sure you can like, let's just, for the sake of it, right? Let's just say that, yeah, like that's true. That, I guess he beat his wife, which there's no indication of that. There's no indication that anything ever became violent. She just put in like a restraining order. Right? Because again, right? There's no record. There's no record of assault. There's no record of anything like that. A restraining order, and then like she dropped it afterwards after they were able to resolve it peacefully. So, but let's say that this is true, right? Let's say that I guess he's violent. I don't know. What does that have to do with his deportation? I just don't get it. I just don't get what bearing, what weight does that have with his deportation, right? Especially when it didn't even it's not even a proven fact, right? Because again, right, it's like he's just going off for a TRO that was filed, not an actual arrest, not an actual full court proceedings because he's being charged for like hitting his wife, right? Because that never happened, right? I just don't get it. Maybe you could argue that if he had actually did it, it had actually been convicted of the crime, then yeah, I guess because I'm pretty sure any kind of temporary status here, any kind of crime you commit could basically get you packed up out of here. But again, right, none of that ever happened. TRO filed, TRO dropped like shortly after. That's it. So it's a lie. Oh, and then again, right, outside of the CRO, there's nothing else, right? He was in front of a Home Depot, right? He was in front of Home Depot looking for work. You can't control who else is like standing right beside you looking for work. The guy said, the guy that like called the police on him or the informant, Just basically said, yeah, like he has clothes that look like he's a gang member and he has tattoos. That was it. That was it. When I read it, like that was it. That was all they're saying. Like no actual, like, no actual behavior. Not caught in the midst of engaging in like gang-like activities. Just standing there in front of Home Depot like all the other immigrants do, looking for somebody to give them work. Which good. That's it, right? And so then it gets to the court, and the thing that was it, Pam Bondi, like the fake Department of Justice person, right? They're sitting there saying that the judge ruled that he was MS-13. What they're referring to, I only have one security, right? Yeah. What they're referring to is the bond hearings, right? Because notice how, like, they released the TRO, they released the restraining order, but they never released the actual court documents that of the judge ruling on him being a part of MS-13. Now, why is that? Man, that man stole a lot of stuff. Jeez. Right? How do you release the TRO, but you won't release the court documents saying that the judge ruled that he was part of MS-13? Because what they don't want you to find out is that what actually happened was that the judge was making a bond ruling, right? Which a bond ruling has a much lower scrutiny for evidence, okay? He looked at it, so the guy said the informant's been doing this work for the police, for however long it was. He was like, okay, the informant says that, it looks like you possibly are an MS-13 member based off of these things, which is just basically like your tattoos and clothes, which isn't much. But again, this isn't the appropriate stage of the court process to like start actually hashing that out. Excuse me. Did I really? Oh, I must have threw all these shells and not put anything on here, right? So this isn't the appropriate stage in order to actually challenge that. So I'm gonna go ahead and deny your bond, right? And they did that for like the first level and then the appeals thing, right? After that, then he went through the regular court proceedings, and guess what? They didn't rule that he was an MS-13 person, right? They just ruled that he just couldn't stay in. I believe they just ruled that he couldn't just stay in the country, right? He just couldn't be deported. He just couldn't be sent back to El Salvador. Like, you could deport him, just can't be El Salvador, which is a really weird. Which I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit strange because I don't know how the government deports somebody to a country that they don't have legal residency in. I would actually, it would suck. But if you can't make, if they can't stay here, right, and they got to be deported, and their home country is a danger for their lives, like I'm sorry, because we could try and make an agreement with like some other countries. Maybe if they're looking for immigrants to do hard labor work, for them, then I guess maybe we could do like some kind of like agreement with that. But I actually am not too sure like how that's really even a thing that you can just order somebody to be deported, just not in their home country. I don't know like what's the justification for that. But in the end, right, again, there's no proof that he's MS-13. Judge didn't say that he was part of MS-13. He was just making a ruling. He just did the MS-13 thing just based off of the bond hearing. After the full court stuff went into effect, he was clear to all that. Because then the thing you have to ask yourself is, this was back in 2019. So why did Trump allow a MS-13 gangbanger? Why did he leave him in the country? Right? Because remember, the Justice Department, 2019, right? It wasn't Biden. Biden wasn't president then. It was Donald J. Trump who was president then. So why did Trump like leave him in the country? Oh, is it closing time now? It's finally closing time? Awesome. Do I still have a bunch of boxes? Oof, I do. Let me start throwing these like. Alright. Oh no, I think my keyboards are starting to die. Oh, it's alright, because I won't be staying on this. I think we'll do like 2 videos and then we're just gonna call it a day. I think I just keep like the all over here, but everything else is just gonna have to just go in where it fits in, I guess. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, let me go ahead and put the video back on. Let's see where we're going. Hold on.
Court has ordered you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't want to do this.
But the buck stops in this office.
No. I follow the law. You want me to follow the law? If I were the president that just wanted to do anything, I'd probably keep him right where he is.
Supreme Court says what the law is.
Listen, I was elected to take care of a problem. It was a unforced error that was made by a very incompetent man, a man that turned out to be incompetent, that you always said was wonderful, great genius, right? And now you find out, all of the media now, they're saying what a mistake they made. A man who was grossly incompetent allowed us to have open borders where millions of people floating. I campaigned on that issue. I wouldn't say it was my #1 issue, but it was pretty close.
Right up there.
I campaigned on that issue. An amazing job. I have closed borders. He said you couldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to do it. It would never happen. Well, it happened, and it happened very quickly. Wait a minute. When we have criminals, murderers, criminals in this country, we have to get them out, and we're doing it. And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang, and then they looked, and on his knuckles he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
But wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop. So let me
That was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it's Photoshop? Well,
Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have
Let's say it
tattoos
was
that
a
can be
clearly
interpreted that way.
doctored
I'm not an
image.
expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine,
No,
sir.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because it's fake news.
In El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go. They aren't there.
They're there now, right?
No,
but they're
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and go on to something else?
It's contested. Ukraine.
Coming up, the Russia-Ukraine war.
Don't
You
forget,
think he wants
this
peace?
is
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
And that
I
his
already looked at it. They debunked that photo. They were saying that
The
yeah,
first
it's
100
clearly
days
like Photoshop.
continues.
I want to turn. I was just in Rome, and
Yes.
to that
Tattoos on his knuckles.
moving photograph of you and President Zelensky sitting in St. Petersburg talking peace. It went around the world.
Sure.
Take us into that moment.
Well, look, the Ukraine is a very serious, very tough situation. And this is Biden's war. This is not my war. I can solve it because probably close to 5,000 young soldiers a week are being killed, Russian and Ukrainian. We also spend a tremendous amount of money in Ukraine. And Europe should be spending much more than us. They're not. They're spending much less. It's been badly handled by the Biden.
You know what they could actually do? It would be kind of insidious. They could sit there and they could tell the El Salvador president to drug him, right? Keep him in like a drug state, like coma or whatever, and then actually like tattoo him, and put those on it. You know, keep him knocked out for like a week or two, let the tattoos heal, and then yeah, and then that's it, right? Then you can send us photos, and then yeah, then we got him. We're good.
Administration has been badly handled all the way around, all the way around.
That moment.
The moment was a moment of solace, in a sense, because tremendous numbers of people are dying. A lot of his people are dying. They're being killed. And I feel very badly about it. I feel very badly about it. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. It was never even a thought of it happening.
It does feel like something's happening after that meeting with Zelensky in St. Peters. You posted this on social media. There was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas and cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe...
Well, that was part of my post, but you're right. That was a part of a post.
And it says, it makes me think that maybe he doesn't stop the war. He's just tapping me along.
Yeah, that's possible. Sure.
He might be...
He could be tapping me along a little bit. I would say that he would like to stop the war. I think that if it weren't for me, I think he'd want to take over the whole country, personally. I always felt. So when I left, there wasn't even a chance that this would happen. When Biden got involved, I won't say whether or not he handled it properly, but good, because the war started. Putin went in, the war started. I believe that Putin wanted to get all of Ukraine once he went in. And I think part of the reason he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how incompetently Milley and all these guys handled that. It was one of the greatest embarrassments of our lifetimes, but maybe in the history of our country. Okay, so Putin went in. I think Putin wanted all of Ukraine. Right. I think if I didn't win the election, he would have gotten all of Ukraine. I think he would have taken all of Ukraine. I think his first choice, never with me, he would have never gone in. With this group of losers, he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan. He said, wow, this is my chance. Because it was always the apple of his eye. I talked to him. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. I think he wanted the whole country.
You said for months
because of me, I do believe that he's willing to stop the fighting. Don't
you
forget,
think he wants
this
peace?
is a,
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes. I think
Even
because
with the
of
raining
me,
missiles
I
on?
think he really, his dream was to take over the whole country. I think because of me, he's not going to do that.
Do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview. And then you start hitting me with fake questions. You start telling me that a guy whose hand is covered with a tattoo doesn't have the tattoo. You know, I mean, you're being dishonest. No, I'm not. Do I trust? I don't trust a lot of people.
You just gotta just
but I do think this. I think that
what I don't like.
Let's say he respects me.
Like,
and I believe.
You know what it is? It's just like these interviewers, bro. Like they just sit there and they just let them just walk around, just reiterate it. If he's gonna reiterate it, then you just reiterate the same thing. If those photos were photoshopped, and then you just keep saying it, until he gets tired, right? Don't just sit there and just like do that thing like they do, where they just try to like move on to the next thing. If he keeps bringing it up, keep shooting it back down. Why do you let him do that? And then later on when he just says, "Oh, I don't trust you," you sitting there telling me I got it on the thing. Well, they're Photoshop, sir, and then that's it. And then if he wants to keep going back into it, like, sir, they're clearly photoshopped, then he'd be like, nah, you're just being fooled. Just tell him that, nah, you're just being fooled. Like, you don't know how to look at a Photoshop image. Like, I'm sorry, that's it, right? But like, and then just saying like, sir, look, I believe they're photoshopped, right? If it's not, we'll let the experts decide that, right? And if it's photoshopped, right, then I'll sit there and say I'm wrong. But if not, then I'm gonna just continue to say that, yeah, you was just fooled, and just get underneath his skin. Like, stop letting him just like sit there and just say whatever the hell he wants. That's the problem. You're just letting him say whatever the hell he wants, and he just thrives on that. Thrives on just getting the last word and seeming so big on it because you're just so quick to try to just move on to next because you want to try and get so much. Because I get it, it's an interview and you got a little bit of time and you don't want to sit there and just keep egging him on because then he's just gonna keep because then you ain't gonna get no other questions. But like, Jesus Christ, man, at least like for some things, like for the Photoshop image, like just tell him, just say it and then try to just move him on at least. Like, God, please, man, don't just sit there and just be like, whatever, yeah. Like that's just that pisses me off so much, bruh, because it's the reason why we're in this situation we're in right now, where people just think that he's like really like some like tough guy. Meanwhile, the moment the tariff shit gets, as soon as the tariff thing that he's been like talking about for months starts to get a little hot, now all of a sudden he's talking about walking back the tariffs on China and whatnot. Like, it's just, and the Chinese never even, I don't recall the Chinese saying they were granting like any kind of like reprisal. I'm sorry, any kind of like olive branch or anything at the time when he said he was gonna like look into like walking back the tariffs. So like it's so stupid. It's such a
because of me, he's not going to take over the whole. But his decision, his choice would be to take over all of Ukraine. Okay. It's a war that never should have happened. It did happen because of incompetent people.
Last question on this.
But it never should have happened.
If there's no peace deal, will the U.S. cut off military aid?
I don't want to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you whether or not I would or not. I want to leave that as a big fat secret because I don't want to ruin a negotiation. But I will tell you, I was not happy when I saw Putin shooting missiles into a few towns and cities. And that was not something that I like seeing, and I thought it was inappropriate. But I think the whole war is inappropriate. Okay. Again, it's a war that shouldn't have happened. This is a war that if the election weren't rigged, and it was totally rigged, the 2020 election, if it weren't rigged, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have had the embarrassment of Afghanistan. You wouldn't have October 7th with Israel. You wouldn't have any of the problems that you have right now. And you wouldn't have had inflation either.
All right, I want to ask one question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of turmoil at the Pentagon right now. There's the signal chat with his wife on it where he's discussing that attack in Yemen. There's another signal chat discussing the attack on Yemen. There's a reporter accidentally involved. You said the other day that you had a talk with the secretary. Did you take him to the woodshed?
I had a talk with him, and whatever I said, I probably wouldn't be inclined to tell you. But we had a good talk. He's a talented guy. He's young, he's smart, highly educated. And I think he's going to be a very good hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't have 100% confidence in anything, okay? Anything, 100%. It's a stupid question. Look,
pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
We will.
Let's go.
Coming up, President Trump on Elon Musk and Doge.
Did Doge go too far, too fast, too reckless?
President Trump, the first 100 days, continues.
Elon Musk and Doge. Everyone knows that there's wasteful government spending. It's really important. But the cuts have had some serious consequences. There have been cuts to foreign aid programs that save lives and keep people alive overseas. There's been research at the National Institutes of Health on cancer, on Alzheimer's, that has had to be stopped. And the question I think people have is, did Doge go too far, too fast, too reckless?
No, I think Doge has been saved $150 billion. We saved, that's a lot of money. There's also a lot of things right now under investigation, which is going to increase that amount by a lot. That's a tremendous amount of money.
Every dollar amount that they said, it just was debunked later on.
I put them back, as you know.
More and more.
There are things that I'm considering right now putting back. But overall, we've saved hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, the original promise was $2 trillion, went to $1 trillion, now to $150 billion, and heading
south. You don't know
south.
what it's going to be because we have things that are at a very high level that are being looked at right now. We also found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, as you know. We found a lot of fraud. There was a lot of fraud. Fraudulent things were taking place, and we ended that, and those people are going to be suffering because of it.
A legal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any.
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been referrals to the? Are there
How would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the Justice Department.
That?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement.
Now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There have been.
I'm asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of the judge.
Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course they have been.
I want to bring up
that was actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. I like what he did there. I like what he did there. You see, like he actually let Trump to walk into that. That was actually a misstep on Trump's part. Like at first I thought Trump was gonna sit there and just do this typical like fake strongman thing where he's like, well, hold on, you just made an absolute statement. Excuse me, you said that there's absolutely no fraud. You're not the president. You're not Department of Justice. You don't even work in the Department of Justice. How do you know what's being referred to, what's not being referred in there? And I thought he was gonna like sit there and walk it. But he could have because you saw like he was sitting there kind of like, but then you know what is something? Then he sat there and actually got him to be like, okay, well, hold on, like. Is there referrals? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm asking you, are there any referrals? Right? You say fraud's a crime. Fraud's a crime, right? And he's like, well, shit, fraud is a crime. Yeah, and it'd be kind of crazy to sit there and say, you know, whether or not you don't want to discuss that or something like that, because then it looks strange, right, to your base to sit there and be like, hold on, you're finding fraud and you're not going to talk about if you're actually going to prosecute these people or not. Like, I'm sorry, like why are these people getting a freebie? And he's just like, yeah, we've referred them, right? So that means we should be seeing, unless he lied, which I'm pretty sure he probably just lied, we should be seeing some investigations, some like public investigations, right? Because if there's people being investigated, like that's not going to be kept quiet. So let me hear that exchange one more time.
Being looked at right now. We also found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, as you know. We found a lot of fraud. There was a lot of fraud. Fraudulent things were taking place, and we ended that, and those people are going to be suffering because of it.
A legal note fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any.
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been referrals to the? Are there
how would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the Justice Department.
That?
I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement.
Now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There have been.
I'm asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of the judge.
Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course they have.
I want to bring up.
You know, he's going back and say, oh, well, for referrals, just like just asking the Justice Department to look into it. Not like an actual, like, hey, there's an actual crime. Here's the things. Please look to see what you can charge.
Been saved by it. Now we have this measles outbreak, biggest in a decade in Texas, and it's because people aren't getting their children vaccinated. Do you recommend to parents that they get their children vaccinated for measles?
Well, I recommend the governors to make the decisions. You have a very talented governor of Texas, and he's making decisions, and those decisions are going to be made rapidly. This is a very much different thing than COVID in terms of rapidity and speed and other things. Measles have been with us a long time, and I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying that the governors are making the decision. It's a federalist decision.
The president is our leader in so many ways, and your voice counts so much, and you can't tell moms and dads it's a good thing to get a measles vaccine.
Do I recommend it? Yes, I do. I recommend it, yeah. Got it. Do I mandate it? No.
No, I didn't.
But I do recommend it, yes.
Good. Do you think you're...
And I have recommended it.
Do you think the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has a history of, at the very least, vaccine skepticism, do you think Kennedy recommends the measles vaccine?
He did. He recommended it. Yeah, he did.
He satisfied with his response?
He recommended that they go out and get the vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still ahead.
I'm asking
the
justification.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. Ain't no way. Hold on. I didn't mean to open that one up. I need Firefox. Ain't no way. Robert F. Kennedy. I could have swore where that man saying that he was not recommending anybody to get the measles vaccine, right? What is it? Robert F. Kennedy, measles Measles. Let's see. Health Secretary RFK Jr. endorses the measles vaccine. Oh, was I living on a rock? Oh, this was a month ago. Falsely claims measles. Okay, this was on the 7th, and here's on the 11th. I'm gonna look at a couple of these real quick, you know. Health Secretary RFK Jr. endorses MMR vaccine, stoking fear among his supporters. An endorsement of the measles. Why is that person just walking there in place? Of the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine by the health blah 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 has provoked an angry outcry for anti-vaccine activists. The most effective way to prevent the spread of measles is the MMR vaccine, Kennedy said in the third paragraph of his lengthy post on social media post. Kennedy made the post following meetings on Sunday in Gaines County, Texas, with the families of 2 children who have died of measles during the recent outbreak. He also said that he had instructed the Centers to control the supply pharmacies in Texas. Pharmacies to supply pharmacies and Texas run clinics. Okay, Texas run clinics with needed MMR vaccines along with other medical supplies. Kennedy's endorsement is in line with all available scientific evidence of the MMR vaccine. A single dose is roughly 93% effective at preventing illness, and the second dose gets that up to 97%, says blah, blah, blah. According to the Texas Department of State Health Services, just 10 of the 481 measles cases recorded as of April 4 were in partially or fully vaccinated individuals. That's around 2% of overall cases. So far, three unvaccinated people, the 2 children in Texas and an adult in New Mexico, have died from the disease. Yes. So just so that this is not up for debate, or just so you're not confused, okay? Right? You do not have a choice. When it comes to vaccinations, right? They try to present to you the vaccines, like your choice on getting a vaccine, as if you have a choice between the vaccine and not the vaccine, right? That's not the true choice. Your actual choice, what you're actually deciding that they don't want you to think about, but is the actual thing that you are weighing, is the vaccine and whatever side effects you get from the vaccine versus getting the disease and what the outcome is that could possibly happen when you get the disease. You don't live in a bubble. You don't live in a world where you could choose to get a vaccine or not get a vaccine and never worry about ever getting the disease at any point of you being alive. That doesn't exist nowhere, okay? It's either the vaccine and whatever side effects you might or likely won't get, or the disease and the things that you almost usually have to deal with when you actually get the disease. That's your choice. All right. So don't sit there and just like listen to these goddamn people that sit there and like try to just scare you with like this autism or heart murmurs or heart attacks and stuff that rarely ever happen, because you just ask them if that's the case. So if I was to go in a room with 4 people and I gave all 4 of them the vaccine, so how many of those people would you say they'll get autism or have a heart attack, right? Ask them how many people, because if they even just think about it, right? You can't say all of them, right? Because that means every single person we giving the vaccine, and that's millions, is sitting there getting a heart attack or becoming retarded with autism, right? Or if they can't, and they can't really say one, because then it's like, well, hold on, shit, 1 out of 4? Well, shit, we will still giving it to 1 million people, so that means a quarter of them are retarded. Where's all the retarded people at? If the vaccine's doing all this like negative stuff, giving people autism or whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Ask them how many people actually suffer the side effects. I go into a room with 4, give them the vaccine. How many of those people? Ask them that exact question, and then see what they tell you, and then that's how you know that they're full of shit. That is how you know they're full of shit. Let me just cranking up my fan here for my laptop because a lot of heat is generating. Max it out. Okay. Oh, but that's the shit that just pissed me off. But I didn't know, so he finally. But I'm sorry, but there's no defense for this poorly worded statement. Word blah blah blah. But allowing them to stick spoons and forks all over their bodies. prominent anti-vaccine activist who supported Kennedy's run and recent blah blah blah. Also, Crunch's endorsement Big Tree suggested that Kennedy's post got cut off. He then went to make an unproven claim about vaccines and autism, linked to a documentary he had made on the topic. Excuse me. We voted for challenging the medical establishment, not parroting it. Said this doctor, a Texas-based physician who has opposed COVID vaccines and is currently filing a complaint from Texas Medical Board over a hospital admitting privileges. Bowen says the complaint is related to her prescribing patients ivermectin. Ivermectin is an unproven alternative therapy for COVID. Kennedy was one of those candidates that attracted people who might not vote for Trump. I think, you know what, for the solution to this kind of stuff, you should make it that if a doctor prescribes you a medication for something that is not meant to, that it was not tested and verified to be for, so it's like off label, if there's any type of negative effects and it's from a prescription that has been roundly rejected to be used for treating said disease and a negative outcome happens, you should be allowed to sue. You should be allowed to sue and be automatically granted $1 million. You'll see how quickly that changed, right? Because what that does is that'll fix that, and that'll prevent the off-label prescriptions for legitimate stuff that does happen. Because there are some medications that the FDA didn't say that it was meant to strictly treat this, but there's been plenty of research that showed that this has been helped to prove said the disease, right? There's a difference, right, between like those two off-label prescriptions. I feel like you just enable that rule, then you're great. Then that'll fix all of that. Health and Human Services Secretary can call for people. Falsely claims measles vaccine protection wanes very quickly. Oh, of course. So he endorses it and then tries to discredit it. I don't even want to bother reading it. Translating what Canadian anti-vaccine allies here in his response to the measles outbreak. Endorsing vaccines, but then sowing doubt. As people should get the measles vaccine, but the government should not be mandating those. Kennedy told. Later in the same interview, Kennedy raised safety concerns about measles vaccines, saying testing was inadequate. How the hell is testing inadequate for a vaccine that's been around for what? How long has the measles vaccine been around? The measles vaccine was first licensed in 1963, but a live attenuated vaccine was developed in 1968. So let's just say, I'm gonna round it up, 1970. Guys, 50 years. We have 50 years of the shit being used, and testing is inadequate. You know what's so crazy? Because you know what's so nice about medication too? Is that there's a testing phase, trial and stuff. And then once it's actually out in production, right, then you're able to use that data as well. So not only do we have all of the testing that's been done, whatever testing that's been done in the past 50 years, but since this was licensed to be used since 1970, we have about 50 years. Because remember, this is a vaccine that was thoroughly tested, obviously, before even being licensed to begin with. So we had that testing data. Then we have 50 years of actual use, test of actual data to go by that. And it's been inadequate testing. This is the bullshit I'm talking about, bro. For Jesus Christ, bro. This is the bullshit I'm talking about. Like these people, bro. You know what? At the end of the day, I fully believe in Darwinism. People start getting themselves packed up because they listen to idiot people like this, then it is what it is. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's just whatever at that point.
For going after people you don't like.
Are they still stocking products?
Treat yourself to rich Ghirardelli chocolate and luscious caramel. Experience Ghirardelli caramel squares in a bag and a bar. Makes life a bite better.
President Trump, the first 100 days continues.
I want to talk a little bit about presidential power, the powers that you have in the presidency temporarily that the American people have given you, right? You've revoked a lot of people's security clearances. You've revoked people's security details who are still threatened, with death threats. You've gone after law firms because they've employed people you don't like or they have represented people you don't like.
Well, they obviously agreed because they paid me a lot of money.
Well, the reason they agreed is because you were threatening to destroy their business with your executive order that said you can't represent clients for the federal government. That's
these
their
are
bread and
big
butter.
boys. These are the biggest, most powerful lawyers. These are not
You got
people
a lot of
that are
leverage
easily intimidated.
as president. You got all the cards.
They paid hundreds of millions of dollars because they felt, I guess, they probably felt they did something wrong.
It was for survival, sir.
No, it isn't.
You're crushing the
these,
business.
these firms are very powerful firms, and there's 15 of them. And these are firms that probably, well, look, you have to ask them. In fact, this is a separate story. You have to ask them, why did you all pay Trump hundreds of millions of dollars in services, etc.? Why did you do that? I don't know.
You don't think that
we had a clause in the thing that, while we admit no wrongdoing, but, you know, it's like one of those things. And now I'm friendly with those firms, but it's, you know, these are the most powerful firms in the world. And they just signed whatever I put in front of them. I've never seen anything like it. I'm actually surprised myself in a certain way. But they obviously felt they probably did something wrong. I guess that's why they signed.
I guess the question out of that is the concern that people have. Are you using your powers as president to get personal revenge?
No, I'll tell you what. You're really not asking, and you should be asking. There has never been a president in this country, in the history, that was persecuted like I was persecuted by really crooked people, dishonest, horrible people, and it's been proven. So when you say I'm treating people rough, I'm not treating people rough. I was treated worse than any president in the history of our country.
Oh, this goes in the fridge.
You know, people figured, well, maybe that's it. Finally, we got, you know, he's leaving town. There goes the helicopter. And then I came back. And I came back because I have tremendous support. You know, when you win an election like I won it, and you will admit I won all 7 swing states, I won the popular vote, I won 2,750 districts compared to 500 districts. That's why the map is all red. And those people feel that I was treated unfairly.
But does that give you the right to go after your political opponents?
I don't know, going after. All I'm doing, hey, Biden did something to me, and I did something to Biden. And you know why I did it? Because he's grossly incompetent. That's not a man that should be allowed to, you know, be looking at things that are very confidential.
But what about
71? Here's a man that
people
used an auto pen to sign very important documents. Now, who really is? Do you think he knew that they were using an auto pen? I mean, he used an auto pen to sign very, very important documents. And so those are really the questions you should be asking. What do you think of the auto pen? Who wielded the auto pen? Because whoever that person was, think of it. Whoever the person that wielded the auto pen, he was really the president of the United States. Because I don't think that Biden knew anything about it.
Fair enough. But you are the president now, and I'm asking the justification for going after people you don't like.
No. People that I think are dishonest. It's not that I don't even know most of them. They're people that I think
people
are
make you
dishonest.
angry.
No, it's not anger. These are people that I think are very dishonest. I don't think they're worthy of being able to go into top secret information. I think that's fine. And Biden did that with many of our people. But when you look at it, these are people that I don't think are worthy of. That's my decision. It's not
Okay. I understand you just had a phone call with the new Canadian premier, and they just had this election.
Yeah.
You were a big issue in it, and Canadians, many of them, are really angry, furious about your talk about we're going to take over Canada, it's going to become the 51st state. And it kind of is of a piece. A lot of travel is down into the United States from around the world. It feels like there's been reputational damage.
Country's doing great. Well, prices are down,
not the tourism.
Gasoline's down, energy's down, tourism is going to be way up. Where do you see the numbers? The tourism is way up.
Not now.
Now Canada, tourism's doing very well. We're doing very well. We're doing very well. Where do you see the real numbers come out in 6 months from now? Where do you see the numbers?
But do you think, I'm going to ask you, if I may, do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across a stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst, I have to be honest with you.
Thank you for the opinion, but more importantly, thank you for having us here. I have one more question. It's a big one. It's a question that you know a lot of people have out there. What do you say to people who are concerned you are seizing too much power and becoming an authoritarian president like we haven't had before?
No, I would hate them to think that. I'm doing one thing. I'm making America great again. We have a country that was failing. We have a country that was laughed at all over the world. We had a leader that was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. The election was rigged. He should have never been there. Our country suffered greatly, and now our country's coming back like nobody can believe. I have editorials just today where they're saying they've never seen anything like it. They love it. Our country's coming back, and we're respected again.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Terry, very much.
Once again, we want to thank President Trump for inviting us to the White House 100 days into his second term. I'm Terry Moran from all of us at ABC News. Thank you for watching.
Oh, God, bro. It's so cringe. It's just so slimy, bro. Like, I just wish he would talk to somebody
Bring in the President of the United States who's working in the Oval Office right now. Mr. President, how are you tonight?
Hello, Bill. How are you?
I'm the same, which is tragic for everyone. You know, people hope that I improve, and I never do. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and Cuomo's got a few, then Stephen A. You ready to go?
I think he hung up on you.
No, is that it? That's the interview. Mr. President, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So a series of rough polls this week, and I'm wondering how you process that. Does it hurt your feelings when you see numbers come in that are not what you'd like them to be?
Well, first of all, they're fake polls. And if you take a look at the polls, they interviewed more, for the most part, they interviewed more Democrats than they did Republicans, which is ridiculous and unfair. And Democrats aren't voting for Trump. And you look at him, John McLaughlin, who's the most respected pollster, said I'm at 50, 55, and maybe even higher than that. And he said that these polls are largely fake. When you look at the New York Times, when you look at the Washington Post, ABC, they predicted I was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, and I ended up winning Wisconsin. They predicted I was going to lose the election, and I ended up winning the election. They're fake polls, number one. And I think it's a very important thing to know that and to understand it. And because polls are no different than fake writers or journalism, and it's not a pretty thing when you watch. So when you say, am I bothered by it? If I was, I'd be really helped by the fact that in the election, we won in a landslide. We won the popular vote. We won the swing states. We won the districts, 2,750 to about 505. And the election took place just a short while ago, November 5th. I think.
Well, what's different now, Mr.
President,
President, what's different now is the tariffs, and that's what's driving your numbers down. That some people are panicking because the stock market is so up and down, in and out. Would you agree that that has been a perception problem, the tariffs?
Yeah, but I'm an honest guy, and we have to save the country. We were losing $5 billion a day with this man that we had as a president, the auto pen president. Nobody even knows who the president was. We're losing, think of it, we're losing $5 billion a day. And a big chunk of it was from China. Now China is sending its boats back. The boats are not being unloaded because they have a 145% tariff, which is, a record-setting type tariff. And they can't sell their product here. And because of that, think of it. If you're losing all of that money, maybe you're better off not doing business with them. But I took $5 billion a day and cut it way, way down, way, way back. And I did that within a very short period of time.
When do you think, though, it's going to turn around economically so that people aren't frightened? Do you have a timeline on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very fair question. Building plants, building equipment, building so much right now. You probably heard it could be $8 trillion. It could be more than $8 trillion of new investments. Outside in one of my offices waiting for me is the president and chairman of Eli Lilly. And I just left. You take a look. IBM was here today. IBM was here. They're spending billions of dollars. I had some of the biggest. Apple, as you know, is spending $500 billion. They're building their plants, and they've already started in the United States. As you know, they built most of them in China. We had the biggest companies in the world. I had a conference here just about an hour and a half ago, and some of the people are still here. They remain. Some of the people are watching your show tonight. But they're spending. It could be close. I think we're over $8 trillion of new investment. That's unheard of. It's never been anything like that.
Most people, but they want to know a timeline.
They're doing that to avoid the tariffs, Bill.
Okay.
They're doing that to avoid the tariffs.
But do you have a timeline yourself? Do you say, look, it's got to stabilize by this time, fall?
Yes.
Because remember, if it doesn't stabilize this time next year, Democrats may win the midterms. So there is risk here, big risk.
That's true. It is true. And I just think that I'll be able to convince people how good this is. This is what other countries have done to us. We've been the laughing stock and the whipping post. We've been ripped off by every country practically in the world. Just ripped off on trade. And by the way, ripped off with NATO and the military too, because we supported NATO to a tune that was almost, at one point until I became president, it was close to 100%. We were spending. So we're spending on NATO to protect Europe. And then on Europe, they're ripping us off in trade. But if you look at the European Union, they've been brutal to the United States. We lose $300 billion, $350 billion a year to Europe. They don't take our cars. We take 10 million of their cars.
That's getting better,
they don't take our farm products.
Right.
We take their farm products. And it has to change.
All right.
So,
okay,
but I'm willing to be the one that does that. But it has to change, and I've been given a lot of credit. I got an editorial today by a group that I won't mention, but a group that's a very sort of a semi-anti-Trump group, and they said whether you like it or not, he's the most consequential president that we've ever had because he's doing things that if you don't do it, we won't have a country left.
Okay, and that's a legitimate point. One more question for me, then Cuomo, then Stephen. You signed a deal with Ukraine to harvest minerals today.
Yeah.
What were you and Zelensky talking about when you were nose to nose in the Vatican?
I was telling him that it's a very good thing if we can produce a deal that you sign it, because Russia is much bigger and much stronger. Russia is just chugging forward. It's a big, strong country. By the way, not nearly as strong as the United States, because I rebuilt our military in my first term. They gave a lot of it away in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is one of the reasons we had an incompetent president, grossly incompetent. He should have never been president. But we had a man that didn't know what the hell he was doing in Afghanistan.
Just love hearing himself on repeat.
Of our leader and the weakness of the military. We have a great military. I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks.
All right, well, you got the deal. You got the deal with Zelensky on the minerals. That means the United States is going to have a presence in Ukraine. Is that going to inhibit Putin, do you think?
Well, it could, but the reason I did that is that we're in for $350 billion or close to it, whereas Europe is only in it for $100 billion.
All right, so we get some of our investment back. All right,
I felt very foolish. They loaned the money, and Biden handed them $350 billion in between cash and military equipment. 350, we got nothing, and I felt very foolish being the head of a country where Europe gets their money back, and it's a much smaller amount, and we get nothing. So I went to them and said, look, we got to get rare earth. They have great rare earth, meaning certain minerals, materials. They have things that a lot of places don't have. It's a big asset that they have. And we made a deal today where we get, much more in theory than the $350 billion. But I wanted to be protected. I didn't want to be out there and look foolish. And this is not my war. This is Biden's war. I'm just trying to stop it. But the reason I want it stopped is they're losing 5,000 young soldiers every single week on average. Russian and Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're human beings, and it's so sad to see it. So I want to stop the war.
Let's get Cuomo in here. Mr. President, it's Chris Cuomo. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Good.
Appreciate you doing it. A couple of points of uncertainty. You're talking about, you just said a moment ago that you believe you can convince the American people about what you're doing. One of the things that keeps coming up in polling is that they don't know what you're doing and why you're doing it, that there doesn't seem to be a plan. What does that mean to you in terms of how you have to make the case to the American people to have them deal with the period that it takes for a turnaround?
Well, the problem is Chris, is I have to be flexible because as you do things in life and in business, you need flexibility. You can't just be hard line and I'm going to run right through a wall and I'm never going to go over it or around it. I'm going to go straight. You have to be able to dodge and move and be flexible, and especially in business. Now, with the cars, I'm getting a 25% tariff for the people. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars, but they're hurt because they can't switch over 100% of the content of the car within a very short period of time. So they came to see me. I understood their problem, and I gave them a period of a year where I brought it down, and then another year. So I gave them a short period, 2 years, where they have to be switched over 100%, where every single part in the car is made in the USA. Now, if I didn't do that, it would have been very, very tough for them. And so what I am is flexible. And if I didn't do that, it would be very tough for these companies. And these companies, it's a transition period, Chris. And transition's an important word because as you do things, you'll say, well, it's like being on the battlefield. You're on the battlefield. Sometimes you're going to move to the left flank, but then you end up moving to the right flank. And it's very much like that in business. And frankly, it's very much like that in life. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you look at China now, they're not. Look, we lost $1 trillion on trade with this Biden. China was just taking us out to lunch. There's never been anything like it, the way we were ripped off by China. But we were ripped off by everybody, but really by China. They were the king of ripping off the United States. Now they're not doing any business here because I don't want them to do business. So I set a high tariff. I don't want them to do business. Now, will we make a deal? There's a very good chance we're going to make a deal, but we're going to make it on our terms.
Mr. President,
it's got to be fair.
Mr. President, in the upcoming budget negotiations, another point of uncertainty is what happens to entitlements. Whether or not waste, fraud, and abuse. I think everybody's in favor of seeing that identified and exposed. But that Social Security benefits or the adjustments or the application of it may be compromised, or Medicaid may be compromised in terms of who gets how much in benefits. Do you have a commitment for the American people in terms of how much you will protect those programs?
We're not doing anything with entitlements. And if you look at Social Security, and by the way, I think I'm better to say this than anybody because I did nothing with entitlements that would hurt people for 4 years. I could have done that. If I was going to do that, I would have done it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. I'm not doing anything. The only thing is, you say don't talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. There is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. There are a lot of illegal aliens that are getting Medicaid that shouldn't be getting it. And nobody objects to taking people off Medicaid that aren't allowed to be there. But we are doing absolutely nothing to hurt Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. Nothing at all.
Stephen A.
Mr. President, how are you,
Hello,
sir?
Stephen.
How are you?
I remember you from a long time ago, Stephen.
Yes,
How
I do.
have you been?
He's the same, Mr. President. He hasn't changed at all.
I'm
Just trouble morning, night, and afternoon.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Honored to talk to you. Here's the deal. You talked about, obviously, you've introduced aggressive tariffs and significant budget cuts aimed at federal spending. Many critics say these policies disproportionately impact lower-income Americans. How do you address concerns that your economic policies primarily benefit wealthy Americans while harming working-class Americans?
It actually creates jobs for the middle income. It's going to be better for the middle income. It's going to save our country because we're going to become rich again. Stephen, we lose so much money on trade. It's unbelievable. And instead of losing a lot of money, and they did to us for years what I'm doing to them right now. They charged us tariffs. They wouldn't let us build anything in our country. They said, you want to sell a Ford or you want to sell a General Motors car or anything, you come to China and build your plant in China. You come to the European nations and build your plant in Germany. You build it in France. You build it where we have no interest in letting you. As an example, we don't sell any cars virtually in China. We don't sell any cars in Europe, any. And yet Europe sells millions of cars, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, millions and millions of cars. They won't take our agricultural product. It's a great product. They won't take almost anything for us, but we take their cars, we take their agriculture. Those days are over. We have to have fair trade. We're losing billions and billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's not fair. And it's time for the American people to be properly protected by somebody that knows what he's doing. And I know what I'm doing perfectly. It's a little complicated subject. I've got to explain it. I've got to have people that can explain it. But I can tell you that right now we have over 100 countries that are calling us like morning, noon, and night, dying to make a deal. We're in a great position of strength. We'll make great deals. And when we don't make deals, Stephen, we're just going to set the deals. We'll say that country's going to pay a 20% tariff. That country's going to pay 15%. Another one's going to pay 30 or 40% because we have a different, India is a very big, they want to make a deal so badly.
Okay.
I'm not telling anything out of school. We're going to make great deals for America instead of bad.
Well,
and if I didn't take this hard line, India, as an example, had no interest in negotiating with anybody in Biden, or frankly, anybody with us. They had no fear. They were ripping us really badly, one of the highest tariff nations in the world. They were taking advantage of us. Now they're calling us and they're saying, please, let's make a deal.
When are you going to announce it?
We're in a position of strength.
When are you going to announce? I understand you have a deal with South Korea, Japan, and India. You already got it. When are you announcing it?
Well, we have potential deals with them, yeah. But okay, I'll tell you this. I'm in less of a hurry than you are. We are sitting on the catbird seat. They want us. We don't need them.
All right, remember
But
the folks are nervous, though.
But they've been ripping us. Let me just tell you, they've been ripping us off.
We got that,
for
but the
years.
folks...
South Korea has been ripping us off. We pay for their military. You know, when I was there, I got them to pay billions of dollars toward the military. We pay for their military. They take advantage of us on trade. Now, these are friend and foe. We often do better with foe, meaning the enemy, than we do with the friends. The friends have been brutal to this country on trade.
But remember, once you announce the stock market's going to go up 2,000 points and people will relax a little more.
It can wait 2 weeks.
They can wait. All right. Okay.
Mr. President, an additional question that might require an explanation. Your administration has issued executive orders dismantling DEI initiative across federal agencies, including revoking equal opportunity mandates and slashing funding for minority-owned businesses. Critics argue these actions reverse decades of civil rights progress. So how do you justify these measures, and what message do they marginalize communities in this country?
Well, it was one at the civil, as you know, it was one at the Supreme Court. And what we're doing is we have a country that's based solely on merit now. And that's the way it is. If somebody's out there doing a great job, and this is
my mouse reel to change these prices.
If you've worked really hard, and we don't look at race, we don't look at color, we don't look at height or shortness or weight. If somebody is doing a good job and they worked and they got great marks and they got great board numbers and they get rejected at this Harvard, which has been so disgusting, so horribly. I mean, so think of it. They hired Bill de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, the two worst mayors in the history. They pay them a fortune.
But that was the course, though.
They're teaching management.
The
Let
course
me just
was,
tell you that
the course
it's
was
based now even on merit.
The course at Harvard, though, Mr. President, was how to be a bad mayor. That was the course. So they had to hire those two.
Then they
Look, I got a studio audience question from Lee Shapiro. Lee's a tough guy. Lee says, what's the biggest mistake you think you've made in the first 100 days?
I'll tell you, that's the toughest question I can have because I don't really believe I've made
You made any mistakes?
We're in a transition period. We're in a transition period.
I think Lee is reassured.
I think you're going to see tremendous economic victories over the next period of a year, like far greater than ever imagined. Right now, as I said, we're losing billions and billions of dollars on trade. We're going to make millions and billions of dollars, but it takes a little while. That doesn't happen overnight, but it will happen much faster than people understand.
All right, Cuomo's got one more.
All right, let me get Stephen Smith in here, and then I got a question for you, Mr. Well, appreciate your time.
Mr. President, thank you for your time. It's interesting that you brought up Harvard because when people think about Harvard, what they're basically talking about is they're asking, what do you say to those who view your actions as an attack on academic freedom rather than a defense of fairness? What do you say to that?
Well, I say this. We had riots in Harlem, in Harlem, and frankly, if you look at what's gone on, and people from Harlem went up and they protested, Stephen, and they protested very strongly against Harvard. They happen to be on my side. You know, I got a very high black vote. You know that. Very, very high black vote. It was a very great compliment to me. I did criminal justice reform. I did opportunity zones for one of the greatest economic deals ever for the black and Hispanic community. I got tremendous. They agree with what I'm doing with respect to Harvard. Harvard gets $4 or $5 billion a year from the United States government in the form of grants. And they have $53 billion, and yet they don't treat the people right. They take foreign students, nobody knows where they come from, and they viciously hate our country. And I'm saying if we're going to give grant money, we want people in that school that are going to love our country, not people that are going to hate our country. They run a bad operation up there, and we have to get to the bottom of it. On top of that, they said they want to teach their students remedial mathematics. That's basic math. 2 and 2 is 4. And you say, well, Harvard's supposed to be so great. Why do people have to have remedial? That's basic, very simple mathematics. So we're looking into Harvard, but we give them billions of dollars a year, and that may very well stop. And that's up to the president. It's up to our government. We don't have to grant them money. We can grant that money to people that really need it, and frankly, people that you'd rather have me give the money to, Stephen.
Mr. President, as a graduate of Winston-Salem State University, which is an HBCU, I'm fully aware of the contributions that you've made to HBCUs in the past.
Thank you.
There is a concern, however, that with all the things going on in this day and time, that there will be a cut in federal contributions to HBCUs. Should HBCUs be very concerned about you making cuts in that regard?
Not at all. And let me just tell you, I'm glad you brought it. Historically black colleges and universities. I saved them, Stephen. They were going out of business. They came to me, about 50 people that headed up, and they came to me the first year, and I took care of them. I took care of the black colleges and historically black HBCU. I took care of them. You know that better than anybody. Then they came to me the second year, and I said, wait a minute. Why do you keep coming back? I saw you guys, and they were great guys. Some of them, to this day, are still really friendly. And by the way, they love Trump, every one of them. They came to me the second time.
Well, you're giving them money.
They came to me the second time. They came to me the second time, and I was surprised to see him.
Mr. President.
Yeah, just to finish it. They came to me the third, and I said, fellas, you need long-term. I got the historically black colleges and universities. I got them more money than they ever dreamt possible, and they're in great shape now, and they have long-term financing. And nobody did that but Donald Trump.
Okay. Stephen A. Smith may run for president, as you know. Do you have any advice for Stephen A. If he launches the run?
No, Stephen A. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. I love watching him. He's got great entertainment skills, which is very important. People watch him. You know, a lot of these Democrats I watch, I say they have no chance. I've been pretty good at picking people and picking candidates, and I will tell you, I'd love to see him run.
All right, there you go. You got one more?
I like him too much. Mr. President, we're gonna let you go. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you something because I know that for you, legacy matters. You talk about it in-house. You talk about it out-of-house. When you got shot I reached out through family. I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to tell you a couple of things. One was that I hope that you were okay and that your family was dealing with it all right. And the second one was that I was embarrassed by how it was being covered as if maybe it didn't happen. And I told my audience that I spoke to you. I didn't talk about the details of the conversation because they didn't matter. But there was a lot of heat that came my way as if I shouldn't have been making a comfort call to Donald Trump. We're very divided. You know this. You want to be remembered as one of the greatest presidents in America. You know our history. Every president who's considered great was seen as a unifier. What do you need to do to be remembered as someone who could bring this country together?
Well, I think I will be a great unifier. That's what I want to be, and it's very important to me. Hispanic vote, I got the highest Hispanic vote, maybe, I think, ever for a Republican candidate. If you look at the border between Mexico and Texas, I won every single border state, and it was all Hispanic vote. I won Miami. I won Florida. I think I am a unifier. I think I have votes that Republicans have never gotten before, and that's why I was able to win the election in such a big fashion. With all of that being said, what I have to do is save the country. The country was going down the tubes. This country was in big trouble. You had a border where millions of people were pouring in from jails, from prisons. They were pouring in at levels from mental institutions, gang members, terrorists, and we're getting them out. You can't have a country with these people there. We had 11,888 murderers. Many of these people killed more than one person. More than 50% of them killed more than one person. We got to get them out of their country. I don't know if that's unity or disunity, but I have no choice. You know, some things you have no choice. But I do remember your call. I appreciate your call, and I actually appreciate your family. I've known your family for a long time. You know that.
Mr. President, I want to thank you very much for taking the time on an emergency day. Our audience there. And it was very kind of you to do it, and I think people got a lot out of it. Thanks again.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
This bottom, is this like space? Okay. I'm going to... How do you... I think you just end it, right? And then it'll automatically save.
Well, we're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, which concerns public health. One of the many good reasons to wash your hands. Some do it for the length of 2 happy birthdays or row, row, row your boats. Personally, I do it for the length of 1. My name is Kid Rock! And that feels enough. On the campaign trail, Trump loved to talk about who he was going to put in charge of public health and what that person was then going to do.
Robert F. Kennedy cares more about human beings and health and the environment than anybody. And I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
Look, even if he wasn't talking about RFK, I don't like the idea of anyone going wild on health. The same way I don't want anyone to go apeshit on water, get wasted on the census, or go full agriculture. It sounds bad. Unfortunately, RFK is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services and has indeed gone wild. In the run-up to the election, he pushed the slogan MAHA for Make America Healthy Again, and just a month into his tenure, he made this big announcement.
We're going to streamline HHS to make our agency more efficient and more effective. We're going to eliminate an entire alphabet soup of departments and agencies while preserving their core functions by merging them into a new organization called the Administration for a Healthy America, or AHA.
No, thank you. I do not like any of that. I don't like him calling agencies alphabet soup, and I definitely don't like how he just said AHA, which is such a dumb name. It sounds less like a government agency, more like Manhattan real estate jargon used to describe the neighborhood above Hank Azaria. If you're north of wherever Hank Azaria is at any given moment, then guess what? You're in AHA. In practice, what that's meant is a radical downsizing of HHS. That same day, Kennedy announced a dramatic restructuring that would shrink the agency to 62,000 employees from 82,000, including about 10,000 layoffs and another 10,000 people who retired or resigned and now won't be replaced, which is alarming because HHS is an absolutely vital agency handling just about every high-stakes job related to health you could think of. That alphabet soup includes the National Institutes of Health, the Food and Drug Administration, the Centers for Disease Control, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, alongside 23 other divisions. Together, they cover around 28% of all federal spending. So these cuts are going to have a huge impact on our day-to-day lives, and no one knows that better than some of the workers who just got fired.
We oversee child welfare. We oversee federally funded temporary assistance to needy families, which is welfare. We oversee federally funded child care, child support enforcement. These are the services that serve the taxpayer, and they are gone. Right now, it's this kind of, oh, someone else. It will impact all of you, the greater public.
I think we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, honestly.
Yep. And it is pretty alarming to hear a fired government employee say, we're going to have a lot of people die needlessly, especially while wearing a T-shirt that says, the horrors are never ending. Now, would you feel any better if I told you that apparently the bottom of that shirt says, yet I remain silly? I mean, probably for a bit, right? But then you remember the man wearing it just told you people are going to die needlessly, so you'd feel like shit again. So given a critical government agency is in the process of being gutted, tonight, let's talk about public health, what RFK's doing, the many ways it'll impact us, and the troubling direction this is all going. Let's start with the sheer scale and chaos of these cuts. They actually began before RFK announced his AHA NHS, like most government agencies, suffered an initial round of Doge cuts in February when over 3,600 probationary employees were fired. Around then, there were also a string of other freezes that hampered operations. At one point, Doge instituted a $1 spending limit on credit cards, meaning researchers couldn't do things like pay for gas for vehicles used to transport patients' blood samples. And in the words of one scientist, we can't order mice, which is bad. Because you don't have to be a scientist to know that lab mice are a key part of research. I'm actually pretty sure that the full scientific method goes observation, hypothesis, order a mouse, don't name the mouse, don't get attached to the mouse, experiment, analysis, conclusion, and finally, cry because you got attached to Colonel Nibbles. But then came the big aha cuts, which were as sudden as they were cruel. Some federal workers didn't even know they'd been fired until they turned to work and tried to use their badges to get in. If the light turned green, they still had their job. If it turned red, they didn't. Some fired workers were told to contact an employee named Anita Pinder if they wanted to file a discrimination complaint, which was hard to do given she died last year. One former staffer even said, this bloodbath was so fucking bad, I had multiple officials asking me if I thought this was an April Fool's joke, because on top of everything else, this happened on April 1st, which has to be the most confusing April Fool's Day ever, second only to the one in 1945 when US troops landed on the shores of Okinawa, and the Japanese troops were like, wait, is this an April Fool's thing? And the Americans were like, no, it's actually World War II. And the Japanese were like, oh, right, it's just confusing because of the date. And the Americans were like, well, hang on, you guys do April Fool's Day too, and that's how World War II ended. Now, RFK initially insisted that these cuts were made for efficiency and that nothing important was being lost, but it soon became clear some crucial stuff had been defunded, and he didn't know about it.
There's like more than 50 pages of, of cuts that I actually went through.
The cuts were mainly DEI cuts, which the president...
There were a lot, but I'll give you, for example, about $750,000 of a University of Michigan grant into adolescent diabetes was cut. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, and that's something that we'll look at. There's a number of studies that were cut, that came to our attention, and that did not deserve to be cut, and we reinstated them. Our purpose is not to reduce any level of scientific research that's important.
Okay, it's not great that that's how he's finding out. The health secretary should not be learning what he just did like some guy at a bachelor party being told what happened the night before. Do you not remember, bro? You spoke French. Well, then you pissed on a grave, fucked a bike rack, and cut $750,000 of research money for kid diabetes. You went wild. And for the record, simply reinstating studies isn't as easy as he's making it sound there. Some studies, once disrupted, can't just be restarted. So that's already infuriating before you hear him try to justify why the cutting of the wrong studies or staff is actually fine.
Wouldn't it have been better, or was thought given to, say, before firing them, going through and saying, what is that job? What is that job? Line by line by line, and saying, I think that person's job maybe isn't needed. This has to be eliminated.
That would have been another approach, and it's the approach that has failed for 60 years.
Because you mean it takes too long?
It takes too long, and you lose political momentum.
Okay, so the question he was asked there boiled down to, do you think you should have figured out what you were cutting before you cut it? And his answer was no, which is not good. The rules for restructuring HHS should be the same as the ones for a bris. It is crucially important to know exactly what you are cutting. Speed is just not the most important thing. And it's one thing to hear about that in theory. It's another to see how these cuts are playing out. And let's start with the National Institute of Health. Its research and funding are key reasons why the human genetic code was deciphered, hepatitis C was discovered, the AIDS virus was isolated, and the first drug to treat it was discovered, and it's where the basic research that helped lead to the COVID vaccines was done. It is by far the world's largest public funder of biomedical research, and in particular, the largest funder of cancer research. The NIH has been called the crown jewel of American science, which, if anything, is understating it, because it's clearly better than a crown jewel. Those things don't really do much, aside from bedazzle a puffy hat that we occasionally balance on top of a collection of recessive genes. The NIH, however, is really important, but it's now in trouble. Because within weeks of Trump taking office, it stopped considering new grant applications entirely, which instantly stalled about 16,000 of them. It then announced hundreds of existing grants would be terminated, many seemingly for including terms like minorities, transgender, AIDS, and vaccine hesitancy. In fact, they've reportedly cut about $750 million in HIV-targeted grants alone. And while that is clearly bad enough, all research is now threatened, especially because, in addition to these cuts, this administration has a disastrous new proposal to cap what are sometimes called indirect research costs. Here is a Doge guy in a group interview with Elon explaining the rationale.
So if I take NIH as an example, today, if you're an NIH researcher and you get a $100 grant at your university, today you get to spend 60 of that and your university spends 40 of that. The policy that we're proposing to make is that you get to spend 85 of that and your university spends 15. So that's more money going directly to the scientists who are discovering new cures.
Okay, set aside the fact that that group looks like a regional choir of orphaned businessmen. What he just said there is extremely misleading. For starters, indirect costs don't come out of grants to researchers, they're issued on top of them. Essentially, right now, if you get $100 to fund your research, your university gets an additional $40. And it's not ideal that he doesn't seem to know that, especially as under this new plan, that $40 would be capped at $15, which is a real problem because that money goes to cover costs that make research possible, like buildings, utilities, lab equipment, animal caretakers, and other support staff. As one expert pointed out, if you're going to use mice for your experiment, you actually need a mouse facility, which does make sense. You cannot have your lab mice commute into work, however adorable that might turn out to be. And scientists will tell you, capping those expenses at 15% of a grant is a requirement that would make it functionally impossible for them to do high-quality work. Here is one scientist explaining what it would mean for his research on pneumonia.
If there are no indirect costs flowing, we can't keep the computers running. If we can't keep the computers running, we can't do the science that we're doing. If we're supposed to work without buildings, without computers, without centrifuges, there's no way to get that done from someone else.
Right. It should go without saying, but scientists need buildings and computers. I mean, maybe they can get by without centrifuges. I mean, I guess Carl can spin around pretty fast, but you know what? No, I actually think they're going to need those too. The point is, you wouldn't ask a research scientist to do their job without a computer or lab equipment the same way you wouldn't ask a Doge employee without an iron deficiency and a deep-seated conviction they're the smartest boy in the world. They need that for work. But the attacks on research don't end there. There have also been wholesale cuts to grants at institutions across the country, and not just at Ivy League schools that you might have heard about, but also at flagship state schools in places like Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Nebraska, and Texas, which is very bad because virtually all of modern medicine relies to some degree on research that was supported by federal dollars. Interestingly, the same day as those mass layoffs, NIH published a paper about a breakthrough in using a person's own immune cells to fight gastrointestinal cancers, which is absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, 2 patients' treatments using that therapy have already had to be delayed due to these cuts, and that is just one example of many. As one Alzheimer's researcher put it, disruptions delay discovery. And it's impossible to know how many breakthroughs have already been delayed or that may now never happen. And while this is all supposedly being done in the name of saving money, I will point out a recent report found every dollar of research funded by NIH delivers $2.56 in economic activity. And not that we should be investing in health research purely for economic gain, but it is still worth noting that that kind of return on investment would make the sharks on Shark Tank shit in their Eames chairs. And so far, I've just been talking about the NIH, but RFK also oversees the FDA, where the cuts range from communication specialists who alerted the public to urgent safety recalls to veterinary division specialists who are investigating bird flu transmission. So now it's going to be much harder to get answers to important questions that you may have about bird flu, like, is it in milk? Or is my pet vulnerable? Or, I fucked Big Bird 2 weeks ago and now I have a sore throat. Do I need to get tested? RFK also now oversees the CDC, and cuts there range from the firing of all 20 members of an office focused on Alzheimer's awareness and prevention to the shuttering of a lab that tracked STIs, meaning the US has apparently just lost its ability to detect drug-resistant gonorrhea. One former CDC staffer said, shit show is an understatement for what just happened, which seems right, doesn't it? Because shit show is a word you use to describe Anne Hathaway and James Franco hosting the Oscars, or Fergie performing the national anthem, not, hey, look out everyone, turbo gonorrhea is on the loose and it is pissed. And the thing is, the impact of cuts like that reverberate far beyond the CDC. Just take Wisconsin, where they've been dealing with a burgeoning lead paint problem in schools in Milwaukee. They've already had to close 4 of them for cleanup, and normally a city can lean on the federal government for help in responding to lead contamination, but not right now.
Milwaukee health officials turning to the federal government for assistance.
To see that all of our partners at the CDC have been let go was pretty difficult.
Todoritis received a CDC response saying, quote, my entire division was eliminated today. 2 days later, the health department received another follow-up email saying, quote, I sincerely regret to inform you that due to the complete loss of our lead program, we will be unable to support you. The move leaving the health department without any federal guidance.
So right now you do not have any contacts with the CDC when it comes to lead poisoning?
Correct.
Has that ever happened before?
No.
That is awful. And the CDC's responses there showed some superhuman restraint. My entire division was eliminated, and I sincerely regret to inform you we'll be unable to support you, are an incredibly diplomatic version of what I'm pretty sure they wanted to say, which is, our shit just got rocked. And buckle up because your shit's about to get rocked too. Now, RFK has since said it is now classic style that if we make mistakes, we're going to admit it and we're going to remedy it, and that eliminating that lead program was one of the mistakes. But as of right now, that has not been remedied. And the thing is, even if it had, I doubt he'd even know about it. It seems that he only finds out what's going on in his agency whenever he appears on an episode of This Bitch Brings Receipts. And that's not even getting into the fact HHS has also abruptly cancelled more than $12 billion in grants to states for their health services. And while some states are fighting that in court, in many cases, the damage has already been done. In Minnesota, their health department was told that they'd be losing more than $220 million in previously approved funding. And they warned that they may now have slow response times to infectious disease outbreaks. Which is bad enough before you learn the cuts could even compromise their Team D. Now, what is Team D, you ask? It's Team Diarrhea. A group of public health students who interview people who've had diarrhea to track food poisoning outbreaks. And I love that name so very much, because it's straight to the point. If someone calls and says, hi, I'm from Team Diarrhea, you don't say, and what is this regarding? Because you know things are about to get personal. You're about to talk about force and viscosity with a stranger. Team Diarrhea is the best team name since the interdepartment softball team on Law & Order SVU that was literally called Sex Crimes. Sex Crimes is still number 1, but Team Diarrhea is a close second. And that's the impact on a big health department. In smaller, rural communities, losing even a relatively small amount of money can be devastating. The head of a mental health initiative in Kansas said after losing around $50,000 in federal funds, that is nothing to the federal government, but it is massive to this agency, and it is massive to the people we serve. And I'm still not done. Because HHS grants also help support programs that might not immediately come to mind, from this one, which provides things like heating and cooling assistance to more than 6 million low-income families, to public services like Meals on Wheels. Yeah, Meals on Wheels. They get funding from the Administration for Community Living, and nearly 50% of the staff there was just terminated. One of those people actually tried to confront Indiana Senator Jim Banks about the cuts, and it didn't go well.
Hi, I was a worker at HHS. I was fired illegally on February 14th. There are many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it. Wow. Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Oh, fuck off! all else aside, do you even know what a clown is? Can you imagine how disappointed people would be if they thought they were going to see a funny clown and instead got a guy lecturing them about the dire lack of social services for people with disabilities? Trust me, they wouldn't like it. Sure, they'll tolerate it for around 12 seasons. They'll even come and see it filmed every once in a while. But that doesn't mean they like it. Believe me. And look, these cuts are dangerous on their face, but it gets so much worse when you remember who is in charge of all this, which brings us back to RFK. As we've talked about before, he has some extreme views on public health, although in his confirmation hearings, he tried hard to distance himself from them, pushing the idea that if confirmed, he'd steer away from his controversial views on things like vaccines and would instead prioritise health and wellness.
Should I be so privileged as to be confirmed, we will make sure our tax dollars support healthy foods. We will scrutinize the chemical additives in our food supply. We will remove financial conflicts of interest from our agencies. We will create an honest, unbiased, gold standard science at HHS, accountable to the President, the Congress, and to the American people.
Yeah, that was his pitch. Which does make sense, doesn't it? It'd probably be harder to get confirmed if he admitted that he's a rabid conspiracy theorist, who, among other things, has suggested psychiatric drugs may cause school shootings, that Anthony Fauci was engaged in a historic coup d'etat against Western democracy, insisted that he won't take sides on what happened on 9/11, and thinks it's acceptable to go barefoot on an airplane. That is true. He took off his shoes and socks on, wait for it, a trip to the bathroom. Here is a photo of it, and I know, I literally just said 9/11 out loud, but RFK, dragging his urine-soaked free-range piggies through first class, is literally the worst thing to ever happen in American airspace. But regardless, that whole I just care about Americans' health argument appealed to a lot of skeptics at that hearing, and he even won over Senator Bill Cassidy, a medical doctor who previously expressed concerns about Kennedy's stance on vaccines. And I know there are some out there who still think, well, RFK's weird about vaccines, but he knows a lot about health-related issues. But you would be surprised by just how wildly wrong he can be when he is spouting alarming, official-sounding statistics.
We are 4.2% of the world's population. We buy 70% of the pharmaceutical drugs on Earth. 15% of American youth are now on Adderall or some other ADHD medication. When I was a kid, I always say this, a typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door. 20 years ago, there was no diabetes in China. Today, 50% of the population is diabetic.
China? Huh?
So here's the thing. All the numbers you just heard him say are bullshit. Americans don't buy 70% of the drugs on Earth. We buy around 6%. 15% of American youth aren't on ADHD meds. Estimates put it closer to 5%. 1 in 3 kids don't have diabetes. It's actually 0.35%, or 1 in 285 kids. And the rate of diabetes in China is roughly 12%, not, as I think you already know, 50%. Half of all the people in China do not have diabetes. We've asked our researchers to fact-check some dumb shit before on this show. Last year, we literally emailed J.D. Vance's team to ask, has Senator Vance ever had sex with a couch? And has Senator Vance ever had sex with any other furniture or household items? But somehow that was still less embarrassing than writing to multiple diabetes experts this week and asking, do half the people in China have diabetes? And in return, getting a bunch of versions of no, and one response from a doctor that called Kennedy's statement ludicrous, adding, these stats might be related to the worm in his brain. And when you get key information about problems that wrong, you're probably going to fuck up any attempt at a solution. And that's not even the biggest issue with Kennedy's approach, because for all his loud talk of making America healthy again, some of the cuts he's overseen are going to do the exact opposite of that. Because while he made a big show this week of claiming he'd eliminate 8 dyes from foods like Fruit Loops, which, fine, he's been much quieter about his decision to fire everyone at the CDC's Office of Smoking and Health, even though smoking remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease. As one former head of that agency has said, shutting it down is the greatest gift to the tobacco industry in the last half-century. With another former worker saying, if you're really worried about the ingredients in cereal, wait until you find out about the thousands of chemicals that are contained in cigarettes. And exactly, just ask the Trix rabbit. He smoked 3 packs a day for the last 30 years, and he was just diagnosed with lung cancer. And it wasn't eating Trix that did it. He has 3 months to live. He's gonna die. In fact, for all RFK's self-promotion as being a scourge of big pharma and big food, he has just taken a buzzsaw to the regulatory agency whose job it was to keep them in line. And yet, there is one area where he is flooding attention and resources, despite it being the area that he had promised he'd stay away from, and that is sowing doubt about vaccines. He pushed out the top vaccine regulator at the FDA, who claimed Kennedy's team requested he turn over data on cases of brain swelling and deaths caused by the measles vaccine, something that was hard to do since, as he pointed out, that data doesn't exist because there have been no such confirmed cases in the US. But that is not all. Kennedy's also been making some very bold promises like this.
We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
Okay, so first, there is no autism epidemic. There are autism diagnoses for people who are autistic, and it is pretty bold to claim you're going to get a definitive answer to something that people have been studying for decades by September. Almost as bold as admitting to dumping a bear corpse in Central Park, your daughter telling the world you decapitated a whale with a chainsaw, and yet still having the audacity to make a highlight reel on Instagram that simply says, animals, keep their fucking name out of your fucking mouth. Most people agree. The vast majority of the rise in autism diagnoses is due to there being more research, better awareness, and more access for people to get an accurate diagnosis. That is what can happen when you put time and money into health services. But RFK has persisted in treating the rise in diagnoses as a tragedy, and the way he talks about autistic people in general can be utterly dehumanizing.
Autism destroys families. More importantly, it destroys our greatest resource, which are our children. These are kids who will never pay taxes. They'll never hold a job. They'll never play baseball. They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to recognize we are doing this to our children. And we need to put an end to it.
Fuck you! And I've got to say, it is pretty telling that you are so divorced from any semblance of humanity that paying taxes is your first example of a fulfilling life. It may surprise you, but most parents don't actually hold their newborn baby for the first time and say, there's my future taxpayer. I can't wait until you get your first $10.99 and therefore have any value as a human being. Oh, Gucci, Gucci, goo. And to be clear, lots of autistic people can do the things RFK listed there. In fact, Marianne Eloise, an autistic poet, responded to those remarks with, I would love to read RFK's poetry if he could share it, adding, I am not familiar with his work. But also, even if someone can't play baseball or write a poem or needs assistance using the toilet, they're still a person, and their life still has dignity and value. And as autistic advocates and journalists have noted, if Kennedy actually wanted to improve their lives, there are things he could be prioritising, from research into how autistic people die needlessly from epilepsy episodes to fixing our onerous system to provide around-the-clock care services. You know, the sort of programmes he's been taking a fucking hatchet to. So yeah, there are good reasons to have doubts about RFK's plan to tackle autism, even before you learn who he's bringing in to help him. Because among those he's turning to is David Geyer. He's a long-time vaccine sceptic who Kennedy recently hired to head a study of immunisations and autism. Geyer and his dad, seen here moments after telling each other, I love you, have published papers claiming vaccines increase the risk of autism, something that has been thoroughly debunked, as we've already walked through at length before on this show. Much of their research was conducted in what his dad called a world-class lab, every bit as good as anything at NIH, but apparently was in his house, in a room that had wall-to-wall carpeting and faux wood panelling. Here is the two of them in that home lab. So no red flags there, just two regular dudes knocking out experiments in what looks like a 1970s Jack Shack. And their conclusions have been shockingly transparent bullshit. Guy's dad was often called to testify in court, and over the years, judges called his testimony, among other things, intellectually dishonest and at best negligent, if not a fraud on the court. In fact, by the time he died, his medical licenses had been suspended or revoked in at least 10 states. As for his son, that is luckily not a concern, because, fun fact, he was disciplined by Maryland regulators for practicing medicine without a license. And while I do not know what the ideal qualifications are to run the nation's new inquiry into vaccines and autism, I'm assuming playing doctor for a while before getting caught isn't one of them. Not only is he not a doctor, he doesn't even play one on TV. Now more than ever, this is literally just some fucking guy. And if you're thinking, this is all going to end badly, it's already heading that way. As you undoubtedly know, measles is currently ripping across the country. As of taping, it has spread to at least 30 states, which is obviously bad because it can cause pneumonia, swelling of the brain, and 1 or 2 deaths per 1,000 people. So far, 3 people have died, 2 of them children, meaning the country's now seen the first paediatric measles death in 22 years. And RFK's response has been a long way from ideal. He initially called the outbreak not unusual, which it very much is. And even when he wrote an op-ed acknowledging the benefits of the MMR vaccine, he made sure to say that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, and he has been recklessly pushing alternative theories and remedies.
While Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the vaccine does protect children against measles, he also touts vitamin A as an effective therapy, writing in a week, vitamin A can dramatically reduce measles mortality.
What is the cure for measles? Cure for measles is chicken soup and vitamin A.
OK, first, chicken soup is not a cure for anything. It is floating meat water parents trick their kids into eating by saying that it'll make them feel better. And that is only because the only way to get a child to eat anything is just to lie to them. Spider-Man eats broccoli all the time. Apples make you jump high. Santa Claus made these eggs, and if you don't eat them, he will kill himself. Kids will believe the dumbest shit, and apparently so will the head of the nation's health services. And while that clip was from a few years ago, Kennedy is still pushing vitamin A as a measles treatment, which seems to have had consequences given multiple children in West Texas have been treated for vitamin A toxicity stemming from at-home attempts to treat measles. And all the while, Kennedy's funding cuts have hampered states' ability to mitigate this outbreak. Vaccination efforts in multiple states have been cancelled, including in places like Dallas, which had to cancel 50 vaccination clinics, including events specifically targeting schools with low immunisation rates, proving once and for all that the city of Dallas and anyone from the Kennedy family simply do not mix well. And it's not just measles. Whooping cough cases are also soaring right now, and multiple people have died of it in recent months, including 2 infants. The CDC's also been tracing an outbreak of hepatitis in Florida, but their lab that tests samples was just shut down, even though the kind of genetic tracing it performs is not conducted by any other lab in the US or indeed the world. And on top of all that, as we've mentioned, there are currently real concerns about bird flu spreading among wildlife and its potential to spread among humans. That could be a total disaster. This Colorado veterinarian has been sounding the alarm about bird flu for a while now, and she's only getting more concerned.
Do we have enough information about how this virus is spreading?
I would say today, no. At present, we're given a stick, and they put a blindfold on us, and we're sent into a gunfight, and we're losing. We're losing.
Well, that is terrifying. And I really hope the worst-case scenario doesn't happen here, if for no other reason I so badly do not want to get stuck in that white void again, slowly losing my mind while talking to myself and occasionally a passive-aggressive face that seems to hate me. Don't send me back in there! The point is, these are just some of the current crises. The damage that radiates out from the wholesale gutting of HHS is only going to compound over time. We talked to Dr. Georges Benjamin, the Executive Director of the American Public Health Association, not a man given to hyperbole. And he told us, when you go to a restaurant, I cannot guarantee that the food you're going to eat is safe. And if there's a foodborne outbreak, I cannot guarantee there's going to be a mechanism to come in and do the investigative work to understand how you got sick. I can't tell you that if there's a train derailment tomorrow, there'll be an entity that can come in and assess, both in short and long term, what your exposure from toxic materials is. If there is an Ebola outbreak, we will not have the capacity, federal, state, or local, to get our hands around it quickly enough. It was a really uplifting conversation. And look, I'm not saying that our system was perfect before this. Over the years, we've done multiple stories about shortcomings in various parts of HHS, but our solution was always, it needs to be strengthened, and not, hey, here's a good idea, let's cut its budget and put a dipshit AHA in charge. But unfortunately, it feels right now we're all about to get a harsh lesson in what each part of our public health system does as it gets taken away. Which is sort of like finding out what each of your organs does as someone removes them one by one. I'll be honest, in the course of working on this piece, we called a lot of people who've either worked for these agencies or rely on them. Sometimes they were people we've talked to multiple times over the years on various stories. They include many doctors and scientists who are, by profession, not alarmists. They can be endearingly and sometimes annoyingly measured in everything that they say, but they've been utterly shattered by the last few months. When we started making calls after the election, they sounded alarmed, but they were still holding off judgment, saying, well, let's just see how this goes. But more recently, those same people have been telling us flat out, this is a disaster. People will die because of the mistakes we're making right now. That leader of the APHA recently put out a statement that read in part, as a physician, I pledge to first do no harm and to speak up when I see harm being done by others. Secretary Kennedy is a danger to the public's health and should resign or be fired. And look, I am not a physician or a scientist, despite admittedly looking like the child of Dr. Bunsen Honeydew and Beaker of the Muppets, but I completely agree. RFK needs to go, and by impeachment if necessary. To the extent any senators like Bill Cassidy were willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I still cannot believe that they thought they could do that, that grace period is emphatically over because too much damage has already been done. This is a man who is clearly in way over his worm-riddled head. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know who he's fired. He doesn't even know how many diabetic people there are in China. And if that wasn't bad enough, he's currently spreading dangerous nonsense and gutting life-saving research, all while bringing in a basement quack. RFK in this job is dangerous. In fact, if I may quote every single passenger in the cabin of his ill-advised, piss-footed walkabout, there is something deeply wrong with this guy, and we need to stop him before he makes us all fucking sick.
Okay. I think we finally found the, I was like, wanted to contemplate on. Yes. And does the Zoom still, okay. I'll take this, I'll like remove the Zoom plugin, and I think we got it.
We're going to dive straight in with our main story this week, which concerns the ongoing chaos of Trump's tariffs. It's been an emotional rollercoaster since Trump rolled them out last week with the help of the single dumbest chart in human history. That prompted the Dow to drop by nearly 4,000 points in 2 days. So by Monday, everyone was understandably freaking out, only for Trump to dismiss anyone concerned as panicans, which he said was a, quote, new party based on weak and stupid people. Though I'd argue the weak and stupid demo is, if anything, way overrepresented in government right now. Then on Tuesday, Trump gave a speech to Republican donors where he floated major new tariffs on pharmaceuticals, told the audience, I know what the hell I'm doing, and claimed this.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make it here. Please, sir, make it here. I'll do anything.
Yeah, I'm sure some have been pretty nice to him, the same way that you try to be nice if you suddenly found yourself in the same room as a monkey with a gun. Hi, monkey. Good monkey. Strong monkey. Please, I'll do anything. By Wednesday morning, though, Trump's reassurances were getting more desperate as he at one point posted, be cool, everything is going to work out well. A sentence that's never been true in human history. That is the phrase you hear before someone skateboards off a roof, shows you their homemade water slide, or asks you to hold the camera while they climb into the alligator exhibit to do something hilarious. Just a few hours later, Trump announced a 90-day pause on most of his biggest tariffs, and he did it so abruptly, it caught some key members of his own administration by surprise.
A sudden change in policy came as Democrats grilled his top trade representative on Capitol Hill.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago sitting here. We saw you.
That's true. That's true. That congressman later tweeted out this photo showing what it looked like to watch that guy get the news. And how do you think he found out? A push notification? A work email? Or 32 concurrent messages on the office group text where one guy goes, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? And another goes, holy shit. And another's like, lol, J fucking K, I guess. And the guy who's always asked dumb questions is like, wait, what's happening? And then the first guy sends the link to the Times article, and the dumb one's like, oh my God, what the hell did this just happen? And then everyone at the same time texts, yes, Cody. This week was total chaos. At one point, the daily trading range of the S&P 500 was more than 5% for 6 straight days. The previous times that happened were in March 2020, during COVID, late 2008, during the housing crisis, and October 1987, which, if you are too young to remember, was a stock market crash so massive, Nightline felt like it needed to do this to explain it to people.
Here once again to help us, my good friend Kermit. Thank you, Ted. Can you tell us what is a bear market?
Yes, Ted. Well, thank you. Being a bear myself, that is one of the first things we bears are taught in the caves. If I recall, a bear market is where prices are going down for a long period of time.
So one would wish, I suppose, for a bull market to drive the bears out.
No, we don't want that.
Yeah, they explained a complicated financial crash with Muppets. A sentence so this show coded, I'm genuinely surprised that we didn't think of it. Honestly, if Ted Koppel had a British accent, glasses, way less gravitas, and occasionally referred to COVID as a bona fide swamp snack, I couldn't tell the difference there. And the thing is, the turmoil isn't over, because what Trump's left in place, including a baseline 10% tariff on all imports and a 145% tariff on China, is still a monumental shift in US trade policy. And despite what some in the White House claimed, that the 90-day pause was part of the strategy all along, Trump himself seemed to admit that he did it in reaction to the markets panicking.
I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
Hold on, a little bit afraid is a massive understatement. People were freaking out about their 401ks. There were grandmas looking at their retirement plan and getting ready to open an OnlyFans to get through the next 5 years. And it wasn't just ordinary investors. One financial analyst wrote after talking to fund managers, a few have quietly wondered if the president might be insane. Which is fair. Everyone knows the right time to ask if someone might be insane is 5 months after you elect them president. Look, this week was incredibly stupid, but it's important to understand exactly how stupid it was, because we're not out of the woods yet. And the damage the president's already done to confidence in our economic system could have lasting repercussions. So tonight, let's talk about Trump and his tariffs. Let's start with the fact that none of this should have been a surprise. Not only did Trump bring up the idea of 10% universal tariffs repeatedly on the campaign trail, he's been obsessed with the idea of punishing other countries with tariffs for years now. In fact, when he touched off a trade war with China in his first term, we spent 21 minutes unpacking it, and the arguments hold up pretty well, although I clearly do not. As evidenced by a YouTube comment from this week, which said, "I thought this was a new episode until I noticed John's hair was darker and face looked younger," which is both hurtful and fair. But that piece featured this clip of Trump back in 2011, laying out his whole fantasy of how tariffs could work.
Somebody said, well, what would you do? What can you do? So easy. I drop a 25% tax on China. And you know, I said to somebody that it's really the messenger. The messenger is important. I could have one man say, we're going to tax you 25%. And I could say another, listen, you motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%.
OK, putting aside how strong motherfucker on C-SPAN, I kind of wish he just kept doing the voices there. You can have one guy say, listen, motherfuckers, we're going to tax you 25%, and you can have an Australian guy say, oh, you bloody dingo, we're going to tax you 25%, mate. Or you can have York say, I would tax you 25 butterfly rainbow species in happiness soup. There's all sorts of ways that you can do it, but the tariff is the important part. The point is, Trump has long believed that tariffs can fix our trade problems, and that's coupled with his insistence that trade is zero-sum, that if we buy more from another country than we are selling to them, we're somehow getting ripped off. But that is just not how it works, because we are getting things in return. As one Nobel-winning economist jokingly said, I run a chronic trade deficit with my barber, he never buys a damn thing from me, which is just a classic economist zinger. Nevertheless, Trump applied both those beliefs to his initial tariff plan, imposing massive penalties on countries indexed to the size of our trade imbalance, which led to some of the incredibly stupid calculations on Trump's chart, perhaps the dumbest of which was actually explained pretty well by Jim Cramer.
Let's go to the southern African nation of Lesotho, which had the misfortune of being one of the two most highly tariffed nations on Trump's list. They're being hit with a 50% duty on their exports to America. That happened because Lesotho only imported $2.8 million worth of U.S. goods last year, whereas we imported roughly $240 million worth of stuff from them. Now, the thing is, Lesotho's a really tiny country. Virtually everything we buy from them is either apparel or diamonds. But because it's a very poor country, they can't afford to buy much from us. So what happens now? To start, we're going to have to pay a lot more for any apparel or diamonds from Lesotho. Maybe we can replace the apparel with diamonds? I mean, that's a lot harder. And the only way for Lesotho to get out of this jam is by importing more stuff from America, which it can't do because it doesn't have any money. So the president has likely just made things more expensive for Americans and not really changed the behavior of our trading partners.
He's right. Shit. Jim Cramer was right. I think I'm going insane. And quick side note there, if you're thinking, hold on, did he say Lesotho's sitting on top of a load of diamonds but they still don't have any money? I know, but we don't have time. That's a different story that I'm sure we'll do one day. I'll put a post-it note on my computer and everything. And while Trump's temporarily paused those huge tariffs on Lesotho and others, it is worth asking, what exactly is his endgame here? And it depends on who you ask. When the tariffs first came down, some in the White House insisted they'd be permanent trade barriers intended to raise revenue and bring jobs back home, while others claimed they were a scare tactic designed to help us negotiate more favourable deals. But those are two very different goals with different consequences for businesses and workers who badly need to know which to plan for. So let's take each scenario in turn. And let's start with the idea that these tariffs are designed to shut out foreign competition and ensure stuff gets made here. There are a few issues with that, starting with the fact that lots of things aren't produced in the US, sometimes because they simply can't be at any kind of commercial scale. Even Trump's Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, pictured here rocking a cunty little bob, seemed to understand that last month when he said this.
Certain products, if I put a tariff on a mango, right? We can't grow mangoes in America. We just can't grow a mango. If you put a tariff on a mango, the mango would be more expensive. So then that's just like another version of income tax.
How do you
so the idea is to not do that.
Right. The problem is, when the tariffs were announced, mangoes weren't exempted, so we did do that. And sometimes it feels like the best way to ensure Trump does something is to tell him not to do it. He's like a toddler, both because his brain is unable to grasp negations and also because he has a short torso, huge head, always looks like he's about to fall over, and won't let anyone brush his hair. That same logic applies to other crops like coffee and bananas, but that is not all, because it's also not easy to make electronics here. Take the Nintendo Switch 2. The company paused pre-orders for it this week because they didn't know how it'd be affected, as this analyst explained.
They got to figure out what they're going to get charged. Do they charge 50% more? Do they charge double? Do they even ship them?
How much of this is made in the U.S.? None of it.
None of it.
That is a good point, but an even better delivery of it. I want that guy on hand to respond to all other situations. How much birthday cake is left in the break room? None of it. How much of the severance goat plot did you actually understand? None of it. How much of Trump's trade briefing did he genuinely read? None of it. And if you think, well, hold on, why don't we just build a switch factory here. But when it comes to high-tech goods, key components have to be sourced from complex global supply chains. So it's not a matter of simply building a factory. There is a lot more to it.
How much would it cost them to start manufacturing switches here in the U.S.?
Tens of billions of dollars.
Billions? That's because of a supply chain that's been built over decades.
It would take 4 to 5 years to even build and get done a factory here in the U.S. And the reality is the assembly, the supply chain's in Asia. If you just build a factory here in the U.S., where are you getting all the parts from? Still in Asia.
Exactly. And some of those components are presumably about to be subjected to heavy tariffs. A quick side note, one of the many things that I'm mad about right now is the fact that I have to spend time to...
That is a crazy, like, vicious cycle. Because if you think about it, if you want to all of a sudden, you increase tariffs and then you move manufacturing. So that means all of the materials that get imported. But then the idea is to get them to just use the materials here in the U.S. But there clearly isn't going to be enough materials, if there even exists the correct materials to build a factory here in the U.S., especially we're talking about technically sophisticated factory. So then that'll increase the price. That'll increase the price substantially just to build a factory in there. Then you still got to source it with people and stuff. And so for the company to come out after that, they'd have to, like, the stuff that they start making there would have to cost like up an absurd amount of money. Yeah, it's like it's a completely untenable thing. I don't know why I did not think about that. That's crazy. Come on.
Talking about how tariffs will impact the Switch instead of what I really want to talk about, which is that I only just learned the president of Nintendo in America is named Bowser. That man, I don't shit you even a tiny bit, is called Doug Bowser. Now, if you don't know, Bowser is quite famously the primary antagonist of Mario, the face of Nintendo. Now, in the comedy world, the president of Nintendo being named Doug Bowser is like someone gently setting a ball on a tee, handing you a bat and saying, please, have fun and swing away. But unfortunately, because this guy doesn't understand economics, I have to look at real Nintendo president Doug Bowser and say, sorry everyone, no time for that, we've got math to do. It's a truly sad state of affairs, or to put it another way...
Oh, no!
Exactly. The point is, if these tariffs stand, they can have the opposite of the intended purpose, as some business owners might realise it's now cheaper to have a factory outside the US and not have to deal with tariffs. But let's say that despite all of that, we still want all those manufacturing jobs that we lost to come back home. First, as we've discussed before, a lot of them simply don't exist anymore because they've been automated. And second, even if we wanted to build brand new factories, it's worth knowing these new tariffs mean higher material and equipment costs for manufacturers wanting to do that. And in fact, tariff-swollen building costs have already helped to kill a $300 million plastics recycling plant in Erie, Pennsylvania, which is a real shame for multiple reasons, including they would have helped make Erie, Pennsylvania known for something other than the town that boiled a Revolutionary War general's corpse in order to separate his flesh from his bones so they could ship him back to his hometown. The idea there being, they reassembled the skeleton once he was in his final gravesite, but you guessed it, some bones wound up falling out of the wagon on the trek, as bones are wont to do. It's an incredible story, and thanks to the full recycling plant, remains the only thing I will ever know about Erie, Pennsylvania. And even if we do end up bringing some manufacturing jobs home, you also have to factor in that other countries will put tariffs on our goods in return, which will hurt other industries. The current massive tariffs on China are incredibly worrisome for people like this soybean farmer in Tennessee.
That trade relationship with China was built over decades and decades.
Will Hutchinson, a fourth-generation Tennessee farmer, says he is very concerned.
This is going to have an immediate and drastic impact to our ability to compete on the global marketplace for our goods that we produce here in this country.
Yeah, that literal soy boy is right. This is pointless. If I wanted to watch long-standing relationships destroyed in an instant, I'd just go to a basketball game to see which couples act weird when they end up on the Jumbotron. You can enjoy relationships falling apart without jeopardising the global economy. And at this point, I'm sure some Trump supporters are saying, well, these were never intended to be permanent. It's that second possibility that you mentioned earlier, that the tariffs were always just a way to give Trump leverage to renegotiate bad trade deals. And after he announced that 90-day pause, that was definitely the message getting sold.
This is the art of the deal. This shows how strong our president is.
A huge win for the president, a huge win for the country, his biggest accomplishment of the second term.
Trump won. He's doing exactly what he said he would do.
He's a genius in negotiating. He is very calculating in how he negotiates. He understands the art of the deal better than anyone, and he's gotten results in a very short period of time.
I don't know what's more desperate there, the shameless sucking up or the needs to put the words, "we told you not to freak," at the bottom of the screen, which is funny coming from Fox News of all places, considering most of their broadcast feature messages like, "Why you should absolutely freak about the green M&M." But let's at least consider the possibility this was all about gaining leverage for negotiating new deals. That was definitely the White House's spin after the pause was announced, with Trump's Treasury Secretary claiming it had happened because the tariffs brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. But a couple of things about that. First, the White House said it will not be releasing a list of the countries that had allegedly done that, so, you know. And remember, Trump's openly admitted the key reason for his climb down was people got the yippies. And remember, even with the pause, we still have 10% tariffs on nearly every country in the world, which is still massively disruptive, both to them and to us, and that includes countries like Singapore, where we're getting a much better deal given that we face no tariffs there and actually have a trade surplus. And I'm not saying there aren't countries where we have legitimate trade disputes, because there are, most notably China, where there are major issues from their heavy subsidies for homegrown industries to their theft of US companies' intellectual property. Resolving those issues is difficult. It requires diplomacy and a coordinated strategy with our allies. But instead, we've alienated those allies and are going into any future negotiation having provoked China into putting massive tariffs on our goods too. But don't worry, because Trump's charismatic Treasury Secretary doesn't seem to think they're going to be able to hurt us at all.
It was a big mistake, this Chinese escalation, because they're playing with a pair of twos. We are the deficit country. So what do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. So that is a losing hand for them.
Okay, setting aside that playing with a pair of two sounds like how you describe a threesome with Don Jr. and Eric. That is incredibly simplistic because it ignores that China's leverage in a negotiation isn't confined to just tariffs. It can hurt us in other ways too, including by cutting off access to rare earth elements we may badly need. And before you think rare earth elements are just some fancy powder Gwyneth Paltrow adds to a morning smoothie to enhance vaginal wellness, you should know they're actually essential for everything from wind turbines to computer to F-35 stealth fighter jets. And incredibly, that Whoville tax accountant wasn't even the most reckless player in the Trump administration's messaging to China this week, because J.D. Vance, true to form, was even more of a dick.
What has the globalist economy gotten the United States of America? And the answer is, fundamentally, it's based on two principles: incurring a huge amount of debt to buy things that other countries make for us. And to make it a little bit more crystal clear, we borrow money from Chinese peasants to buy the things those Chinese peasants manufacture.
Wow. I know it is hard to take from someone with this accent, but you are really not supposed to use the word peasants anymore. That is incredibly insulting, especially coming from the man who, remember, is next in line to run the country if anything were to happen to Elon Musk. So it is no wonder those comments went down pretty badly in China.
The government's response? Swift and scathing.
It's both astonishing and lamentable to hear this vice president make such ignorant and disrespectful remarks.
On China's tightly controlled internet, government censors are allowing Vance's interview to go viral, amplifying the outrage, igniting anger and sarcasm. Have you said thank you for the money we lent you? A reference to China being the second largest foreign holder of U.S. government debt, and that infamous Oval Office exchange with Ukraine's president.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid burn. And I guess, in a way, it's reassuring to know that despite our differences, the American and Chinese people can come together to agree that it is fun to dunk on this cursed Cabbage Patch bitch. And look, you can say, well, that's all well and good, but I still trust Trump to make a deal. But here's the thing. We actually know what happens when he starts a trade war, because remember, he did a version of this in his first term, and it didn't go great. If you look back at his tariffs back then, protecting specific products and industries like washing machines and steel, they might have worked in a narrow sense by creating modest job gains. They're credited with creating or saving several thousand jobs in the steel industry and creating around 1,800 jobs manufacturing washing machines. But in the broader sense, those jobs cost us a lot. Trump's tariffs wound up raising prices to the point where it's estimated American consumers and businesses had to pay more than $900,000 a year for every steel job created, and over $800,000 a year for each job making washing machines, putting the total cost of those jobs in the billions of dollars. And that's before you get to the fact that because his tariffs on metals drove up costs for other industries, one study estimated they actually resulted in as many as 75,000 fewer manufacturing jobs. And when it comes to China in particular, his first-term tariffs did bring in billions by raising the costs of their goods here. But the broader damage to American farmers after China retaliated was so severe that 92% of what we collected went right back out the door in the form of bailouts to them. And the kicker is, we didn't get much out of all of that. Because after a trade agreement was reached, Trump excitedly bragged he'd got China to commit to purchase an additional $200 billion in US products. But later analysis showed it effectively bought none of those goods. None of them. But please, don't worry. I'm sure Trump definitely learned his lesson. And this time, he's going to get an empty promise for $500 billion. Fool him once, shame on him. Fool him twice, that's basically what everyone does. And remember, Trump's are absolutely dwarfed by what he's done over the last 2 weeks. And it's not like he's negotiating from a particularly strong position right now, because everyone knows he just blinked. The bond markets got the yippies, and he blinked. And again, it's good that that happened. I'm glad he blinked. But it's weird to claim it's a brilliant negotiating tactic when you've already backed down before a single deal is reached. And the thing is, this could all cost us an awful lot, because maybe the most striking thing over the past 2 weeks has been the degree to which it's become clear the world's trust in America has been shattered. This isn't just the ordinary give and take of negotiations. Countries are openly saying things are different now. Canada's Prime Minister actually summed it up pretty well the day after Trump's initial round of tariffs were announced.
The global economy is fundamentally different today than it was yesterday. The system of global trade anchored on the United States that Canada has relied on since the end of the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped to deliver prosperity for our country for decades, is over. Well, this is a tragedy. It is also the new reality.
Wow, that is a bleak thing to hear. Tragedy is the new reality is a grim summation of the state of world affairs. But also, I'm just going to say it, kind of a fucking bar. Honestly, you slap that title on the new Fall Out Boy album, the girls are going feral. And it's not just world leaders. Investors are making it clear they no longer have the trust they once did in the stability of the American economy. Usually, when the stock market drops, the market for US government bonds improves because they're seen as a safe investment. This week, though, they both went down, which is a terrible sign. As one economist put it, investors and central banks are selling treasuries and dollars due to a loss of confidence and credibility in American assets. Financial chaos has its cost. That is bad. And by the way, that is from Friday after the pause was announced. And that is the thing. While everyone may want to pretend that this crisis is past us, it's just not. Even Chuck Schumer seemed to miss that point when he tweeted out, history will remember April 9th, 2025 as America's actual Liberation Day, the day that President Trump backed down from his ridiculous tariff fiasco. But it's not over, Chuck. We dodged a bullet, but the monkey still has a gun. And incidentally, if anyone watching this is close to Chuck Schumer right now, please take his phone, take it out of his hand, and throw it into the fucking ocean. So what do we do? Well, ideally, Congress would realise just how close we came to financial Armageddon and take away the president's power to unilaterally impose tariffs. There's actually a bill in Congress right now, co-sponsored by Chuck Grassley, that would require the White House to justify tariffs and then give lawmakers the opportunity to reject them within 60 days of enactment, which seems more than reasonable. The problem is, you're going to need 67 votes to beat a presidential veto, and Republicans like Senator John Kennedy are refusing to sign on using this logic.
I have not joined the Grassley bill. I'm not likely to join the Grassley bill. The Grassley bill will not pass, and I just think it's a distraction. The most immediate question for me is, the president is a pit bull. He's won. He's caught the car. The question is, what's he going to do with the car?
Look, that is a shitty answer in so many different ways, but the main one is the whole idiom, the dog that caught the car, is based on the fact dogs have no plan for what to do after they catch it. That is damning enough alone. No one says he's like the dog that caught the car as phase one of the dog's long-term strategy to reshore manufacturing. Also, you're a co-equal branch of government. It is your job to stop that dog, not stand back and say, I don't know, guys, let him cook. There's always the chance of an Air Bud situation here. Look, I don't know where things are going to go next. We're taping this on Saturday. Who knows what's happened between now and when you are seeing this? Maybe Trump will have rolled the tariffs back even further. Maybe he'll have put even bigger new ones on mangoes. What is clear is that he's destabilising our economy with no real plan of action. And all I'll say is, if our next episode opens up with me sitting next to a chart of the NASDAQ and Miss Piggy, it means we are fucked.
Oh, do I just press tab again, right? Okay. You get the sledgehammer.
Lawsuits. The reason the sentence Greta Thunberg allegedly killed Jeffrey Epstein has the word allegedly in it. And look, we'll get to the main substance of our story in a little bit, but before we do, I actually need to give you a quick update on something. You may remember that in 2017, we aired a piece on the coal industry that touched on this man, Bob Murray, the then CEO of Murray Energy, the largest privately held coal company in America. In our piece, we discussed his closeness to President Trump, his company's lawsuits to block a rule intended to limit miners' exposure to coal dust, and his insistence that a deadly 2007 mine collapse was the result of a naturally occurring earthquake, something decidedly at odds with a government investigation which found that it was caused by unauthorized mining practices. Now, before the show went out, Murray's attorneys had sent us 2 separate letters warning us that if we aired the story, he would sue, and threatening that home box office is in for the fight of its existence. Which, look, might actually be true, but not because of his lawsuit. It's because Game of Thrones prequels, including Game of Thrones The College Years, Game of Thrones Winterfell Valley High, and Throne Baby's Battle for the Rattle, won't be out for at least a year. HBO's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Well, you may know, we went ahead with the story anyway, and this happened.
Comedian John Oliver is the target of a lawsuit by one of the country's largest privately owned coal companies. Oliver strongly criticized Murray Energy Corporation and CEO Robert Murray Sunday on his HBO show Last Week Tonight.
It's true. Bob Murray sued us after that episode of Last Week Tonight aired. Although, and this is true, that's not the title of our show, and frankly, I expect better from an esteemed programme like CBS Morning Night This Morning. Hey, you fuck up our name, we fuck up yours. Now, that was over 2 years ago, and ever since, because the case has been in litigation, we haven't been able to discuss it. But recently, Murray actually dropped the lawsuit, so I have some good news. I can finally tell you exactly what happened. It's honestly worth doing, not only because it's a crazy story, but because it actually points to a much bigger problem here. But first, a little background on the lawsuit itself. In it, Murray listed what he found successful in our piece, including that we described him as someone who looks like a geriatric Dr. Evil, which we did, and he does, and also that we arranged for a staff member to dress up in a squirrel costume and deliver the message, eat shit, Bob. And I actually don't remember that happening. Can we just a moment check the tape?
It's made out to you. Eat shit, Bob.
Fair enough, my mistake, we did it. It's funny the things you forget. That eat shit check was actually a reference to a real thing that one of Murray's miners wrote on a bonus check that he received. The background to that story was that Murray had implemented a bonus program to his miners based on the amount of coal they extracted. His workers' union objected to that, believing it would have an adverse impact on safety in the mines. And when Murray did it anyway, the miner returned his bonus check, by the way, $3.22, with the words, eat shit, Bob, written on it. And the company tried to fire him for that, which seems pretty excessive. Maybe that message was just an invitation to eat at shit Bob, the Airport Express version of Bob Evans. Need a slick biscuit and some soggy sausage slop before your blood? Then you have got to come on down and eat shit, Bob. We've all heard the jingle. Anyway, Murray's lawsuit against us asked for damages because he claimed that nothing has ever stressed him more than our, quote, vicious and untruthful attack, which is an odd thing to say, given that, as I just mentioned, he oversaw a company whose mine collapse in Utah resulted in the deaths of 9 people. It went on to say that we attacked Murray in a forum in which he had no opportunity to defend himself, which is just not how anything works. And besides, after launching his lawsuit, Murray did defend himself, and very publicly.
We'll pursue it to the fullest. This is a tragedy, and American businessmen had better take note as to what they are trying to do with me, a guy who's done nothing in his life but follow the law, create jobs, and do everything I could, as best I could, for our country. Right. These people are evil.
Okay.
They are very evil.
Hey, Paul, I think evil is a bit much there. Look, you can say a lot of things about me. For instance, that I look like a toucan who can't sleep without a nightlight. Or that my voice sounds like Jude Law if he had a kazoo stuck in his throat. But evil seems like a bit of an exaggeration. Now, obviously, the lawsuit was a bullshit effort to silence us, perhaps best exemplified by a motion that Murray filed to try and get a gag order to prevent us from rebroadcasting the story or even having it up online. And for the record, the piece is still on the internet big time, and you can actually find it at stillontheinternetbigtime.com. So it was, yeah, just a useful shortcut. So it was no surprise when the case was dismissed by the West Virginia judge who heard it last February. And at that point, we figured this whole saga was over, right? Well, wrong. Because Murray then filed an appeal to the West Virginia Supreme Court. And here's a fun side note. One of the judges set to hear our case was Justice Alan Loffrey. And that name, weirdly, rang something of a bell for us. And then we remembered that in 2015, we actually did a segment on elected judges that commented on one of his campaign ads. Here's a clip from that show.
Hi, I'm Alan Loffrey, and I'm running for our Supreme Court. It's Loffrey, as in law and free. This is my house. Come on in. There's the kitchen. Something smells good. In my family room, my wife Kelly Loffrey, and our son Justice Loffrey. That's right, Justice Loffrey.
Yes, sir.
Yep, I call my son Justice, I call my dog Preamble, and I call my penis the gavel. Vote for me. Boom. Boom. Oopsie. I mean, as far as things to say about a judge before he makes your case goes, claiming that he calls his penis the gavel is maybe not the best choice. Even though, look at him, he clearly does. So we were naturally pretty concerned at this point, but then, in a bizarre twist, all 4 justices of the state Supreme Court, including Justice Loffrey, were impeached in a scandal over inappropriate spending. So our case wound up just sitting there for over a year until a few months ago when, out of nowhere, Murray's team offered to drop their lawsuit. In possibly related news, Murray Energy recently announced it will be reorganising under bankruptcy, though you should know Bob Murray will remain the company's chairman. But we did wonder, the point of him putting us through all of this in the first place? Well, I would argue it's because winning the case was never really his goal. And that brings us to the larger issue that we're going to talk about tonight, SLAPP suits. SLAPP is an acronym that stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. These are frivolous suits with no legal merit, specifically designed to stifle public debate or dissent. And these happen all the time. And Murray is not alone in seemingly using lawsuits to punish and intimidate his critics. In fact, one of his good friends has openly called for changes that would make it easier to file them.
I'm going to open up our libel laws so when they write purposely negative and horrible and false articles, we can sue them and win lots of money. So we're going to open up those libel laws, folks, and we're going to have people sue you like you never got sued before.
It's true. Trump has been as enthusiastic about laws as he's been unenthusiastic about opening up a birthday present from Tiffany. Look, I know it's a tie, you know it's a tie. The only thing that isn't a tie is how much I love my daughters. Now, Trump is famously litigious and has launched a number of what I would argue are SLAPP suits. For instance, when journalist Tim O'Brien reported in a book that sources close to Trump claimed his net worth was much lower than he claimed and only somewhere between 150 to 250 million, Trump did not take that well.
When the book came out, he didn't feel very good about it, and he ultimately sued me for defamation. I think it's the biggest libel lawsuit in U.S. history. He sued me for $5 billion.
It's true. Trump sued that man for $5 billion. And think about that. That means if Trump had won that lawsuit, he would have been worth $5.2 billion. That's a lot of money. He'd be a billionaire. But look, Trump lost, of course, and afterward he openly admitted that he knew he couldn't win, saying, I did it to make his life miserable, which I'm happy about. Which honestly makes sense, doesn't it? Because in Trump's heart, he's just a vindictive bad man. He's the kind of guy who thinks the movie Sophie's Choice is about a woman who got to give up one of her children. But Trump's statement there actually gets to the key characteristic of SLAPP suits. The whole point is to put the defendant through a difficult, painful experience, and even if cases fail in lower courts, as they often do, the plaintiffs can find ways to extend them through intensive discovery requests, depositions, and appeals that drain the target's time and resources. And alarmingly, journalists are not the only ones targeted with SLAPP suits. In some cases, they can be used to silence citizen activists. Take the residents of Uniontown, Alabama. After a waste disposal company agreed to store toxic coal ash in a landfill near their homes, some members of a local group posted about their concerns on their Facebook page. But in 2016, the company behind the landfill sued 4 members of the group for $30 million, which is a ridiculous amount to sue anyone for, let alone people living in a community where the median household income is just $14,000. Although, to be fair, the attorney representing the landfill claimed that $30 million figure wasn't actually as bad as it sounds.
The $30 million, I think, it actually was 15. There were 2 counts, but they each contained 15.
Oh, that's okay then. Yeah, it's not $30 million, it's 2 counts of $15 million. Or you could say it's 5 counts of $6 million, or 30 counts of $1 million, or 3 billion counts, each containing 1 cent. The point is, math is fun. Now, thankfully, after the ACLU stepped in to help the residents defend themselves, the company voluntarily withdrew the lawsuit. But the experience clearly left its mark on the community.
It has scared a lot of people in this area for speaking up. Because those individuals are afraid to get their backlash, not knowing that that's just a scare tactic to get you to leave things alone so they can continue their power and control to do what they want to do.
Yeah, she's exactly right. But the problem with scare tactics is that they work, because things that could hurt you are scary. The only people who aren't scared of anything look like this. And look at that smiling idiot. Able to feel joy because he believes more than literally anything in the world that his soul has been liberated from 75-million-year-old alien spirits that a psychiatrist helped paralyze under the pretense of income tax inspections. Seems nice, Tommy boy. Seems real nice. The thing is, pretty much everyone, from judges to legal scholars, agrees that slap suits are a scourge. That is why 30 states have some form of anti-slap laws, which vary significantly, but broadly can enable defendants to force plaintiffs to justify their claim early on. And if they can't do that, the case is not only dismissed, but in some states the defendant is then awarded attorney's fees. Now, when they are well crafted, these laws can strike an important balance between protecting legitimate claims and deterring time-wasting bullshit. The problem is, 20 states don't have those laws, and with no federal anti-slap legislation, plaintiffs can simply file a suit in one of those states, one of which is West Virginia, and that is actually where Bob Murray sued us, despite the fact that neither he nor I live there. And we are far from the only critics that he's sued over the years.
It's not the first time Murray has sued a journalist for coverage he saw unfavorably. According to the Washington Post, he's filed at least 9 lawsuits against journalists and their news organizations between 2001 and 2015 for reports that they saw as critical.
And since Murray likes to sue, we're not going to say another word about him as a journalist here.
Now, I get that he is clearly joking there, but that is also the exact culture of fear that Murray may be trying to create here. Lawsuits like his make people think twice before reporting on his business, or pointing things out like the fact that Bob Murray's general facial expression answers the question, what would it look like if an egg was mentally undressing you? And I would argue, eyes up here, egg, and I would argue some of Murray's suits have attempts to bully people into silence, sometimes over incredibly trivial slights. He sued an editorial cartoonist over this unflattering cartoon of him, which is just pathetic. Who sues a cartoonist? You think I'm going to go to court over this thing that I found online, which appears to be me presenting a tiered cake made with syringes, condoms, and broken glass? I can only assume that's a metaphor for this show, in which case nailed it, no notes. Murray has also sued this couple, James and Lisa Ciocia. In 2012, they held a short protest outside Murray Energy's Ohio headquarters with only about 20 people marching around. It looked like this, and that has to be the least intimidating protest I have ever seen. One sign calls him Mr. Murray, and another is in serif font. It's less a protest and more an inter-office memo. But Murray nevertheless sued not only the Ciocias, but also a local newspaper, the Chagrin Valley Times, for their coverage of it. Now, both the Ciocias and the newspaper beat Murray's claims for defamation, but he tied them both up in appeals for years, and the newspaper's defense cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The appellate court judge even explicitly wrote in his decision that Murray's suit shows why Ohio should adopt an anti-slap statute, pointing out that the paper had completely removed all their coverage of Murray from their site, which the judge said was an example of the chilling effects a suit like this has. And that is the point here. Lawsuits are like famous Instagram pugs. They don't have to work to be considered very, very successful. And by cultivating a reputation for being aggressively litigious, Murray may have actually got what he wanted and successfully applied a chokehold on how he is covered. And while it is hard to show you an unreported story, in researching this piece, we did actually stumble on 2 ongoing lawsuits involving Murray that have got almost no press, which is honestly strange, because once you hear the details, I think you'll agree that they probably should have. Now, in one, Murray discloses that 2 women who had worked for him had alleged harassment and the perpetration of a hostile work environment by Mr. Murray. And while he denies those claims, he also admits paying those women considerable sums of money in confidential settlements. In a separate ongoing lawsuit, a different former employee alleges there were numerous attempts by Murray to kiss her on the lips, pulling her into him to, quote, cop a feel, and calling her into his office on one occasion to give him hot water with lemon while he was wearing nothing but his underwear. And what possible thought process could have led to that? Well, let's see. I'm horny. I've got a little bit of a sore throat. And I'd really like to solve both problems in a way that makes a female employee feel subhuman. Wait a minute, I think I've got it. Bob, you've done it again, you clever little coal goblin. But wait. Because it gets worse. The same complaint also claims that Murray had the plaintiff, on more than one occasion, get on her hands and knees to locate or pick up items for him, including one time when she was required to find a small, hard object he had dropped, and he only told her, after she found it, that it was a kidney stone he'd fished out of the toilet after passing it. And yeah, I know that is absolutely nauseating, but remember, you chose this. You all chose to be here. Everyone in this audience could have gone to see Stomp tonight instead. Tickets are now available from $50. That's a great deal for a classic New York show. And sure, it's not going to blow your mind. It's Stomp. But it's been around for nearly 30 years for good reason, and that reason is, at no point did they force their audience to imagine this man fishing out his own kidney stone from a toilet. It's a good show. Now, I have to tell you, Murray denies all of those allegations, which he says are concocted, and claims that the woman is using the litigation as a vehicle to harass and publicly embarrass him in an attempt to strong-arm him into a settlement. Although, I will also tell you that one of her colleagues backed her up in a separate deposition, saying she told her the kidney stone story at the time, and had described Murray as screaming at her, find it. And what was possibly the rush there? Was Murray honestly worried that someone else was going to find his pea pebble first? I got it! I got Bob's cock rock! I'm going to be a millionaire! It's genuinely hard to find the right response to all of that once you've heard it, although I do think a 7-foot squirrel quoting a justifiably angry miner may have actually said it best.
Eat it, Bob.
Exactly. Beautifully put. The point is, it's a little weird that these lawsuits didn't get wider coverage. These are serious allegations of workplace misconduct involving the chairman of the country's largest private coal company, a highly public figure who constantly brags about his closeness to the president and his role in shaping energy and environmental policy. And I would argue that one reason might be that organisations are justifiably wary of getting sued by Murray. Because even if they are baseless, his lawsuits can do major damage. Ours wound up costing over $200,000 in legal fees. And even though our insurance covered part of it, and we were lucky that HBO stood by us, this lawsuit was infuriating, took up a lot of time and resources, and resulted in a tripling of our liable insurance premiums, despite the fact that, to reiterate, we fucking won this case. Look, here's the thing. We badly need effective anti-slap laws nationwide to deter powerful people like Bob Murray from using the courts to shut down people's legitimate dissent. And I know that after tonight, Murray will probably sue us again. Even though everything I've said has been rigorously vetted by our lawyers, who, may I add, are getting very tired with us. Because when we reached out to Murray last week to review the details that we plan to include in this piece, he wrote a letter back, not addressed directly to us, but to our bosses at AT&T and HBO, saying we were falsely vilifying him, launching scurrilous attacks, and arguing that none of his lawsuits are slap suits, which they absolutely are. So I guess, here we go again. It is yet another Bob Murray attempt to bully people into silence, and he's been doing this for decades. But you know what? I will stand behind our first piece, and I'll stand behind this one. And as for the jokes that we made about him, we are more than covered there. The judge in our case pointed out that the Supreme Court has consistently protected loose, figurative language that cannot reasonably be understood to convey facts about someone. Basically, jokes are fine. And I've got to say, it would be really tempting to say a bunch of loose, figurative things about Bob Murray right now, and not just on our behalf, but on behalf of every small newspaper and individual that he has sued, and on behalf of every employee who's felt ill-treated by his company and who may have wanted to tell him to say, eat shit, but couldn't. And here is where I actually have some bad news and some good news for you. The bad news is, the last 2 years have honestly just been too exhausting, so I'm afraid I am not going to say anything more about Bob Murray tonight. The good news is, why would I, when I can simply sing it instead? Maestro, please. We went to court against the world's worst sport and learned important lessons on the way. We spoke with perfect candor and got accused of slander because Bob Murray wants to make us pay. So even though he'll threaten legal Armageddon, we have just one tiny thing to say. Bob Murray can go fuck himself today. Ladies and gentlemen, till we better respond to Bob Murray's complete bullshit, please welcome to the show the Suck My Balls Bob dancers.
He went to the Louvre and spit in Mona Lisa's face.
Filled a rocket with puppies and he shot it into space.
He blushed at Nancy Kerrigan and watched her cry for fun. He murdered Archduke Ferdinand and started World War I. That's right, if we discuss Bob Murray in a way no reasonable person could construe as factual, we can say whatever the fuck we like. So come on, everyone, let's head to the streets.
You'll stroll into a stranger's home and jizz right in their feeding.
He watches Steel Magnolias and Roots Medaya. He wrote the Macarena and he dances ice cards.
And even worse, he likes to play Malala for his parts.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Weezy protected speech to tell Bob Murray to eat shit.
Bob Murray? Is that the guy who dipped his balls in my hot dog water?
That's exactly who I'm talking about.
Can I bring my car?
It's not ideal.
It'll be fine if I leave it here, right?
I don't know!
Oh my god, this is amazing. Find something more interesting.
He was Cosby's drug supplier, Jeffrey Epstein's prison guard.
Stop, everybody, please! Stop! John, as HBO's legal counsel, please stop. I have something very important to say.
One day at the M&M store, Bob Murray walked through the door. He wasn't wearing pants that day. His dick and balls on full display. He grabbed M&M's from a bowl and crammed them up his anal hole. He spread his butt cheeks far and wide. He told the tourists to look inside. He said, my rectum's full of treats. Reach in there and grab some sweets. These are all real things Bob Murray did.
See you in court, fuckface.
Look, it's Mr. Nothing Matter. We're singing about Bob Murray. I believe you've heard of him.
You mean the Zodiac Killer?
That's the one.
Well, my friends and I have a little something to say about him.
Bob Murray is a furry, putting aside our personal quarrels. The man-fox squirrel. The man-fox squirrel.
Shoot.
Hey, I know where we should go. Silly and insane. We could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. But we will stop this song because we may have your brains. So eat shit,
Wow, they really went crazy on that. Should be enough.
Welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. Inside the Democratic Party, there is a generational showdown going on between David Hogg, the 25-year-old vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, and James Carville, the 80-year-old Democratic Party elder. Carville is furious with Hogg for his $20 million plan to back primary challengers who will take out older Democratic politicians in the name of bringing some fresh blood into the party.
Well, why don't somebody sue David Hogg? But I might give the DNC $10 and sue him. He's a contemptible little twerp.
They have been taking shots at each other from afar, but they have never had a chance to sit down and say it face to face. Until now.
What is your plan to deal with our abominable approval rating?
Win elections. Win elections.
Watch James Carville and David Hogg in this must-listen interview as they duke it out over the future of the Democratic Party, which sits at a dismal 27% approval rating. I've got to warn you, it gets spicy, but has a very surprising ending. Take a listen here.
Okay, here we
Gentlemen,
are.
first of all, I want to thank you
about
both for coming on the show. After interviewing David last week, I asked him to respond to a number of your comments, James, and I figured rather than doing a he said this, you said that, I'd rather just have you both on the show. Since you are both like very seminal figures in the party, and especially at this moment as it's trying to figure its way forward, you both have different visions and opinions. So I wanted to start with like a very simple question, and I'll start with you, James. What does the Democratic Party stand for?
Well, right now it stands for defeat because we got beaten. People don't like it. But I think that we have a golden opportunity coming up on reconciliation, which is going to have to cause massive cuts in Medicaid, which will adversely affect middle-class people and lower middle-class people, quite frankly. And we have the renewal of the Trump tax cuts, which are hugely skewed. So I don't use the word oligarch. That's an ignorant word and no one knows. But toward the fat cats. I prefer the word fat cat, that is going to do. So I think if we can gel and make this our point of contact, I think we can reintroduce ourselves to the American people in a way that is pertinent and relevant to their lives. And I've got to go all in, regardless of what we might think, what other differences we might have. I think every Democrat is united in the fact that we shouldn't mess with the health care of middle or lower middle income people, and we shouldn't be a party of fat cats. We should be a party of people who are trying to make it, not a party of people who already have it made. I think we can all get together on that.
What about you, David?
What do we stand for right now?
Yeah.
I think right now what we are standing for, mainly I think that, and I would imagine James agrees with this, is the main message that people are hearing is just that we're against Donald Trump. That is not enough. We need to have a positive vision for the future, and I think what we should be standing for is talking about what is our vision and how are we fighting back against Donald Trump and the corruption that empowered him. What are we doing to revive the American dream? Since in the past 40 years, so many of the foundational building blocks of that dream have become astronomically more expensive and out of reach for far too many people. Whether that is the cost of healthcare, whether that is the cost of education or housing, or so many of the foundational building blocks that enable people to get ahead. And I think the message that we need to have is what are we doing to revive that American dream and fight back against the special interests that killed it, and also reform our campaign finance system to fight the corruption that is preventing it from being revived in the first place. And how Democrats are standing up to be a true opposition party to Donald Trump right now. That is what I think we need to be talking about. Because right now, just having the message of we're just not Donald Trump is frankly not enough.
Yeah, but like, James, a few months ago you had a piece in the New York Times. You basically said that Democrats should just like play dead and let Trump sabotage himself.
Right.
This sounds very different than what David is suggesting.
Well,
is that right?
Well, first of all, it's kind of hard. Everybody's saying the Democrats are playing dead, which might be some truth to that. And Trump is the lowest rated president at this point in history. So something is kind of working. I don't believe in getting in the way of people that are destroying themselves. But I think that the opposition to the Medicaid cuts and the tax cuts framed in a proper way can really give us a roadmap back. And remember, we're going to win Virginia by a lot. And that's going to be a seminal event in American politics. So if we make them pay a brutal price for Medicaid cuts, or maybe we might be fortunate enough to stop them. And if we make them pay a brutal price, of, who knows, we might be fortunate enough to stop these tax cuts. I think we're going to be held in much higher esteem American people. And we're going to particularly be held in higher esteem when we win in Virginia, which we're going to do. Virginia is all about margin. And the bigger the margin, the greater the effect.
So you think like a victory lap will be good for the party?
I think so, but I think it has to be I think if we win about 2.5 points, it'll be great. We'll control Virginia governors, but not much more. But if we go north of 5, I think it's going to grab the attention of a lot of people. And the point I'm making to Democrats is, let's go all in on Virginia and let's run up the margin. Let's run up the score. Let's we got a 50-0 lead. Let's throw on 4th down. Let's run it up as high as we can.
Okay, so James, you've had some words though for David and like what he's doing in terms of supporting some primary challengers who are, that would be taking out perhaps like an older guard. It's not necessarily older people, but people that he says are asleep. And you said that members of the DNC should sue him for doing this since David is a member of the party leadership. He is the vice chairman.
I think he's the vice chair.
Yeah,
let me be very specific. I think it is abominable that an official of a political party who is being paid or supported by that political party to go out and raise money to defeat members of the same party. I think that's a jackassery of the highest level.
James, can you tell me
if you want to beat Republicans, of which of course lefties never do, they never even run against them. That's one thing. I'm not into beating Democrats. I'm into beating Republicans.
James, I would say first of all, I am not paid to be vice chair. The vice chair role is not a paid role at all. It's a volunteer role. What I would also say to that is that I think it's possible for us to do two things at once. We do, at my organization, Leaders We Deserve, support challenging Republicans that are in very vulnerable seats. And last cycle, we helped to break the majority for Democrats to have a one-seat majority in the Virginia state legislature by spending $100,000 to do that. We spent $100,000 to support the candidate who broke the supermajority in North Carolina. We spent $1 million on frontline races that were critical to helping break majorities in states around the country and also reduce the size of Republican majorities that they have there, even if they didn't end up breaking the majority in total. And I think what we need to do right now is both things. We need to make sure that people have the strongest representation possible. Like, James, I imagine that you think that King Jeffries is doing a relatively good job, right?
Well, it doesn't matter that I think he is. I think he's doing fine, but the caucus thinks he is. You know, I was invited to speak to the caucus, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks ago. And my job, I think about it to the extent I have one, is to beat Republicans. And I just will tell you right to your face, I think it's abominable that you have anything to do with the DNC and you're going to go and raise $20 million to beat other Democrats. I don't think other Democrats are the problem we have in the United States today. I think it's Republicans, and I think all of our efforts and all of our force should be going to elect Republicans.
James,
I can't make it any simpler than that.
There is a real danger, though. You just talked about how those Medicaid cuts were terrible, obviously. Those were enabled by 2 of our members literally passing away, unfortunately. Right there, that is a real problem that we have to deal with.
Y'all always remind me that I'm close to the day, too. Every time you say something, you remind people how old I am. By the way, David, just one correction. Y'all hadn't been involved in U.S. politics since 2000. It's actually been 1994. You make me too current. I haven't done American electoral politics as a profession since 1994. Now I've done 22 different countries in 14 different areas of the state. But you're right. The criticism is right. I have not worked in American politics since 94, which is 31 years.
And I think, James, let me just say, I have a lot of respect for the work that you did in electing Bill Clinton. That was something that was pretty remarkable that you did, obviously. I think that part of the challenge that we have right now is the electorate has shifted so much over the past 30 years that I hope that we win the majority in Virginia, obviously. And I'm sure I'm going to be out there knocking doors to support defeating Republicans across that state. What I'm very concerned about, though, is the voters that are deciding these elections, that are helping to elect, specifically deciding the presidential, are low propensity, low information voters that are predominantly getting their information from social media. It's a lot of younger people, too, who don't necessarily have a college degree. And I think part of what we need to do is make sure that we're giving people something to vote for. And right now, with our approval ratings being where they are in the Democratic Party, what I would like to know from you, James, is what do you think that we need to do to improve that? Because I worry if we don't address the approval rating that we have right now from our own base, it's going to be a lot harder to win back the House. So what do we do to address that?
Well, first of all, what I do is Governor Spanberger's campaign has asked me to send out solicitations and to communicate with other Democrats in support of her. So I'm obviously happy to do this, as do, despite the fact I'd like to give you a list of the names of campaigns that asked me to send out things on their behalf and raise money. But that's not the case. I'm for all of that. Okay, and I'm for people. I think people like you, and you're right. We don't do as nearly as well as we should with young people. What I wanted the Harris campaign to do, the Democrats to do, was raise taxes on incomes over $400,000 and use the money for a first-time home buyers or rental relief fund. Okay, I think we should signal to young people that they're there. But I don't think the way to do that is to run against other Democrats, particularly other Democrats in swing districts. That's my whole. All of that pontificating about we need better votes, fine. But the role of the Democratic Party is not to beat other Democrats; is to beat other Republicans. That is
I kind of disagree with him. You got there's some Democrats you got to get up. You got to get up out of there.
Things you want, I want the same thing.
Right.
Shit, Ocasio-Cortez did it. She packed that one guy out.
Being an official in the Democratic Party and raising $20 million to beat other Democrats.
James, let me be clear, and I've said this in many interviews, and thankfully I'm able to tell this to you straight right now. We are not challenging people that are in frontline races. I do not want us to risk losing the House because somebody is mad that somebody voted one way that they didn't like. And part of the philosophy that I have here, James, is that 2 things in particular happened that caused me to do this. I had a friend call me from college who said, I'm so pissed that my member of Congress voted a certain way. I'm going to primary them. And I said, whoa, who is your Democratic member of Congress? And it was somebody in a D+3 seat in a swing state. And I said, I understand you're angry. Do not do that because you could cost us the House. And then when I was at the National Finance Committee retreat, we saw this data from one of our data people for the DNC about what our approval rating is. And our approval rating was terrible. And I asked them, what did this look like before the Tea Party happened for Republicans? And you know what they said, James? Identical. And I thought to myself, I'm extremely worried right now that we're about to have a wildfire that burns everything down. And we need to make sure that we handle the divisions that we have in our party in safe seats in the first place.
Let me get this right. You are still planning on raising money to primary other Democrats. That's that's your plan.
We're doing both.
Let me finish and then you answer. You're going to raise $20 million to primary yet unspecified Democrats. I think that's an abomination.
Some of the money is going to be used to challenge Democrats that we feel like are failing to meet the moment. However, a lot of it is going to be used to spend money in critical state legislative races that are critical to breaking majorities and also in open primaries in those state legislative seats. It's not only going to challenge people that are Democrats, to be clear.
Well, again, if somebody wants to challenge on their own another Democrat, that's more power to him. The Democratic Party should always be about democracy. But I remain manifestly unpersuaded that an official of the DNC or somebody who can go out and raise money to use to beat Republicans would use money to beat Democrats. And I mean, David, I've never changed my mind on that.
And here's the deal.
Like every ethical principle I've ever developed in my life.
James, in the past, there had been vice chairs previously who had done exactly what I'm doing now, where they supported people in primaries while they were vice chairs of the DNC while they were out there. And part of the reason that is not a conflict of interest is because there isn't information that we have access to that could sway these elections in any serious way. What the DNC has rollover is specifically the presidential election. And in our bylaws, it does say you cannot be involved in the primary process. And I completely agree with that. Completely. I do not want to repeat a 2016 here. But the fact of the matter is, James, there have been vice chairs previously who have done very similar things.
I don't understand. You're not going to raise money to run against Democrats, or you are going to raise money to run against Democrats?
We're
going to do that.
We are raising money
You're going to do that.
Democrats.
That is an abomination.
James, you have to understand the nuance here.
There's no nuance to it. It's just flat out wrong. It's flat out wrong to use money to be used to be
Here's the deal, James. What is your plan to deal with our abominable approval rating?
Win elections. Win elections. You see, against Republicans. Don't do. Let me finish, okay? Let me finish. You are my strategy. It is to win elections. It's not to win an election in Queens, okay, which you don't ever run against a Republican. It is to help Democrats win elections. Which, by the way, I called on Joe Biden to drop out of the race in 2022. Where were you? Where was the young cool generation coming? Did they step in there and say something? I spoke out against the horrific language of identity politics. Where was everybody else? I said we should have a contested convention. No one else came together, other than President Obama, who was trying to call people on a day that President Biden dropped out. So I'm just saying, I want to beat Republicans. I don't want to beat Democrats. That's my life mission.
I want to defeat Republicans as well. And what I'll say, James, is imagine if we didn't have Hakeem Jeffries right now, who got here through primarying Democrats multiple times. Imagine if we didn't have...
He can primary who he wants. The DNC shouldn't raise money to be involved in a Democratic primary. Bill Clinton was involved in a primary. Barack Obama was involved in a primary. I don't have any problem with that. So what is an official of the Democratic Party raising money to beat other Democrats.
But you didn't have Republicans in the past when former vice chairs were doing that as well.
I don't know what other vice chairs did. I never gave a shit who the vice chair was.
It is
at least you've elevated the position to something it is.
David, you've said a bunch of times that you don't want a repeat of 2016. How do you see this moment as being a repeat of 2016?
No, I was saying that in the context specifically of why I wouldn't be involved in the presidential primary, because I agree that DNC officers, as members of the committee that have oversight over the primary, over a ton of things related to the presidential campaign, should not be involved in the presidential primary, and that is in our bylaws in the first place. The point that I'm making is that if James is so upset about what I'm doing here, where was he when other vice chairs were doing very similar things, being involved? Clear, James.
Name you one vice chair of the DNC in its entire history, other than you, David. To be honest with you, and I never saw any of them publicly say it. Again, if I would have seen it, I would have said something. I promise you. This is not directed at you. It's directed at the general principle of an official of a political party spending time raising money to beat other members of that political party. That is a specific.
The only thing I would say, James, is in David's defense, I actually ran this whole idea of what David is doing by my father, who's a boomer, and he, I said to him, "What do you think about this?" And in his mind, he was thinking, "Well, I think the Democratic Party needs to clear out. They need to clean house." And how else do you clean house? You can't force people.
You can clean house without having officials of the party raising money to beat other Democrats. Anybody can run for anything they want. Okay, that's not the question. The question is specifically, as an official and as a fiduciary duty to the party that you represent, should you be raising money to run against people of that party? And again, this is not even an ethical close call to me. I don't care if you run for what you want. All right, if they think that the problem is some older Democrat in a +2R district, I got news for you. That's not our problem. Our problem.
What about the fact that all these older Democrats are hanging on to their seats?
You can argue that all you want. I'm not arguing that. Okay. What I'm saying is, I'm saying one specific thing. Don't try to make this an argument into something else. Whether or not some incumbent that's been there 20 years should remain, let their voters in their district decide that. What I'm saying is, it is not the job of the Democratic Party to raise money to defeat other Democrats. That's my simple thing. And I'm not going to change.
And let me say this much. What people think of our leaders nationally shapes how they think of the Democratic Party, which affects who they vote for, including in those swing districts that we agree, we both care about, that we want to defeat Republicans in and defend our very vulnerable members there. And who our leaders are in our positions of the Democratic Party, it affects what people think of us in the first place. That is part of this overall. We have a major problem here, James, and the issue that I have is that you say that we agree. We both want to defeat Republicans and win, right? But my question is, besides saying let's just get a majority to address that approval rating, how do you think we can win with an approval rating?
The job of the Democratic Party is to win elections for them.
Answer the question, James.
That's its raison d'etre.
People have a poor perception.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for speaking while you interrupted me. Go ahead.
You interrupted me, so let me finish. People have such a poor perception of our party. We have to change, and we can't just change our words. We have to change who we are. That's my point.
I will reiterate, that's fine. You can change who we are. You can run anything you want. I think it is an abomination for an official of a Democratic Party to spend time raising money to beat other Democrats. There may be things that the party does that I don't like, or maybe I could support somebody in a primary. I generally don't, but I could see myself doing that. I wouldn't have any problem with that. But when you are an official of an organization, and our purpose of the organization is to defeat Republicans and elect Democrats, and you're trying to defeat Democrats, I'm just flummoxed by the whole thing. A guy of my generation, maybe I'm old, but I think you should be loyal to things. That you hold a position at GM, you shouldn't be trying to sell Fords. Okay, that's just.
James, let me be clear. Let me be extremely clear. I'm not trying to defeat Democrats. I am trying to replace Democrats with better Democrats.
You're running against them in a primary. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're trying to beat them if you get involved in a primary. You're raising money to beat a Democrat. And I think your money would be much better raised toward, say, Maine or North Carolina or Mississippi or Iowa or maybe Texas, maybe Florida, places that we are defending seats in Georgia. We got a big agenda of really good people that we got to defend. In some places we got to promote. And I think it is an ethical abomination to spend that time and money by an official of the party to beat other Democrats.
Ultimately, James, we agree on fundamentally what matters most here, which is defeating Republicans. We have different strategies of how to go about that. But look, we spent $2 billion last election only to lose by 230,000 votes in 3 states.
Right.
What I'm trying to address here is giving them options in safe seats so that where we know that it's going to be a Democrat who's elected no matter what, we're trying to elect the best Democrat possible and support people that are in critical frontline races at the same time, which is healthy and we can do.
Let me address that.
Let me say one last thing, James.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying about how you feel like this is a conflict of interest.
I'm glad you understand. I'm trying to be clear.
Let me provide where I am at with this. When I ran in this position, they did not have assigned anything saying that you can't be involved in primaries. I also looked at former vice chairs who had been involved in primaries, who had endorsed in primaries, and I read the bylaws as well. They're now trying to change those bylaws. And if they want to change them and say that officers can't be involved in primaries whatsoever, look, I think what should happen is they should grandfather in the current officers of the DNC into that policy and develop a firewall policy inside of the DNC to say, okay, you're not going to know anything that has to go on with these congressional elections or state legislative elections to ensure that there is no potential conflict of interest there. But we understand this is what's going to happen, James, that there is going to be future members, future vice chairs of the DNC who the president appoints, and they're going to have leadership PACs. They're going to have other PACs that support people that are incumbents and others in primaries. And I do not believe that the president is going to allow them to be removed because they violate this rule. I don't believe that's going to happen.
Again, I don't know what the rule is. I don't care what the rule is. I can't name one previous DNC vice chair. I think it's an abomination to be an official of a political party and raise money to defeat members of said political party.
So do you think
I can't be? Let's talk about the Harris campaign in the $2 billion because it actually was $2.5 billion. And
at the time, though, James, you did think that Harris was going to win at one point, right?
Okay, so I made a bad election call. What do you want me to do?
Okay.
Go put knives under my fingernails? I mean, I thought we were going to win an election. Right. But one of the things that David touched on, when Ken Martin called me back, I think it was January, he was running for DNC chair. And I said, sir, a lot of friends in Minnesota think very highly of you. It's generally not my thing. I don't get into DNC politics. But what I think you should do is Future Forward spent $1 billion, the campaign spent $1.5 billion. Now you're onto something. And why don't the DNC spend its time doing, I don't know, an audit after action? How did we spend so much money and not get anything? I would be totally for that. We spent $2.5 billion and didn't get a single vote we were not going to get in the first place. And if you ask me, I think it's a legitimate function of the DNC is to say, let's look and see where this money went. And let's see, because part of my thinking is that, well, we had more money, we had more surrogates, we had more storefront headquarters, we had more door knockers, we had more organization, thought the race was tied. None of that did us very much good. So if they want to go and find out how $2.5 billion went down the drain to no effect, I'm all for that. I'm 1,000% for that. And there are people that are going around now that are doing massive research on not just younger voters, but working class voters. And I think, let's wait till this research comes out, but I think we're going to see some illumination here. But I'm all for it. I think you should appoint a special committee to find out, all right, we spent all this money, and we made it, we lost, we didn't get anybody we should. How do we spend it better? I'd be so for that. I'd get a baton and a whistle and throw it in the air and be in the parade.
Yeah, David, why hasn't the party done an autopsy?
They should, and I would ask our chair, Ken Martin, specifically.
You can put my name in to say, David,
have you asked him?
We'll make a joint resolution. We should do this, and I'll be glad. And you can ask Chairman Martin to call me because that is exactly the conversation we had back in January.
Yeah. Have you asked? Like, is there a reason why this hasn't happened? Have you asked already?
Questions about it, and I can't speak for our chair. It's not to say that he wouldn't support it by any means. I'm saying I legitimately cannot speak for him. And
I think there's a very legitimate use.
I agree with you, though, James. To be extremely clear, there should be a very transparent and thorough effort and an analysis and audit of where the money went in the election. There absolutely should be.
And I'm not suggesting, I don't think you are either, that anything nefarious happened. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. How was the money allocated? What did it do? What did we do that didn't work? And, basically, on election day, we got every vote we were going to get on Labor Day. I mean, I don't think we got one single new voter. And we just got to ask ourselves, and, maybe we ought to go into it with an open mind. But this is an election we should have never lost. It was completely inflicted by Democrats. It was completely afflicted by the fascination with esoteric language that blew up in our face. It was completely that Biden stayed in the race till July the 21st. It was completely because we had staggering talent around the country. That's one of the things that I believe, and I hope, David, that y'all have a mini convention in 26 and invite all this breathtaking talent in the party to address it and show the American people the amount of talent that we have in the Democratic Party. I'd be glad to work with that. Support any audit, support some kind of mini convention or cattle call. Let these people come and make their case to the members of the Democratic National Committee. I'd be all for that. I think there are things we can do. I just don't think primary Democrats is what we should do.
Well, it does seem like the party enthusiasm right now is behind Bernie and AOC. They're the ones calling these crowds.
Okay, they never. I'm just the progressive left never beats. Bernie ran for president twice. He lost twice. They had the most progressive group of candidates you ever had in 2020. They all got beat terribly. And it wasn't rigged. People voted how they voted. It wouldn't matter what somebody did. Just how many times do people have to say, this is not what we're looking for? Look at what people like Senator Slotkin are saying right now. Look at people that say that this is not a brand that people wrong. David has one thing that we have to be open. I think that we allowed ourselves to be defined by idiotic statements like defund the police, which I call the 3 stupidest words in the history of the English language. But I'm for looking for a reason, and if somebody convinced me there's a better reason, I'm for it. But I've never seen one of these lefties beat a Republican in a swing state. Vermont is the most democratic, highest cooked PBI Democrat of any state in the country. New York 14th, I guess it is. I don't think I've got my numbers wrong. Plus 27. That does not impress me. Crowds do not impress me. What impresses me are elections and election returns. And
right, but they're filling the messaging void right now.
Well,
because
this is April. If we fight on this tax cut and these Medicare cuts, I guarantee you, image of the party will go up because we'll be framing issues that are gifts to us. Literally, we have a gift coming to us in the next probably 60 days. And they're going to have hell on wheels, and their support is crumbling right now. It's the lowest it's been anywhere. They'll fight with each other. I think we can break through. I really do.
How does the party avoid picking another 7-string quarterback like Kamala Harris?
We didn't pick the 7-string quarterback. Okay, understand that. If we'd had tryouts, we could have won with the 3rd-string quarterback. We'd have won by 3 points. Okay, but we didn't get a chance to kick. But President Obama was frantically trying to call people on the afternoon of July 21st. If you remember, I said we should have 4 town halls with President Clinton, President Obama, invite 6, 7, 8 people to there and let them decide. But the Democratic Party did not pick this candidate. This candidate was, we were told, this is the 7th-string quarterback, and you're going to play with this. Okay, so we played with it. We lost.
Okay, you both seem to agree, though, that the party's lost men. So how do you do it? How do you bring men back?
Go ahead, David. I'll go first if you want to. I want to hear what you have to say, actually.
Yeah, David, how do you guys bring men back?
To be honest with you, I think that a lot of the young men that we have lost, and I can't talk about older men in particular, obviously. I can talk about younger ones. What I'll say is I think a lot of them don't necessarily disagree with, a lot of things that James and I have talked about here, whether it's taxing the wealthy more in order to make it easier for working class people to get by, in order to get things like a first home or something like that. I don't think they disagree that we need to address a lot of critical issues, whether it's education, whether it's other things. The problem is they would rather vote for somebody who they don't feel like they're going to be judged by all the time, even if they don't completely agree with them, than somebody who they do agree with largely, that they feel like they have to walk on eggshells around constantly because they feel like they might say something wrong or whatever else it might be, and they're going to be pushed out or excommunicated or something like that. I think that's a lot of it, and I also think part of it, more sociologically speaking, is the fact that there is, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this, James, because you have done a lot of kind of elections around the world. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts. This gender polarization we're seeing is happening in every country that is industrialized, basically. It's not just like, oh, Democrats have a bad message for young men. It is happening in Japan. It is happening in South Korea. It is happening in all of these more developed countries. So I'm curious to hear from you, James, because that says to me that it is a bigger issue than just like, oh, Democrats have a bad message. And that could be part of it, but I'm curious to hear from you why you think that's such a global phenomenon and what's driving.
I agree with you. And the global stuff, I'm sort of aware of, but I'm more acutely aware of what's going on in the United States. And I think the Democratic Party has what I would call an NPR problem. Don't eat hamburgers, don't watch football, don't drink beer. It's all bad for you. Like, God damn, man, get off my ass for a minute. And I think it's something like that. I think Democrats come across as like culturally superior. We know what's good for you. And again, they want the minimum wage. I don't know why my critique of the Harris campaign. Why wouldn't we for accent raising the minimum wage? Give America a raise. Let's tax rich people and give this money to young people. And you're right. And men, I taught 3 years at community college, 9 years at Tulane, I think 4 at LSU. And I have this phenomena, and other people that have told me the same thing. The girls just kick the shit out of these boys.
Yeah, I was actually going to bring that up without.
They're all sitting in the room back there like farting around. It's not the world you live in. You better get competitive here.
Yep.
And
I have a brother who's 10 years younger than me, and I hear him often talk about this. He's gone very rightward, Ben Shapiro, Tucker world. But I do sense that there's a lot of job insecurity, especially when it comes to competing against women for jobs. I mean, there's more of us in college.
I can't help you if you don't study hard enough, but what I can help you is get a raise.
James,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I completely agree with you. I think the same thing, we're talking about the same thing with different words around this issue of like the NPR problem. Right. We do feel just so goddamn judgmental. And I learned this when I was in college and I actually joined the shooting club because I wanted to talk to the people who disagreed with me most.
Right.
As you can imagine, James, I was very popular there. And
I shot my first gun at 3, by the way.
When I was in 4th grade because my dad was an FBI agent.
Oh, well, there you go.
The reason why, though, what I learned from that experience and talking to a lot of the people who hate me most, even people who said that things like the shooting at my high school never happened, and others, is that a lot of the people who disagree with us, it's not so much that they disagree with us, it's that they feel judged, disrespected, and looked down upon. And a lot of the time, I think if we can figure out how to work together and have those conversations that are difficult, I'll tell you this much, James, I'm sure you'll agree with this. This idea that it is not my job to educate you is fucking ridiculous. If you're in politics, it is your goddamn job to talk to somebody that you don't agree with and learn how to have that conversation. Right?
I go to Fox all the time.
Exactly.
I'm doing Bill Kane's podcast after this. I completely agree with that.
What I think we need to do here, especially with our younger people, is show that we're not only the party of sanity, but also we're not judgmental assholes.
Correct.
Right? And I think back in the day, when you helped to get Bill Clinton elected, I think that was part of the reason why, is because we didn't come off as judgmental assholes. We were cool, right?
We're in what we call vigorous agreement here.
I never thought we would be here, guys.
It's a great place for us
that we agree on, and we're just going to disagree on the other thing. But I think you're totally spot on with men. I think that we're totally spot on at where the ship did the $2.5 billion go. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that somebody did anything nefarious. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. I'm suggesting that the money was not spent wisely. Or what did the research say? What were we being told as we were allocating this money in real time? Because the next presidential campaign manager is going to have, you know, when an airplane crashes, people don't say, oh, well, shit, it was just a mistake. We'll just move on to the next thing. No. Right, it's a big airplane that crashed. And let's see if we can identify what we could have done better. Maybe we did something right. I can't think of it right now. In terms of, you know, I love Pope Francis. I'm cradle Catholic. You know, who am I to judge? I wish NPR would just put that over every host. Who am I to judge? Right. Instead of just judging people and their habits and their shortcomings and their failings. And I like I say, I think on two huge issues, we're in 1,000% agreement. And I think we got to show how these tax cuts. If you're 24 years old, okay, I think you're 25, aren't you, David?
I just turned 25. That's right.
You just turned. Okay. How much is this going to cost you? Because they're going to add $4.5 trillion for nothing to give the money to the billionaire friends. I mean, if they were spending at airports of compute, I don't know, whatever. That would be one thing. You would benefit for that. You're not going to benefit by giving, you know, Jeff Bezos another $40 million tax cut.
And I think James, on this point, the two last things that I want to say, because I got to get going here, is one. I think when I ran for this position at the DNC, one of the questions that came up is like, should Joe Biden have dropped out? And obviously the answer is yes. He ended up deciding to do that himself. And when people asked, like, well, why did we lose the election? I said two things. I said, look, voters told us two things predominantly. They said the president is way too old, and also the prices are too high. And effectively, with $2 billion behind us, we said, no, he's not, then yes, he is. And then they aren't. Look at this graph of the G7 or the S&P 500 or whatever else it is. As a party, I think what I would imagine you agree with, James, here, is that we got to stop telling people how to feel and instead listen to how they feel and explain what we're doing to actually address that in the first place. And that is where we got to start right there, is just with that honesty more than anything and just addressing how people feel.
I just, not to be, I was saying it in the fall of 2022, consistently saying, he's too old. And I said, look, at the time I was 79, I have some idea what the job of president entails. I know what aging entails. They're not compatible. It doesn't work that way.
How does the party, like, how do they just say, like, okay, how do they message around?
Just move forward. Don't talk about it. Just move forward. Fight the goddamn tax cuts. Fight the Medicare things. Come up with a plan where you're going to take money and take it from old rich people and empower young people and give them the advantages.
Exactly.
Young people think they're totally fucked in this society.
They do.
And they are. And Scott Galloway, if you watch that Scott Galloway TED Talk,
of course,
it's utterly brilliant. Utterly brilliant.
Depressing.
But the reason it is because it's true. So let's, and if we want to get young people back, let's stop giving them, you know, the back of our hand and give them a helping hand. People like me, I don't need a freaking tax cut. Well, I don't have much income anymore anyway, to tell you the truth. But the Scott Galloway stuff is right. And if we want to empower that kind of thing, I'm 1,000% for it.
And I would, as the last thing that I say here, I want to address what you said, James, about the dropping out stuff. I've talked about this publicly. When I met with President Biden, it was in 2023 in like September or something like that. Maybe it was like early October. When I met with him and he asked me, how do I win young people? What I wish I said is that you need to drop out. Of course, I would have been laughed out of the room. I would not have been taken seriously. But at least I would have told him what he needed to hear rather than what he wanted to hear. Even if we don't agree here completely, James, part of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to ensure that, frankly, that's one of my biggest regrets is not saying that. And I'm thankful that you did, James, and I'm not going to forget that mistake that I made, and that's why I'm trying to speak out now and do what I think is right in this moment.
Don't feel bad. If I would have been you on this, if I'd have been 25 years old and wanted some future in Democratic politics, I was able to do it because there was nothing they could do to me. All right, and you should not feel bad about it. All right, you should not feel bad at all. You knew the way you felt. And by the way, not many people did. And people would call me and say, man, you can say this shit, but, you know, I'll get in trouble if I say it. I said, you're right. But because I can say it, I'm going to say it.
Exactly.
And if I had to...
Yeah, where were the party elders? Where were the people who were working for him at the time? Like, they were the ones.
I would not feel bad. I can assure you that if I were in your situation at a comparable time in my life, in a comparable position, I would have done exactly what you did.
And what I'm trying to change, thank you for saying that. I think what I'm trying to change here, and broadly speaking, the culture that we need to change in our party is we need to build a culture where people are told what they need to hear rather than just what they want to hear a lot of the time. And I think that's a major part of what we've got to change.
Sometimes what people want to hear is what they need to hear. That there's been a massive transfer of wealth to old rich people.
Of course, I'm talking about inside of politics.
I'm not disagreeing or nitpicking. I think that we had a productive discussion. I hope you can take some of this stuff and move forward and stop telling people to stop judging other people. And let's talk about how we can transfer opportunity down in this country, down.
Let's do it.
Economically, demographically, chronologically, everything that we can. Old rich people are just kicking the shit out of young people who are trying to get it made.
And what scares me the most about this moment, James, is that those young people, I am deeply, deeply, deeply worried are losing faith in democracy. Not only because they're having the shit kicked out of them, but because of the school shootings they're being put through. I'm not saying that you don't agree with this, James.
Not only do I agree with you, I profoundly agree with you. It's not like, hey, okay, we agreed.
Yeah.
That Dobbs was bad law. No, this is something that I think we should do, and I think if we did it and talked about it, and again, I come back to these tax cuts, are just going to give us a golden opportunity to be heard.
Do you think that the next, leader of the party who runs in 2028, that they should be a younger person coming
Well,
maybe
I
from
think
the
so. I think we have
millennials?
so much talent. I can't wait to get them all in front of people.
Who are you guys excited about?
I can't talk. I literally cannot talk about that because it's
I
against.
understand, and that's good. Nor should you. If I start naming names, somebody will say I did. But just look across. We have gubernatorial candidates. We got, governors. We got senators. We got all kinds of people who are just world-class communicators. And I think that when people see the Democratic Party, in fact, I know this to be a fact, they think we're urban and we old. And in a lot of places we don't exist. But if we start talking about younger people and how we can affect that, I think we have a chance for an opening here. I really do.
Thank you guys both for coming on. That was another episode of the Tara Palmieri Show. Smash that subscribe button and share this with your friends. Also comment, like. You can get all of my reporting straight to your inbox by going to tarapalmieri.com and signing up for my newsletter, The Red Letter. You can also listen to the Tara Palmieri Show wherever you get your podcasts. That's Spotify, Apple, Amazon, you name it. See you again soon.
Too much pain, too much torment. The consequence of years of abuse, not only by Epstein.
So far, Prince Andrew has not made any statement since the death of Virginia Giuffre. What is your response to that? Virginia Giuffre's life was torn apart by the Jeffrey Epstein scandal, and it may ultimately have ended it too. Her family confirmed on Friday that she died by suicide after the toll of abuse became unbearable. Giuffre was one of the most prominent accusers in the case of convicted sex offenders Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. She said they trafficked her to the Duke of York when she was just 17. Prince Andrew has always denied abusing her. He did, however, pay a reported $12 million settlement to Giuffre in 2022. Well, David Boies, one of America's most acclaimed attorneys, was her lawyer and came to know her well. And exclusively, he now joins me on Uncensored. David, great to talk to you again, albeit in extremely tragic circumstances. First of all, your reaction to this very sad news of the apparent suicide of Virginia Giuffre.
Well, of course, it's very sad. I think sadness is a predominant reaction. I think anger as well. Anger that our society let this happen to this extraordinary young woman. I think regret that we could not have done more to protect her. But I think at this moment, I think both sadness and also appreciation for the life that she led. She was an extraordinarily strong woman, ultimately brought down by years of abuse at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein, and then later years of verbal abuse and attacks by her collaborators. But she accomplished a great deal. Without her courage and without her coming forward, Jeffrey Epstein would probably still be abusing young girls. So I think it's a sad event, but I think we also ought to take a moment to celebrate what she accomplished.
Yes, well said. Did you, David, throughout your entire time of your dealings with Virginia, did you ever doubt what she was telling you?
Well, at the very beginning, I was unsure. Remember when she came to me in 2014 and was about to go public, she knew that this would bring a crushing amount of abuse on her head from Epstein and his powerful collaborators. And I wanted to be sure that she was absolutely correct in everything that she was going to say, because they were going to exploit anything, even innocent mistakes that she made. And so I took a extraordinary step for somebody beginning to represent someone, is I required her to not only go through a rigorous examination, but I had her take a polygraph test. I wanted to be absolutely certain that the stories that I was being told were accurate. And remember, at this time, Epstein was a celebrated personality, celebrated by the media. There'd been a puff piece about him in the New York Times about his philanthropy. He was entertaining academics, business people, as you say, princes of the United Kingdom. So if we were going to take somebody on with that much power, those many friends, I wanted to be absolutely certain. So I checked it out pretty thoroughly. I never had any doubts after that.
Right, it's fascinating. You once said everybody's entitled to a lawyer, but not everybody is entitled to me. Now, there have been reports, right. I don't expect you to confirm this, but there have been reports that you can charge $2,000 an hour for your expert advice, which is befitting of somebody who's been one of the most successful lawyers in American modern history. But you worked on Virginia's case, I believe, for free. Why did you do that?
Well, she couldn't afford the kind of representation that she needed, because it was not just me, but it was all of the resources of our firm. Sigrid McCauley, one of the leading partners of the firm, devoted most of her time for years on this case. We had a whole team, more than a dozen lawyers working on the case. So this was a situation that if she was going to come remotely to a position where she could compete and deal with the forces against her, she was going to need resources that she could not possibly afford. Also, this was one of the gravest injustices I think our system has seen. I mean, this is a situation in which you had abuse of children going on in plain sight and nobody doing anything about it. You had a few people trying, but the media was ignoring it, prosecutors were ignoring it, It was exactly the kind of fault line in our justice system that I think lawyers have an obligation to deal with.
The facts about her life, I think, are fairly well known. She was sexually abused when she was 7 years old by a man known to her family. She ran away from home when she was 14. In 2000, when she was 17, she met Ghislaine Maxwell while she was working as a locker room assistant at Donald Trump's Florida resort Mar-a-Lago. Maxwell offered her a job as a masseuse to Epstein, who later trafficked her to his friends and clients, passing around, it was said, like a platter of fruit. And among them, she said, was Prince Andrew, who she said she was forced to have sex with on 3 occasions. Is that pretty much her life crystallized into a few paragraphs?
Well, I think it is an accurate description of some events and of some of the abuse. I think what it doesn't capture is the triumph of the human spirit that she represented. Because despite that background, she became a passionate, courageous, strong, effective advocate for the vulnerable. She dedicated the last 11 years of her life fighting to make sure that other children didn't have to go through what she went through. So I think that it's right to focus on those years, and it's right to focus on that abuse. I think it's also right to focus on the abuse, the verbal abuse that continued as Epstein's collaborators tried to salvage their own reputations by attacking hers. But I think we don't want to lose sight of the success that she had, the strength that she had, the accomplishments that she made, because I think those will live on.
Obviously, the most infamous part of her story became Prince Andrew, who was the son of Queen Elizabeth II, of course, the late great Queen. He always denied the allegations. He said he wanted his day in court when she brought a civil case against him in New York. You were involved in that case, of course. But having said he wanted his day in court, he then chose not to have his day in court and settled for this reported sum of many millions of dollars without admitting liability. So far, Prince Andrew has not made any statements since the death of Virginia Giuffre. What is your response to that?
I think that, and I've said this before, as a matter of human compassion and religious faith, I believe in redemption. I think Virginia did too. I think Virginia hoped that the settlement that was made by Prince Andrew would be the start of his accepting responsibility. I think that he needs to take responsibility for what he did. Virginia was always more interested in fighting the sin than attacking the sinner. And I think that she would have accepted Prince Andrew taking responsibility and would have recognized that. And I think that it's not too late. It's never too late. And I think that if he wants redemption, if he wants forgiveness, he's got to take responsibility for what happened. He came pretty close in that statement. It was a step in the right direction. And I hoped, and I think Virginia hoped, that he would take the next step as well. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, maybe his advisors, he didn't. But I think, as I say, it's not too late for him or for anyone.
What would you like him to say?
I think that's up to him. I think I'd like to have him say, "I'm sorry." He sort of said that, but I'd like him to be more direct about that. I'd like him to say, even if he doesn't remember what happened, I think he needs to recognize that he clearly had sex with young girls with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, he may not remember that it was Virginia, but he can't forget the event. And he needs, I think, to just come clean. He's not somebody that Virginia had animus towards. I think the settlement that she worked out was something that indicated that she didn't necessarily want to drag him into court if that wasn't necessary. It's just a question of taking responsibility, accepting responsibility for what happened. Now maybe he has a version of what happened that's different, but he can't deny that he was with her. I mean, you've got the photograph, you've got the testimony from other people. Continuing to deny he didn't know her, he never met her, he had nothing to do with her.
I thought somebody was stealing for a second. I was like, what the hell
that's not
is this
productive. It's also not right.
Did you have any doubt, David, from all your conversations with Virginia, that she had sex with Prince Andrew, as she claimed, on 3 occasions?
I never had, after my initial vetting of her, I never had any doubt about her reports of what happened. I think everybody who met her was impressed with her credibility. I think a lot of people attacked her who didn't know her. A lot of people in the media repeated attacks on her that came from people who had an agenda of trying to protect themselves by attacking her. But the people who actually knew her, actually talked to her, I think always found her to be extraordinarily credible. I mean, she didn't overstate. She was somebody who was careful. As I say, she knew that any mistake she made, even an innocent one, would be used by people trying to take her down. So she was careful about what she said. And I and many other people thought she was a very credible person.
Do you think if he had gone ahead with the court appearance, that he would have been exposed in that environment, and that is perhaps why in the end they came to such a big settlement?
After this day, we're going to wrap it up.
I don't think there's any doubt that they settled when they did for what they did because they recognized that a court defense was unsustainable. I don't think anybody seriously thinks that he would have withstood cross-examination in an open court.
He's also, as I said, he's not made any statement at all since the news of her death. Do you think at the very least, as you said, talking about compassion, should he at the very least have said something publicly about her death?
I think I would have liked to have seen that. On the other hand, I think we have to recognize how complicated it would be for him to say anything at this point.
There we go. See,
he got elected because people thought he was best in handling the economy. It turned out that he made a mess of it. Prices have gone up, and he tried to bully China.
Instead of actually dealing with these issues, what do we get? Bloviating nonsense. It's 100 days in, we're going to impeach him. But a lot of this is hyper-partisan sophistry intended to rile people up.
First of all, where did this guy come from? With all due respect, this is an idiotic thing to do. This is a political move to try to put him in good graces with the AOC crowd and the very, very far left radical crowd. I'm embarrassed for that congressman that he's doing that he's fallen to that level.
This congressman seems to think that having bad polling numbers is an impeachable offense. It is utterly laughable, and it's because the Democrats have no agenda.
People often say that days feel like hours when they're relaxing on the beach, but they also say it when they're highly stressed or having dental surgery. We can probably all agree that President Trump's first 100 days have felt more like 1,000. Is America basking in the sun while dreaming of a bright future, or is it having a root canal surgery? Our esteemed panelists will grade the president on the economy, war, culture, and immigration. Everyone has to give him some praise, and everyone has to criticize him too. Them's the rules today. I'm joined by founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, the author of Bad News in Second Class, Batya Ungar-Sargon, the CEO of Timcast Media, Tim Pool, and senior presidential advisor for the US Agency for Global Media, Carrie Lake. Well, a star-studded panel on a starry day. Cenk will be beamed into us imminently, I'm informed, so we'll leave him as this large black square at the moment, which has a kind of ominous feel to it. Let me start with you, Tim Pool, because you're not a full-on Trumper, but you're not a full-on Trump basher. You see some good, you see some bad. When you look at the 100 days in totality, what are you giving Trump on the scoreboard?
Regular grade, I guess, B+. You know, what I would say is the Doge firings, the getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse have been beyond my expectations. I'm absolutely happy with that. Selective tariffs, I'm a huge fan and have been a huge fan for a while. I do think universal tariffs, I'm very skeptical on. But I did vote for the man, and I do believe that it's been substantially better than what we've seen with Biden by miles. Deportation, I think, is going fairly well. I think a lot of the concerns and criticisms are overhyped. But we'll see. I think overall pretty good.
I mean, would you have said the same thing if Joe Biden had this first 100 days, which by any kind of yardstick have been pretty chaotic, a lot of changing, spinning plates, and a tariff war that so far has caused a lot of short-term damage to the US economy? In all honesty, would you have said the same analysis if it was Biden?
Probably not. I do think it's fair to point out that we're all going to be biased in some regard or another, and Donald Trump's administration, his worldview and his policies more align with me morally, and I think that's a big issue for most people. That being said, when Joe Biden came out and he was fighting against overdraft fees, I praised it. If Joe Biden had come out and said, we're going to put tariffs in these certain areas, in fact, I never criticized him on any of the tariffs he did. I think the issue is largely criticize where criticism is due and praise where praise is due. Donald Trump has certainly made some errors. He has this gaffe going around from ABC where he appears to genuinely believe Abrego Garcia actually had MS-13 written on his hand, which is incorrect. But, you know, if he's going to make mistakes, we accept those. If he policies that are in line with the majority of Americans' moral views, or at least what I support, then I'm going to be substantially more forgiving on his errors than I would be for someone like Joe Biden, who represented open borders, trans surgeries for children, and other policies which I found to be destructive.
All right, Carrie Lake, you're very pro-Trump, we know that. I like Donald Trump personally, I speak to him quite regularly. I've got to say, though, this is a massive throw of the dice. He's come back into the White House. He's thrown everything, including the kitchen sink, up in the air. He has turned all establishment norms on their head. And right now, he's got very poor approval ratings and a really in-shock US economy that doesn't quite know what it's going to do or how this all plays out. It's a roll of the dice, isn't it? Because at some stage, this has to work. If it doesn't work, then come the midterms, the Republicans are going to be in big trouble.
Well, let me start by saying I'm pro-America, and this is why I love President Trump and I love his agenda, because he has put our country first. I disagree with you. I think you're talking about some really bogus polling. I know how polling works. I ran for office twice. Trust me, I know how polling works. You can make a poll say anything. And it's typical for the mainstream media to try to downplay all of the accomplishments of President Trump and his incredible administration. He has had no choice but to go in like a bull in a china shop and move quickly. We were on the verge, Pierce, of losing our country after 4 abysmal years of Joe Biden. The inflation was out of control. The border was wide open. People were pouring in, including gangbangers like this guy that the fake news media is acting like is the second coming, this Kilmore guy. And they're going to bat for him. They don't give a damn about the American people. And so President Trump has had to act and move quickly. I'm glad he has, and he has overwhelming support. Even Tim talked about what he did with and what he is continuing to do with Doge, coming in and cleaning out these agencies, pulling back, slimming down the bureaucracy. It has to be done or we will lose our country. We're not out of the woods just yet. And thank God for President Trump. Joe Biden had 100 excuses for why we had inflation, the open border, high gas prices, all kinds of problems. He had 100 excuses. President Trump simply needed 100 days to get things turned around. I can't wait for the next 100 days. Frankly,
excuses,
I wish we could have him for
Trump
the
can't
next,
do a single
10,
thing wrong, right? There's always a reason for why something appears to be wrong.
Give me one
That's
criticism
crazy.
of the 100 days so far.
Go ahead. Yeah, let me see.
Boy, I really don't see any criticism. And I'm not saying that because I know him and I like him. I'm saying that because he's done a great job. I mean, he's a human being. Every once in a while, you might make a tiny misstep. I can't off the top of my head.
Pretend he's Joe Biden for a minute and try that. Answer that question again.
Well, you know what? Honestly, if he was doing the things Joe Biden did, if President Trump let inflation go through the roof, if President Trump opened up the borders and allowed children to be trafficked, fentanyl to be trafficked in, if President Trump was trying to start up wars rather than bring about peace, I would be very critical of him. Trust me. I'm very realistic. And if he were doing things that were dumb and stupid, I would be all over it calling it dumb and stupid. He's doing things that are strong, that are brilliant, and that I believe will help restore America and return us to our greatness.
All right, well, Cenk Uygur, welcome to Uncensored. You're laughing, I suspect, not in a way that indicates fulsome support for what Ms. Lake was just saying.
No, not fulsome support at all. All right, so first, usually, obviously we're always fair, right? So in the beginning, he comes out and he closed the border, and that's really popular. That's what people elected him for. He does a lot of executive orders. Now, a lot of those in the very beginning, I disagreed with instantly, but some of the later ones were more disastrous, but it looked like there was action being taken. So, and it showed in his polls. He'd already won the popular vote, and then he added to that lead in his polling, and that's back when, of course, Republicans believed in polling, when he was above 50% in popular, et cetera. And then what did he do? He pulled a Trump. He can't help himself. He loves his authoritarian tendencies, to put it mildly. He loves testing the limits of what he could do. He started talking about a third term, started saying we're not doing due process, we're not listening to the courts, et cetera. And now he's lost people on all sides, the wild, outrageous tariffs. And, obviously, Batia and Carrie and I had a debate about that, and I was right and they were wrong. And so I'm curious to see if they'll admit that now, because I said, of course, Trump will pull back the global tariffs. They were nuclear and ridiculous, and he pulled them back, 2 days after we had that debate? So now he's made a giant mess of it. I mean, everyone from Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Patrick Bet-David, Dave Portnoy, Joe Rogan, and yesterday, Alex Jones, all saying, what's going on here? Even they didn't sign up for violating the Constitution and due process and all of that, let alone the trillions of dollars he's bled out of the market by having no idea how to handle things economically. So he started out strong in the beginning for a couple of days, and then the rest has now just been a total debacle and disaster. And Piers, I'm always amused by both sides, and you've seen me call out both sides live as it's happening, when the Democrats were like, oh, Joe Biden's polling's in the 30s, but I bet it bounces back to the 60s, or polling doesn't matter. Whenever they're down, always polling doesn't matter, or polling is fake. And now when Trump is in the 39, 40% range, all of a sudden, here's Carrie Lake telling us that polling doesn't matter or it isn't real. It's real. It's not perfect, but it's real. Trump is badly hurt. I mean, geez, one last fact. 52% in a recent poll of Americans said that he was a, quote, a dangerous dictator looking to take away American democracy, including 56% of independents and a shockingly high 17% of Republicans think he's a dangerous dictator. You really can't handle it any worse than that.
Now, I may be about to shock you with this, but tallow is an exceptional moisturizer. The oil in our skin shares many of the same fatty acids as tallow, making it nearly impossible to beat. You can have silky soft skin, like me, with an all-natural alternative. It has no fillers, and it's much more than just a moisturizer. It can replace lotion, night cream, wrinkle cream, Neosporin, and much more. It's powerful enough to heal your skin, but it's safe enough to spread on your toast. And if you're looking for natural solutions, what about your toothpaste? Van Man's Mint Bone Tooth Powder off. His approval rating, Trump peaked at 52%, which was an incredible figure, given that it was down at 34% when he left office in 2021. But now it's slid back to 44%, which is an extremely rapid fall. And it's linked almost entirely to what's going on with the economy. Are you entirely confident that his strategy here is A, one that he planned exactly how it's rolled out, and B, that it's working how he intended it?
I don't really know about his intentions. Unlike you, Piers, I don't talk to him regularly. But I can tell you that I think it's going very, very well. I know the polling is bad. He started out with a large portion of the country who really dislikes him. He managed to convince a lot of independents and a lot of Democrats to give him a shot and to vote for him. But that doesn't mean that he convinced people to like him. He's a very polarizing person, just his personality. But I think when you look at the agenda, he has tailor-made this agenda for the new base of the GOP, which is the working class. And when you talk to working class Americans, which I do all the time, and I hear from hundreds, if not thousands of them on a regular basis, they love this. They feel like this is exactly what they voted for. The situation with China was unsustainable. It made the elites in this country very, very wealthy, which is why elites on the left and on the right are furious at him and why Wall Street is furious at him. But working class people see this as him turning the boat around and once again prioritizing American prosperity rather than what we've had, which is the pillaging of the middle class by the elites. And I think, you asked Tim Pool a really good question. Well, would you have cheered Joe Biden if he had done the same things that you liked here? Pierce, it is unimaginable that a Democrat would do what President Trump just did, because Wall Street now is very much a funder of the Democrats. And if you look at President Obama, you look at his first action in office, it was given a $700 billion bailout to Wall Street, while 10 million Americans lost their homes. And that included $30 billion of bonuses to the crooks who made those Americans homeless. He chose Wall Street over Main Street because the Democrats have become the party of the rich. And what we just saw is an American president choosing Main Street over Wall Street. And that is what people are going to remember at the end of the day from these 100 days.
Okay, well, look, Trump has used the opening moments of his 100 days rally to condemn a lunatic, dumb guy for demanding his impeachment. Well, Democratic Congressman Sri Tanadar introduced formal articles of impeachment earlier this week, citing acts of tyranny and abuse of power. And he joins me now. Welcome to you, Congressman.
Thank you.
So you're going hard on Trump. You're citing sweeping abuse of power, flagrant violations of the Constitution, acts of tyranny that undermine American democracy and threaten the rule of law. Out of interest, what has Trump done that has massively surprised you, or that most of his diehard supporters didn't vote for?
Well, look, the tariffs, this is Congress's prerogative. He took that over illegally and made a mess of it. And that lost stock values, people's 401k value got lost. He made a mess of it, and he tried to bully China. That didn't work. And right now, prices of everything are going up. You know, he got elected because people thought he was best in handling the economy. It turned out that he made a mess of it. Prices have gone up. Now he's trying to tell Amazon, don't tell people that a tariff
I remember that. He was threatening terror.
You know, he has trampled
you see that?
freedom of first right, freedom.
Did y'all not see that? Hold on. We have got to look that up. Oh my gosh. When I read that, I was like, bro, that is crazy. Like, the White House made an official statement that if Amazon was to show basically like the tariff increase prices, kind of like how the other stores are doing with like the import fees and whatnot, that they were going to take it as an act of defiance or something, right? It was basically a threat. It was like a veiled threat at Amazon, which was crazy. Hold on. I have gotta. Bro, come on. And I guess it doesn't want me to show it anymore. Man. Bastard. Clickable. Oh, yeah. So this is what we were just looking at.
Handling the economy.
Right, and then White House Amazon statement. Rev, this was crazy. Trump complained to Bezos before Amazon said it scrapped the idea. Amazon and White House crosshairs over report. Where is just this? There. Might be it. This might be the one right here.
Hey, real quick, how would you?
And they've been busy, arguably the busiest of any presidency, at least in terms of executive orders, with the economy and trade taking center stage. Of course, it's those kind of vast changes that President Trump is making to the way America deals with its biggest trading partners and competitors that has stolen the limelight. With one word, uncertainty, coming to the fore. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent was speaking at the White House a little earlier, and he took a question on the impact of that uncertainty on markets.
I think one thing that has been a little disconcerting for the markets is, President Trump creates what I would call strategic uncertainty in the negotiations. So he is more concerned about getting the best possible trade deals for the American people. We had 4 years of bad deals for decades of unfair trading, and we are going to unwind those and make them fair. What we are doing is we've created a process. I think the aperture of uncertainty will be narrowing, and as we start moving forward, announcing deals, then there will be certainty. But certainty is not necessarily a good thing in negotiating.
Michelle Fleury is with us in New York. Michelle, it's been anything but a quiet 100 days. On the 100th day, President Trump accuses one of America's largest companies now of a hostile and political act. Their shares fall 2%. They then issue a statement denying that claim. What has been going on?
I mean, exactly as you described it, there was a report from the US newsletter Punchbowl basically suggesting that Amazon was considering posting the import duties next to the product's list price. This led to sharp criticism from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, who called it a hostile and political act and said that Amazon was working with Beijing. Then finally we got a statement from the company, not directly to the BBC, but other media sources have been able to get a statement from the company in which they dismissed the report, saying that they had never planned to do this on their main site, but that they did consider it for their ultra-low-cost app, something called Amazon Haul, where goods sell for under $20, but that was never approved and certainly will not go forward. So a bit of a back and forth, but it sends a chilling message, and I think it highlights some of the tension we have seen which exists between the business community and the White House currently, in part driven by Donald Trump's trade agenda. And if you look in the case of Amazon, obviously these 145% tariff on goods coming in from China, that will have a big impact on many of their sellers.
And Scott Besant, we've seen in that clip, suggests that the tariff chaos reflected on the financial markets was intentional and that it would help.
What? Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? Oh God, bro, that's just so stupid. Like, what kind of questions? I was asking. Okay, can you explain it? Because you gotta ask them. Just ask. I'll be like, hold on, what would that look like? So what would that be? Is that import costs? Like, so would that have been like an import tariff? Is from inflation? Like, how would it? What would they show to that? Would they just show just a, like, here's the price of a product, here's the price of a, and now here's the inflation on what this product cost us to make, but inflation would already be part of what is cost to make this product. Like if I got a tomato, okay, and I sell a tomato for $5, but it cost me $2 to buy the seeds and another $1 for the water, then I would show. And then, like, you know, the price of the water goes up by like 50%. So now it's $1.50, right? That I'm paying for the water. If I don't show, if I wanted to show the increase in price, what do I put? I put $5 and then plus 50 cents on inflation since 2023. Is that what I put? Like, this is what the product costs. This is how much the product has went up since 2023. When does that stop? Where does that end? I'm like generally trying. I'm trying to work with it. I'm really trying to work with it. I promise you, I'm trying to work with her statement here. I'm trying to give it the best credence I possibly could. And I just don't. Is this finally? Oh, it's finally the day over. I was waiting for the day to be over, bro, because I'm trying to go to sleep. You're playing with me. This was never approved. It's not going to happen. Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. He did the right thing. The duties are already making foreign-made goods. And the thing is data showed Amazon sales had already hiked prices on nearly 1,000 of the top 100,000 selling products on site, according to the store personalized tool. The average price hike was about 30%. At the time, as I said, the 900 plus product whose prices have risen like just 1% of the top 100,000. Oh, excuse me, 1%. Yeah, it's only just 1,000 products thus far, but that's just because none of that stuff has kicked in yet. Like you announced 145%, but like, that stuff only really matters for like tariff of things that were in place. The tariffs that were like for products that already had tariffs in place, you just change the value, right? If you put tariff on a completely new type of product that never had a tariff before, like there's a whole back end system that you have to then put in place in order to collect the tariff on said product. A whole update to the tariff schedule, the documentations and stuff, when people want to go and look and see like if their product is tariff, right? The descriptions that have to go, like there's a lot of things that all have to then happen. You don't just like here's the thing, right? What is it, May 2nd? Even at May 2nd, when they Jesus, when that de minimis exception thing goes out of it, I feel like they're still going to have trouble initially for like at least like the first month collecting tariffs on everything, because like I seriously doubt the stuff is still there. So like what? It's just going to be that, hey, anything, any product that's, well, maybe that might be a little bit easier to like put in place. We just say just any product that isn't worth at least $800 will now pay this type of price. I guess that's something you could probably slap together. It'll be really sloppy, and it'll probably be like some stuff that'll probably still fall through the cracks. But that maybe something like that. But if you was to do something like yeah, I'm gonna start tariffing like shoes that have like 10% leather in it, right? Well, now like there's like a whole bunch of things you trigger. I don't even know if shoes naturally had tariffs on them to begin with. I don't think shoes originally had tariffs. Oh, I had my mouse. I was like, why my mouse isn't? I had my mouse on my other computer. It was just crazy. But the day's finally over, so we're gonna come back to this. Now here we are. Now we was getting to something. See, I just needed the right video. It's so hard. Like listen to this stuff is like, bro, it's just boring. I'm gonna just play this game until like I come across something. As a matter of fact, bro, I'm gonna even give it a thumbs up. Please, algorithms, give me some real stuff to actually like just talk about. But yeah, that threat to Amazon, this is just like, this is a hostile act. It's crazy. You know exactly what they were sitting there threatening against. And to me, that's so, I don't know. This is what my biggest fear is, that I'm gonna go ahead and kill this, right? My biggest fear. Go ahead and get ready to save this. My biggest fear, bruv. Like, look, you already got Democrats sitting there raising money to take other Democrats out of the out of the seats and stuff like that. What I am worried about is I'm worried about like the super left wing damn, spent a lot. Yeah, super left-wing Democrats starting to come through. It still sits there? Well, I wanted to like save it and see if it still be there by the time I if it'll still be there by the time I load in. I probably shouldn't have like hit save. Let me quit. So yeah, I'm worried about like super left, like a wave of super left wing Democrats just blazing through the Democratic Party, because then there's gonna be because then you're gonna have just like a what is it? You'll have a shitty two choice system where it really will be like, people were complaining about what was it, the decision between Biden and Donald Trump. It's for, I don't know, like what was the, whatever the reason was why they didn't want to vote for Biden, but I just remember that being a big thing. It's like, oh, I'm trying to pick between 2/3 of stuff like that. Man, if the Democrats get a wave of their like super leftist people going, getting the elections in their own party and stuff, it's gonna be chaotic, because I'm telling you, right, the like the current Democrats, right, actually respect the Constitution, right? They'll sit there and they'll work within the bounds of the law. You have not seen them do anything crazy with respect to violating the Constitution, right? And not at the level that the Republicans have, right? And so, right, because this due process thing is a wrap. Like this, there will never be an argument you could ever win on debating on if the Republicans like respect the constitutional law. Like we lost that. We lost that with this due process stuff. I still don't even understand why, bro. Is my shit just like broke? Gosh. Oh, I think it did try to, yeah. Oh, it must have crashed. It must have crashed. I'm gonna reopen it up just to make sure I didn't just just lose everything. I'd be really upset, bruv. If I just lose everything, because it's just like corrupted or whatever. But we could have had it so easy. The court rules that, hey, they need due process. Okay, and sit there and then just work within that. Why you want to sit there and try to like go crazy on denying these people due process, saying that they don't deserve the court stuff? Like the Constitution says that they need they take due process. It doesn't matter if there's 20 million illegal immigrants. There's 20 million. That's going to be 20 million hearings. I mean, that's just how it works. You went ahead and you what's the word I look for? You closed the border, right? So it did clear it all. Yes, I was right. See? Because instead of me about to sit there and try to crush all that, I was like, bro, if I just save and just quit, I should do it. But you know, if you want to sit there and you close the border, right? Which I can say for sure, yeah, right. He closed the border. Like, there's no longer an illegal immigration problem. Cool. So now what's the problem? Oh, we getting the materials now. Yeah, I don't need this. You know, you close the border, and so now you need to make that judicial part of the system faster. Just work with Congress and start getting some judges in these seats so we can start pumping these people out of the country. Like it's just an easy dub. It's an easy dub. Why won't they do it? Why won't they do it, bro? This is what I don't understand. It's that you want to take the actual dictatorship tyranny route. Well, you could have just been like, I respect the Constitution. Sit there, throw continued jabs at Biden because they always try to talk about, he was trying to like throw away student debt illegally even after the Supreme Court shot him down. Like, no, like that, like it's not the same thing. Definitely not the same thing like Trump is doing with respect to due process, where he's basically saying like, forget you. Biden still was working within the confines of the law. He just tried to like see what other laws he could potentially use to try and still achieve forgiving student loans, right? And he wasn't outright circumventing like the restriction of not supposed to be doing something, right? So it's a different. Or I got distracted. It's a whole different scenario. So it's an easy dub to just get more judges. Follow the Constitution, get more judges, start pumping people out. Close the border. Now he could have been like, all right, now we've did step 1. Step 2 is now we work with Congress to start pumping judges, get judges confirmed as soon as possible. My cool extreme right-leaning judges, right? I need my Texas judges everywhere, right? I need these people. I need more seats everywhere, right? And then you start pumping. You start pumping them out. As a matter of fact, he could have. You know what he could have did? Something? I would have actually said that was a G move, even though it's still dictatorship and crazy. But like his executive order threats against the legal all the law firms, right? So now they're giving them basically free work. He could have been like, I bet Congress, I need you now to pass a quick law, right? Because I got the House and Senate, pass a quick law to let me appoint temporary lawyers, right? However hell they choose to do it, right? But temporary lawyers, right, to act as pseudo immigration judges when there is a caseload of 1 million, and then said pseudo judges then are dismissed or removed after either when I choose to remove them or once the caseload is like under 1 million. Okay, and then that's it, right? And then you get Congress to pass that, and they're like, all right, yeah, you law firms here, yeah, you come here, you come right here. You go ahead, get them, spin up them tickets. Y'all going down to Texas, okay? Or you know what? Or wherever a lot of these illegal immigrants are being held at. And then you start pumping them out. You start pumping the hearings out. Get them out. Be like, hey, yep. You get deported. It's an easy dub. It would have been such an easy dub, bro. Like crazy. And the thing is that that's still like dictatorship to sit there and like go against the law firms. But if you was doing that to get to that, I would have been like, I can't even be mad at you. I couldn't, right? You know, it's still still messed up, still illegal. It is still illegal, but that was some gangster stuff right there. That, you know, it's my God. But oh my God, I don't understand why that's easy. Why not do that? I just don't understand why we don't do that. Like it's like, bro, do you know how many elections we'd win from this point forward if he was doing moves like that? Instead, he just wants to do it the tyranny route, and that's just you're opening up so much liability, and we're going to start seeing it in the midterms. Midterm elections are going to be bloody, and the thing is I hope he doesn't then, bro. You want to talk about you want to talk about voter fraud? Like this is gonna be like times 10 with respect to like the lies that's about to get pushed, bro. And then the thing is that the Democrats are sleeping on this. They need to be first and foremost. Every single jurisdiction they have, they need to be tightening up their voter laws, their voter rolls. They need to be doing. I would be totally fine with you. All of this year is an absolute purge. You know, get your governor to sign off on a blanket purge, minus maybe like the people that's overseas, right? See if you can find a way like to identify those. Blanket purge, wipe it completely clean. Be like, all right, you know, it's all clean, right? Along with like, you know, the ID laws or whatever that you can do with the initiatives to actually help people get their IDs for those that's missing it, and get that all cleaned up and ready. Because I'm trying to tell you, Trump is going to pull out all of the works come midterm election, bro. He might, I will sit here, I'll say this, he might go as far as to plant some stuff. He got the loyalists in the FBI, loyalists in the CIA. He got the Justice Department under full control, lock, right? And and that might be why he's doing the things he's doing now, so he could just identify any of the weak links to make sure he gets them out by the end of this year. Because next year, I'm telling you, he's gonna do it. I'm cutting this, and I'm making a video of this, right? Because I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. Right? Next year, he is going to pull out all the stocks on this voter fraud stuff. And I really think the Democrats are sleeping something terrible on it. Because, bruv, do not think privilege. I'm sorry, presidential privilege. You can't even ask the question on the conversations I have with people. Oh man. Oh my God. Y'all don't know what's coming next year. Y'all don't know what's coming next year. Go ahead and close this, bruv. Y'all don't know what's coming. It's gonna be gruesome. But that's it, guys. I needs to go to bed. So I will talk to you all. Do I want to stream later today? For Thursday. You know what? We will stream one more time today. You know what? We're going to skip today. I'm going to skip today so I can now start working on my video stuff, just to make sure my video infrastructure is like good, right? My streaming stuff is still like kind of trash. That the fact that I'm like still dealing with like these really odd tech issues is like really pissing me off. But let me at least like transition to like getting back my video editing infrastructure going, so that way I can get the clips and the videos going again like I used to. And then that way come Friday, yeah, because if I spend all of today doing that, come Friday, from Friday to Sunday, Friday to Sunday is going to be like a strong concentration on like getting some good content out. Well, yeah, getting some good some good streams out. And then that way, that week, I'm working on video editing, because that's the thing. I think I'm gonna go back to, but whenever I'm studying, I'm gonna stream that, but then I'm gonna then be doing my video editing outside of that. So studying video editing for Monday through Thursday, and then we will do the politics Friday to Sunday. Yeah, okay. Like I said, we're catching up. And the thing is, just a fair warning, we might go back into hiatus. No, we won't go back into hiatus necessarily, because now this time we're going to be building a completely separate system that's outside of our connectivity stuff, right? We went on hiatus because we was adding stuff in our basic, let's just say in our connectivity loop, okay? I'll make the system outside of my connectivity loop so it won't impact me still being able to get on streaming, because I don't like mess something up. But I want to build one more system. I want to build an actual desktop, a really nice actual desktop computer that they can really like do the work. And then that way I never have to worry about this encoding stuff ever. I will never have to worry about this encoding stuff. The way I'm gonna beef it up, I won't ever have to worry about it, bruv. I'm trying to get the full works. 128, well, I don't know about 128 gigs of RAM. But I'm a definitely at least 64, at least 6,000 megahertz, right? Just like, running as fast as my CPU, maybe even double, no, not double, but running a lot faster than my CPU speeds. I'm 5090. I ain't gonna put 2. Stop it. All right. 5090. Some adequate like NVMe hard drive space. I think I will shout out some money for that, because I'm tired of like kind of running it a bit on space. Like if I get an NVMe and an SSD, I think I'll be golden. Because I'm using a regular hard drive, and sometimes I do see like the slowness when I'm like putting videos and stuff or big documents on there. But because I think I use hard drives for like long-term archives, right? Solid states for like the stuff I just need quick access to, and then the NVMEs for like everything that's like daily use. I think that's how I'm gonna do it. But yeah, we kind of talked long enough. I am going to go ahead now, and I might snack on something, do the usual, go to bed, and we'll go from there. But yeah, so we're not gonna stream today, Thursday, but we will pick it back up Friday. So I promise you, it's only gonna get better, right? We're at the cusp, last bit of like pains we're doing, right? So that way I can be engaging. I can have the stuff working. I can have my text thing working out. I'm gonna get this text thing fixed, this chat thing fixed tomorrow. I think what I'll do too is from now on, I'm gonna start like running like a secondary too, so that way if this ever fails on me, like it still did, it's I can still get it. And then hey, Agromania, Trump is our elephant. That's funny. He definitely got some weight on him, I'll say that. But I'm happy that you is visiting. I'm actually about to jump off. I will be picking back up streaming Friday. I'm not going to be doing today, but we got a lot of stuff we got planned. So cool catching you, Agromania. But we're going to go ahead and peace out now. So you take care, and be prepared for what's coming, because it's coming. All right, it is coming. Now let's go ahead, and I am going to peace on out. So, all right. Goodbye, bro. Have a nice day. All right, have a nice day. See ya, man. You take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.